I think did not. We have no power here actually. Yesterday we had a similar problem.
There's
There
the
is
problem because
actually.
laptop only works when it's plugged in.
Yeah, sure.
Oh no. Okay, that might be a small problem. Not even that. That's just for the mics.
No, it's just microphones. Okay, I will check how about Zoom and other
Yeah,
things.
please. Oh, all the mics are on currently.
DCs.
Okay, so I'm not on the DC list. That's why.
Okay.
Um.
Well, I don't know if I should sit up.
Did the DCAD does a DCAD have a speaking slot?
I don't think so.
Okay. Okay, I see Tatiana. Then actually, for right now, Judith, if you don't mind terribly, if you
I don't
could-
mind at all.
Yeah, if you could sit in the front,
Okay, sure.
that would be great.
Sure, that'll be fine.
I think Tatiana will also, I mean, she'll be queuing all the DCs when they, when the floor opens for it, and she will be,
Yeah.
making sure you guys have all the speakers.
Yeah, so yeah. Under the discussion last night. Hi.
This is Tatiana. Yes, you. Oh, hi, Jason. I am one of the moderators. Tatiana is going to be on stage, so please feel free to take a seat. I'm not sure. Yes.
I didn't know if I should sit there.
If you would like to, or if we get to the second half, then I can invite you on stage as well. It depends on what you're more comfortable with.
I'm fine either way. Do you have enough seats?
Yes, we
Here?
do.
Okay.
It will be yourself and Wyman and
Yes.
Henriette.
Yes.
So please, I don't want to be the only one on stage.
Okay, sure.
And then let's double check. Not sure what the protocol is. Did they prefer that when we're up here our masks are off, or?
I've seen various
You've seen
things. Some places they'll have them off. Sometimes they take them off when they speak.
I will.
Maybe we can see what others end up doing.
Sure.
So I'll just sit here for now. It's scary to see yourself on the big screen.
I think we have met on Zoom before.
What?
Jennifer Chong.
Jason Manya, yeah.
Yes, I'm secretary for the Asia Pacific Regional IGF, so I must have seen you.
Oh, great.
at all
Okay,
of the
excellent.
MAG meetings before. I was back over last year. So
Oh, great.
yes. Yes. No, he will be one of the guests who will be speaking in the second half of the program.
Yes.
Yes, but he will be joining us, sitting on the stage.
Just so it's not an empty stage.
Yeah. And audio is fine for her. I saw her on the video. Perfect. Okay.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Good morning, dzień dobry. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us at the main session, Digital Cooperation in Practice, IGF Dynamic Coalitions. In this session, we'll be showcasing the IGF Dynamic Coalitions as examples of multi-stakeholder digital cooperation mechanisms. Our session will be split into two halves. First, we will hear from the DCs themselves about how this work relates to the IGF issue areas, and also how their work contributes to advancing the debate on specific topics included within these areas. In our second part, we will have a strategic discussion on how the DCs could contribute to a broader digital cooperation effort and also to a strengthened IGF. We'll also be hearing from distinguished guests from the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs, also from the Office of the Secretary General's Envoy on Technology, and of course, the chair of the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group. A total of 17 DCs have been or will be presenting their work here at the IGF. So when you hear from the dynamic coalitions, please do know that they will be talking more in depth about the very important work they do in the specific issue areas they are concentrated on. We're going to actually talk in about 40 minutes in our section 1. It's really important to know that the dynamic coalitions, their work is very important in the broader context, both in the IGF and also in the challenges of internet governance and the broader challenges our world faces. There are things that really concern us. The global health crisis is still going on. Climate change is definitely a hot topic, both at the IGF here and elsewhere in other fora. We're talking about security and safety and human rights. There's many dynamic transformations that our society is going through right now, and the need for multi-sectoral digital cooperation is greater than ever right now. How do these DCs contribute to addressing these global digital challenges? We're going to start with one of the familiar issues, global health crisis and social inequalities. We're joined with our co-moderator, Tatiana Tropina, online in our Zoom room. We're actually going to fully utilize our hybrid formats. Many of the dynamic coalitions who will be presenting and talking about their work will also be joining us in the Zoom room as well. So Tatiana, I will hand the mic over to you for our first issue area.
Thank you very much, Jennifer, and welcome everybody who is online or on site. Unfortunately, I cannot see you in the room, but I'm pretty sure that we are going to all enjoy this session. And just a bit of a moderatorial issue here to all the dynamic coalitions who are going to present. Whether you're presenting online or on site, I really would like you, in the spirit of time, to keep your interventions short. I would say 3 minutes, please do not go more than 4 minutes. And as Jennifer said, we are going to start with a big issue area where most of the dynamic coalitions are working, but bearing in mind that most of them are actually working on cross-cutting issues and sometimes cooperating and collaborating. To the dynamic coalitions, we read all your papers and we know that you do a fascinating work. And I'm first going to start with a question to Dynamic Coalition on Gender. And we have the first speaker representing this dynamic coalition, Debarati, and I want to ask you, how can we address these links between digital inequality and social and economic inequality in the times of global health crisis, in the context of COVID pandemic, and in the context of gender, to make really gender equal, gender responsive, gender sensitive digital policies, gender sensitive and gender responsive internet governance. And Deborah, the floor is yours. And for some reason, I do not see Deborah in the Zoom room. Is there anybody from the Dynamic Coalition on Gender who wants to take this question? And if not, perhaps we better shift it to some later time. Dynamic Coalition on Gender, if you come online at some point, please do let me know. And then I'm going to move to Dynamic Coalition on Public Access in Libraries. And from your submission, we saw that your Dynamic Coalition works on the cross-cutting area of bridging these social inequalities, and again, especially in the context of global health crisis, by working on what you call meaningful access. So from your perspective, how your work, how your Dynamic Coalition can contribute to solving these inequalities, to bridging this gap in meaningful access. And again, I cannot see the room, unfortunately, and all I can see is only the Zoom room. So is there anybody from Dynamic Coalition on Public Access in Libraries who can take this question?
Absolutely. Good morning, Tatiana. Good morning, everyone. And yeah, thank you for the introduction. It's great to be here. Also very pleased to open the discussion. My name is Valencia Drzvenikova, representing the Dynamic Coalition on Public Access in Libraries. Indeed, the key area for us would be meaningful universal connectivity, and our area of expertise is, as you guessed it from the name, internet and ICT access in shared and public community facilities like libraries. So as a starting point, I guess what I could say is a few trends that has guided our recent work that we've observed over the past few months is, of course, the flexibility and innovation in public access provision that we've been seeing. So libraries and similar venues doing anything from access to computers connected to the internet by appointment or Wi-Fi outside of the building, or creating access points in outdoor public places, hotspots and dongle loans, and other measures that target specifically this issue that there are people who are unfortunately left behind when personal access is not available for one reason or another. And another dimension, speaking to the concept of meaningful inclusion, is the way public access computers and internet have been leveraged to meet community needs and support rebuilding, for example, to support digital skills training, or to power access to e-learning and upskilling for job seekers, and so on and so on. So seeing this versatility of this tool at everyone's disposal, basically, what RDC has been focusing on recently is gathering evidence, recommendations, and good practices for maximizing this impact of public access. We've recently released a consolidated report on the role that public access plays in broadband policies, so both what policy mechanisms are available to enable this, and examples and lessons learned from rolling out these policy measures in practice on the ground, essentially. And a few days ago, we've actually released a working draft on the impacts of public access. It looks at studies and reports from sort of different regional country contexts, at the way that public access basically makes a difference, and what evaluation measures are there to support further data gathering. It's been very interesting for us, of course, to also take stock of this recent evidence. For example, to see what user groups tend to rely more on public access, why use public access when alternatives are there. For example, in some areas, there's been interesting evidence suggesting that there's substantial demand for on-the-spot support from the staff with digital queries, anything from how to find a specific website to how to use a particular e-government service, and so on and so on. I'll stop there to try to keep this short, but we're of course delighted to be here and to have this chance to connect and take stock and to look ahead.
Thank you very much, Valencia. Especially thank you for keeping it short. And I must say that in all these years, I'm keeping up with the work of Dynamic Coalition, and moderating this session is great to see how the Dynamic Coalition of Public Access in Libraries is advancing its work. And we are moving to the next issue, network neutrality. And I saw that Chris Marsden is already in the room, very much willing to speak. And Chris, I have a question to you. You mentioned in your Dynamic Coalition paper, you work on the report about the value of internet openness in times of crisis. So from the perspective of your Dynamic Coalition, what can you do, or what can we all do to secure this value of the open internet in times of crisis? And Chris, the floor is yours.
Thank you. My version of Zoom, good, I do exist, you can actually see me. It would be terribly rude to just have the voice and not the speech. I should say I've actually added to it by actually including in the chat our mini report back. So thank you, Tatiana. I will apologize to everybody. I'm actually teaching 5 past the hour. So I asked to be called early and I won't be able to join for the second half of the session. But with 16 other dynamic coalitions, I'm sure that you'll have plenty to talk about for the session. So yes, a couple of things. We focus very much on interoperability in the dynamic coalition, and of course this is a report back because the dynamic coalition was yesterday afternoon. We were the last session yesterday afternoon, mainly online, and I'm delighted to say that everybody appeared to be able to contribute despite the net neutrality problems we might have in certain places. Interoperability, there's 3 points to make really from the dynamic coalition. First is neutrality, it turns out, is very much an issue that involves interoperability as a requirement because of the need, of course, not just for the internet, but for the platforms that operate on the internet to be able to interoperate. And this is a great problem, not just because telcos don't always make it easy to interoperate between different systems, particularly what they still insist on calling over-the-top services, which is their insulting way of saying we can regulate WhatsApp and Skype, even though they're not quite us, because they compete with us, which of course is one of the original net neutrality problems, but also because of the difficulties in terms of being able to communicate between those messaging services. And as you can imagine, companies like Facebook are not ecstatic about the idea that they may be forced to interoperate with other companies such as Telegram or Signal, which might be more, well, in one case, more privacy preserving, in the other case, maybe more privacy invasive. So interoperability is extremely important, and there's a great deal of work that regulators and stakeholders need to do. We had a conversation with several regulators, and also with several other stakeholders that I think was very useful, but also with computer science experts as well. And we produced a statement on net neutrality and interoperability. The status, I think, is that it's being published today, but we agreed the statement yesterday in the session, so that will be available. And there should be a clean version. You can see actually on my notes I've included, is there a clean version to share, which is a question to Luca, so we'll find out if that's the case. Second point is that heroic regulators, and we had 2 heroes in the room with us yesterday from France and Norway, are doing a lot of work to actually enforce net neutrality. Now, I think everyone in this room knows that about 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 7 years ago, every country passed a law that said, yes, it's about the open internet. And as I can tell from Tatiana's face, she's saying, well, open internet can mean absolutely anything. So has it been enforced? And the short answer is no. In very few countries has there been any enforcement at all. I had the great joy over the years of visiting lots of countries where there was a complete refusal to enforce net neutrality, from Mexico to Brazil to my own country, the United Kingdom, which used to be in Europe, which is now in the middle of the Atlantic. So yeah, major problems with that. Even transparency has been an issue. And then the third and final point I'll make is that we have, in the past, we saw problems about content providers being able to access users on request. So by this, I mean Netflix and YouTube and so on. Of course, last night there was a major problem, but that was caused by Amazon Web Services going down overnight. So if any of you was in a hotel in Poland trying to Netflix and chill and discovering you couldn't. That wasn't a net neutrality violation last night, so well, almost certainly it wasn't. But we have an issue, and we had an expert from Korea who was fantastically helpful talking about the battles there over paid peering, which is basically a way of shaking down the GAFAM and Netflix companies to get more money out of them, which is the emerging battle coming in net neutrality. So 7 or 8 years ago, this was the 9th meeting of the Dynamic Coalition on Net Neutrality, because we started in 2013 back in Bali, for those who remember our time there together. So in this, our 9th meeting, we're no longer talking so much about the blocking of Skype and WhatsApp and those problems that emerged in 2013, but about the problems of essentially the shaking down of these paid content providers. So that going forward is going to be the issue. In 2013, the blocking of Skype and WhatsApp is what we called net neutrality light, which is basically saying to the telcos, don't do anything obviously evil, like blocking Skype or WhatsApp or Zoom. Hopefully they're not doing that for people contributing today. But today it's now becoming much more about the shaking down of the content providers. Essentially, it's open season on the GAFAM platforms, isn't it? Everyone knows that they've been under-regulated, and the telcos want to take their piece of that pie, which we might think is more appropriately dealt with through taxation or competition policy. The telcos think that they can shake them down. So that's going to be a huge issue going forward. And that completes the voting of the Rio de Janeiro jury, but me representing Luca, hopefully usefully. Thank you, Tatiana.
Thank you very much, Chris. Thank you, and good luck with teaching later. What really struck me when I was reading the papers, because I did read them in the with digital cooperation in mind, and I saw that there were 2 dynamic coalitions actually cooperated. And I don't know if we have the dynamic coalition on community connectivity in the Zoom room, because I do not see Jane Coffin in the Zoom room, but perhaps on site. And I have a question to Dynamic Coalition on community connectivity, because I saw that this Dynamic Coalition joint effort with Dynamic Coalition on net neutrality to work on the report about the value of internet openness in times of crisis, which I mentioned before. So I wanted to ask, what can be done for the open internet in time of crisis from the perspective of community connectivity? And Jane, if you are in the room, the floor is yours.
If she's not, this may also be a Luca production. So just so that everyone knows, there's been very close relationships between the Net Neutrality Dynamic Coalition, the Platform Responsibility Dynamic Coalition, there's obviously a relationship there on regulation, and the Community Connectivity Dynamic Coalition as well. So those 3 things have worked together very well. I will say that I know a little, but only enough to be dangerous, Tatiana, so I won't answer that question, but maybe Jane will chip in a little bit later.
Thank you very much, Chris. And I would like to hand it over to Jennifer. Jennifer, if there is no Jane in the room, because I do not see her online in the Zoom, maybe perhaps we can move now to the second issue area and come back to a few questions later if we will have more speakers joining.
Absolutely. Thank you, Tatiana. I do not believe I see Jane in the room, but I'm sure there will be more time later for other dynamic coalitions or representatives from other dynamic coalitions to definitely add to the very good points that we've been hearing so far. So now, without further ado, we're moving to issue area 2, environmental sustainability and climate change. Now, this is one of the topics that have been extremely discussed and hot, both in the previous digital edition of the IGF last year, as well as this year. There has been many sessions and also main session dedicated to this topic. I would like to turn to Internet Rights and Principles Coalition, so IRPC. And do we have Santosh Sikda in the Zoom room, Tatiana? Just so we know. Okay, thank you. I see a nod already. This is great. So Santosh, When we were looking at the issue papers that were submitted, we know that your dynamic coalition is dealing with a whole spectrum of problems related to human rights in the digital context, and one of the areas of your work is related to environmental sustainability. We saw that in your submission that the DC devoted efforts to this year to the issue of greening internet governance. This is a term that I'm not particularly familiar with, and I would like to hear a lot more. How does your dynamic coalition contribute to these efforts? Santosh, the floor is yours. Do we have Santosh in the Zoom room?
We actually do. So I wonder if Santosh can speak, and if not, we do have Minda Moreira in the room. Minda, maybe you can take over if Santosh has connectivity problems.
Okay, hello. I'm not sure if my camera is on. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, so it's a little bit short notice for me, but I would like to talk a little bit about what we have been doing and on environmental sustainability. We have the Charter as our main guide, so our outreach work has been drawing on this charter, the Charter of Human Rights and Principles for the Internet that we published 10 years ago. And one of the articles, Article 4, the right to development, has a clause there that is environmental sustainability. And a few years ago, looking at several issues, we also realized that this was one issue that was very timely and was not on the main agendas of the IGF. So we started bringing it slowly to the IGF. In 2018, we had our first meeting on sustainability, environmental sustainability and technology. And then later in EURODIC, we came back to the issue on a flash session, so the European Internet governance. And in 2019, we went back to the room with a big breakout session on climate change and the Internet, so Internet futures and climate change. And since then, we have been working with other partners at EURODIC, for instance, where we put together two big sessions, one in 2020 and one this year on environmental sustainability. Last year, we tried to connect the issue of environmental sustainability, internet technologies, and human rights. And we come back to the table this year again tomorrow, this afternoon, with another session on artificial intelligence, environment, and human rights. So we think that is really important to highlight this issue. Is an issue that younger generations mostly are very passionate about, and we worked together with this youth on this as well. And we are really happy that at the moment the IGF has been highlighting this and has now in the main agendas, and we have a lot happening, not only at the IGF but throughout, and a lot of work that came from within the IGF community and now is happening elsewhere. For instance, codes with the UNEP. But many other examples, and greening internet governance, just to finish this, is the intersessional work that we have been developing at the EURODIC. So after all the two sessions that we had last year and this year, we had decided to start an intersessional group that is called Greening Internet Governance, and obviously it has all to do with bringing this issue to the agenda and seeing how you can, within the internet governance community, make sure that we have technologies that are not only rights-based, but also environmentally sustainable.
Thank you, Mindy. I think this was really enlightening for many of us, and it's very encouraging to hear that you've been doing very good cooperative work with Eurodig, who is one of the regional IGFs. So the collaboration between the dynamic coalitions and also the national and regional initiatives, very important intersectional work of the IGF. And also very important here at the IGF, I mean, environment and also sustainability is part of the areas that the Policy Network on Environment will be talking about and looking into. So they also have their sessions, I believe, later today and also tomorrow. Is there anybody else in the Zoom room who would like to take the floor, Tatiana, on this particular issue area?
I don't see any hands raised just yet, but please, if you're in the Zoom room and you would like to add something to what has been said, please raise your hand and I will call your name. Amir, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we absolutely can hear you.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I would like to mention to a vital issue here, and I would like to suggest in regard to this. I think that before going forward and before discussing about digital cooperation, we should first define the nature and characteristics of good internet. What is good internet? And what is good digital space? What kind of internet and cyberspace we are going to shape together? A good internet, we want to shape a good internet as a civilian-only and development-oriented environment, or we want to shape a militarized or unstable internet, and we want to shape an internet as a new battlefield for cyber warfare at global level. I would like to suggest that the issue of the definition of nature and characteristics of internet should be at the agenda of global digital cooperation. Before digital cooperation, we should define collectively the definition of internet. How could we want to put digital economy and trade and relations and communication between nations on such an unstable and weaponized environment? Don't you think that a global declaration by all member states to recognize internet as a civilian space only for peaceful purposes and global public goods could help to achieving this goal? What would be the role of United Nations family in this regard? What would be the contribution of IGF Plus community in this regard? I hope this comment and my statement will be reflected in IGF message. And I would like to request to put this important issue, this vital issue, I mean, definition of the nature and characteristics of internet should be added to the agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Amir. And indeed, this is the food for thought for the work of Dynamic Coalition and perhaps something to reflect in the second part of this session. Now, I would like to hand it back over to you, Jennifer, to continue with the questions to Dynamic Coalition. I do believe that for the next one, Yasmin would represent the DC on platform responsibility. Over to you, Jennifer.
Thank you, Tatiana. We are fully utilizing the hybrid format here. So now we're going to jump to the issue area 3. It is emerging regulation, market structure, content, data, and consumer rights and protection. Huge issue area here, and we have many DCs working specifically on these topic areas. I'm going to turn first to the Dynamic Coalition on Platform Responsibility, Now, I heard from Tatiana that Yasmin is in the Zoom room, so I'm looking forward to hearing from you. The issue of content moderation has been at the center of the regulatory debate during the COVID pandemic. How does the work of this DC contribute to ensuring that approaches to content moderation are compliant with the human rights frameworks, are transparent and accountable, and enable a safe, united, and inclusive internet? Yasmin, the floor is yours.
Hi, Jennifer. Hi, Tatiana. Hi, everybody. It's a pleasure for me to be here representing the DCPR. So, past DCPR works we have many works focusing on exploring various aspects of platform responsibilities and regulation, including by trying to bridge the gap between policymakers, academia, and private sector via the elaboration of multi-stakeholder documents such as the recommendation on terms and of service and human rights and best practices on effective remedies. This year, we are also launching at the IGF at our session tomorrow the glossary of platforms of policy and terms for platforms. So we are concentrating efforts to verbalize such documents, the study of content moderation and what practices can be considered as compatible with human rights has been a key concern of our past works also, including research outcomes such as the 2019 special issue on platform values and the 2017 annual report on platform regulations, and remain an essential topic of discussion for us. I'm sorry if I'm speaking a bit slow and confusing because it's 6 in the morning here in Brazil. So I think that's all my contributions for this question.
Thank you, Yasmin. No, not at all. This is actually the point where we want to showcase the very good work that all the dynamic coalitions are doing. And thank you for joining so early in the morning from Brazil. Also, people who are very interested in platform responsibility do go to their session tomorrow. I think you will be enlightened with their glossary that they will be presenting, which is very important. Now I would like to turn to the Dynamic Coalition on children's rights in the digital environment. Now I'll admit I had the pleasure of personally attending their session yesterday at the IGF, which they discussed the very good work that they do in the issue areas of children's rights. And I see that Yuta is online with us in the Zoom room as well. So Yuta, how does the work of this dynamic coalition contribute to addressing the challenge of content regulation from the perspective of ensuring children's rights? Yuta, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jennifer, for giving me the floor. For me, it's not so early in the morning here in Berlin. First of all, I would like to mention that the Dynamic Coalition just this year changed their name from previously being the Dynamic Coalition on Child Online Safety, now to the Dynamic Coalition on Children's Rights in the Digital Environment. And why did we do so? So the work of the Dynamic Coalition is focused on balancing human rights to privacy, freedom of speech, freedom of information, with the rights to protection. And it was over 30 years ago that the United Nations acknowledged that children need special protection of their rights. Their rights need to be emphasized. They are human rights, and they are in line with the human rights of all people in the world, but they need to be emphasized. And this was now, over 30 years later, these rights have been adapted to the digital environment with the General Comment number 25 on children's rights in the digital environment, where several members of the Dynamic Coalition have been part of the working group that, together with the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child, have developed this General Comment. So now we have a global standard how to understand children's rights to protection, provision, and participation in the digital environment in these days, and how to guarantee that the best interest of the child is a primary consideration in policy and in internet governance. When I say we need to balance these rights, we know that it's always been under debate whether the right to freedom of speech can override the right of children to be protected. Also, the right to privacy of all users of the internet seems to be somehow in contradiction to the right to protection. But when our member of the Dynamic Coalition, ECPAT International, did a research recently in more than 8 countries around the world, over 70% of the respondents to that survey said they would prioritize child protection over their individual privacy if that would be necessary. So we don't think that there is a conflict. There is the option to balance these rights. And the session that we held yesterday that Jennifer already referred to dealt with the question whether it's possible to have a harmonized legal framework with the best interest of the child being a primary consideration. And that is what Article 3 of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, as well as Article 24 of the EU Charter of Human Rights is asking for, taking the best interest of the child as a primary consideration in any decision that is taken. And that is what the Dynamic Coalition is working for, and that is also what we are looking for to achieve with the Dynamic Coalition in the framework of internet governance. That would be my contribution to the session, and I'm looking pretty much forward to hear from all the other Dynamic Coalitions, and especially where the lines are that we can cooperate. It's platform responsibility, of course, that is related to the work of the Dynamic Coalition, as well as internet rights and principles that we are in close cooperation with. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jutta. Thank you for giving us the highlights of the really good work that the DC on children's rights in the digital environment has been doing. It sounds like it's not only cooperation within the DCs themselves as well, but for this Dynamic Coalition, there's a lot of work that they work with multi-sectoral and different stakeholders that all come together to ensure that children are protected online. So now I would like to hand the mic back to my co-moderator, Tatiana, and she'll be talking a little bit more about issue area 4, advancing digital cooperation. Tatiana, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. But before we move to digital cooperation, I just want to highlight 2 things. First of all, Deborah Ratti from Dynamic Coalition on Gender fixed the connectivity issue so we can re-ask the question before we move to digital cooperation. And then Jennifer, after the digital cooperation, in between the 2 sessions, if we have free time, we have Bangladesh Hub having a question. And with this, I would like to invite Deborah to speak, and I will just repeat the question which we had for you. So the question was, how can we address the links between digital inequality and social and economic inequality in the context of this global health crisis, and ensure that we make digital policies gender equal, gender responsive. So what your Dynamic Coalition is doing in this regard? And Deborah, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for the space, and I apologize for the delay because of network issues. In our work at DC Gender, we really center the idea of gender equality and inclusion within the digital and internet rights and governance spaces. And we think it's important both in terms of policy and implementation, especially because the digital landscape has undergone significant changes during COVID. And in our work, we see that women and marginalized genders are increasingly experiencing the need to be able to be equipped with skills to navigate the space freely and safely. And we know that 54% of women actually in low and middle income countries are using mobile internet, which means the gender gap is actually narrowing. But despite this, there is still gender gap in terms of access to devices, even access to the internet, which women, trans, non-binary persons are facing a lot. And that directly connects to in access to food, healthcare, essential services, education, information, and crucial helplines, even the freedom from violence. So this is not just an affordability issue, but because of socio-cultural norms as well, access is very, very restricted. So we think it really becomes important to address this interconnectedness of the digital gender divide and socioeconomic inequalities when we're having these conversations, and think about how we can have gender equal rights affirming policies in this space, and really centering the lived experiences of gender with an intersectional lens of class, caste, disability, etc., which also shape these experiences very much. And we think that not only address the access issue and these sort of very rights driven issues, also discussing the surrounding issues around privacy, surveillance, etc., which really disproportionately affects women and girls, queer and trans persons as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And now I can move to the last subject matter area, which is advancing digital cooperation. And I would like to invite the Dynamic Coalition on Youth to speak. And I know that Aileen, who was supposed to speak online, has a connectivity issue. So she told me that Juan Pajaro Velasquez, who is actually on site, is going to answer the question about this dynamic coalition. And my question is, we saw from your submission that in this year, 2021, your dynamic coalition carried out a lot of activities on inclusive internet governance and digital cooperation. If you think about the recommendation from youth, what would be your main point about advancing digital cooperation from the youth perspective? And Juan, I hope that you are in the room and the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. For now,
Aileen, now I see you.
Yeah, for now, connectivity is good. So, hello, everyone. My name is Aileen Cejas, for the record. I will be speaking on behalf of the Youth Coalition Intergovernance, and I want to thank Tatiana and Jennifer for giving me the floor. The Youth Coalition Intergovernance has contributed to advancing the digital policies debates by facilitating two webinars, one on environmental sustainability and climate change, where we concluded at the outcome that we need to have more literacy on the environment, encourage companies to implement corporate social responsibility and eco-friendly policies, etc. And at the webinar on inclusive internet governance, ecosystem and digital cooperation, that in collaboration with the DC on core internet values, some conclusions raised by the attendees were about the importance of keeping the core of decentralized internet and inclusive for all to foster the full development of digital rights, that there are needed incentives to stimulate greater investments at the crossroads of youth, digital rights and governance, and finally, that youth is the most active stakeholder in digital engagement, and youth should advocate making sure that policies guarantee human rights. On the other hand, we partner with the Youth IGF Poland for the organization of the Youth Summit, including the coordination of the working groups on the mentioned topics, where we elaborated a list of 10 points of action for each working group, with recommendations for stakeholders on the next action steps. These conclusions addressed several issues. To mention quickly, the working group on inclusive internet governance, ecosystem and digital cooperation expressed that there is a necessity to increase the linkage between the NRIs and the global IGF, and the youth should be considered a recognized stakeholder. Some of the actors that could help us with our recommendations include the dynamic coalitions, the IGF Secretariat, and the intergovernmental organizations. The final report will be shared in a couple of weeks, and we invite everyone to follow up on these recommendations at the Youth IGF Poland website and share these with the addressed stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Helene. And I would encourage everybody to read the report. And you did mention the Dynamic Coalition on the core internet values, and we have Olivier Capin-Leblond here online. I hope we do have you, Olivier. And as the last speaker, as usual, we are a bit running out of time in the first half of the session. So you will have a bit of a challenge here because I'm going to ask you a question about digital sovereignty. So in your submission, you indicated this mismatch between the concepts of digital sovereignty and core internet values in the context of digital cooperation. And it might be a huge challenge to answer my question in 3 minutes. But what is the main effort of your dynamic coalition to bridge this gap, to solve this mismatch and contributing to solving this tension and preserving core internet values? Olivier, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Tatiana. I hope you can hear me. And thanks for giving me the hardest question of it all. Well, okay. The dynamic coalition of core internet values, as you've heard from what other people have mentioned, it deals with the internet's, what some call the internet's invariance, what basis the internet was built on, mostly technical specifications. And some of the technical specifications are extremely important because when you're dealing with a network of networks that doesn't have any centralized control as such, that is distributed in architecture, that is controlled, I guess, by the end users, and with the network in itself being run independently on each part of the network by its own operators, then you have a real problem when it comes down to digital sovereignty. Why? Because digital sovereignty looks, and this is, I'm looking here at the extreme case of digital sovereignty as in we need to take control of our network. Well, most countries, or in fact countries, already have control of their own networks. Anything that is physically in their country is something that they have control of. And one, unfortunately, mixes the whole different layers that you have, where you have the actual control of the network itself and control of the information on the network. Unfortunately, digital sovereignty is often used in that pretext. So the way that we see in the Dynamic Coalition on Core Internet Values, the way we see digital sovereignty is that if you continue applying the core internet values, then you can have digital sovereignty over perhaps the contents of things, but you don't have digital sovereignty you don't have digital sovereignty over anything that's outside your own network. It's a complicated field because I think that many that use the term digital sovereignty don't understand the way that they're using it. And it's kind of a buzzword in some way. What we recommend in the core internet values is that if you assess any law, any legislation, any regulation that you put in place locally, and you assess it looking at the core internet values, then you will be able to bring that balance that is required so as not to effectively kill the worth of your network and to end up with a fragmentation of the internet, where you have different networks that don't really work with each other anymore, and an enormous amount of filtering and all sorts of systems that stop you and I and everyone else from being able to use the internet effectively and in a way that is also responsible of the environment and making use of the new technology that's out there. I hope that kind of answers it.
Thank you very much, Olivier. Indeed, and thank you very much for bringing the word fragmentation, because now we are going to move to the second part of the session where we are going to discuss how to unfragment what has been fragmented, how to join our effort on digital cooperation. What are the role of dynamic coalition in cooperation so the efforts are not fragmented? And I will hand it back to Jennifer for now, but I also want to know, Jennifer, I will leave this decision up to you if you want the Bangladesh Hub to ask remote question now or somewhere in the middle of the second part. Jennifer, over to you.
Thank you, Tatiana. I think it's a very good idea actually to take the question from the Bangladesh Hub right now, if we can, if that's possible.
Bangladesh Hub, can you speak?
Audible. Hello. Can you guys hear me? Hello.
Your sound is a bit muffled. I think there is a bit of connectivity problem. Can you try to repeat what you just said? Maybe you can come closer to the microphone.
Can you hear me?
sort of, but yeah. So, Jennifer, can you hear on site?
Hello?
I believe the audio might be a little muffled, so I think maybe at this point we can come back to the Bangladesh Hub when we open the floor to all the DCs and also the audience members. So without further ado, let's go to section 2 of this main session. Now we're going to talk about how the DCs work with the future of digital corporation and also at the IGF. We really want to thank you, Dynamic Coalitions, for presenting and showcasing all your work. We want to look at how the Dynamic Coalitions work strengthen the IGF and contribute to digital cooperation. What are the challenges to this? And what is already being done so we can pave the way to the future? On the stage with me, we have our distinguished guests from UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs, Wyman Kwok, and also from the Office of the Secretary General's Envoy on Technology, Jason Munyan. And I believe we'll also be hearing from Concertina Casa, who is joining us online. Yes, I see her in the Zoom room as well, and she'll be also speaking from the point of view of the MAG working group on the strategy and the future of the IGF as well. But first, I would like to highlight that the Dynamic Coalitions, as they do every year, do a paper on taking stock of the work that they have done. And I would like to give the floor to Marcus Coomer, and he is somebody who needs no further introduction in this space. Marcus, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Jennifer. I have the privilege of serving as co-facilitator of the Dynamic Coalition Coordination together with Utah and with Adam, who are also in the Zoom room. Over the year, we produced a paper, and this is actually a first, that we looked at the history of Dynamic Coalitions, documented their considerable achievements, but we also looked at the modus operandi of Dynamic Coalitions, and maybe more importantly, we looked forward how Dynamic Coalitions could contribute to IGF Plus, digital cooperation, and the Secretary General's proposed common agenda and digital compact. And clearly, Dynamic Coalitions are keen to contribute, to make an effort to contribute to a more relevant IGF that is outcome-oriented. They don't have all the answers, but the paper documents issue areas that need further exploration, and that will be subject of our discussion in the coming year to see how we can work together better, also with, which has already been mentioned, with the national regional IGFs and also with the best practice forums, and integrate better in the global IGF network. There is a lot of food for thought in the paper, and I would highly recommend to participants who have not yet done so to look at it, to read it. There's a short version and there's a long version. The long version may be a bit daunting as it's 30 pages plus, but the shorter version focuses on the issue areas that need further exploration. So without, I'll leave it at that, and I'll hand it back over to you, to Jennifer and Tatiana. Thank you very much for giving me the floor.
Thank you, Marcus. And I believe, Marcus or Tatiana, you will be able to drop the link to this very interesting paper in the Zoom room. And I encourage everybody in the room here as well to go on and read through, if not the full paper, which you should, the two-page summary that will give you a very good overview of all the work that the Dynamic Coalitions have done, actually since, I believe, 2006. And Marcus was very instrumental in all these efforts, as well as other efforts with the national regional initiatives and also, of course, the IGF. I'd like to look at a really first question for our guests. Maybe I will turn to Wyman first. In a few words, in your perspective, how can the Dynamic Coalitions strengthen digital cooperation? And what do you think their role can be here?
Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer. Greetings to everyone here, especially Tatiana and also Marcus. I'm very honored to be here and to listen to be inspired by all the good work done by the various dynamic coalitions. I'm actually learning a lot myself, even though I do know about the work of dynamic coalitions, but I'm very much surprised by how much advancement that you have made to the various track. So to answer to the question in brief, I would like to borrow the words in the UN Secretary General report on our common agenda, the specific paragraph that they call upon the IGF to adapt, innovate, and reform. And I always remember that by the acronym AIR, A-I-R. So in terms of adapting, which I think you have already done a lot, but could be further to see how they can be adapted to the current issues. I like the approach today in the program, how is the various work of 20 plus dynamic coalition being grouped around the 3 issues area. I believe that right now I heard that a lot of the dynamic coalitions in terms of addressing the current crisis, especially the health crisis, but not to lose sight that there are other global crises that we are all facing, be it the food crisis, water crisis, security crisis. It may sound negative, so on the positive side is also not to lose track of all the SDGs. We are gaining good momentum, the Sustainable Development Goals. At the same time, we also are aware that we will not be on track to achieve many of the SDG targets. So it's really to think how to, again, you are doing that, a number of dynamic coalitions, from the UN perspective, coming from UN DESA, we would very much to see the alignment of how to look at that the work of the dynamic coalitions can align to the SDG. In terms of innovate, I would just say very quickly is to better connect the dots to other work. Again, I heard about how you are collaborating among the different dynamic coalitions with the NRI, but perhaps also with other intergovernmental bodies. I see my colleagues from UNESCO and others here. On the part of UN DESA, I would very much say that we would have to do our part in terms of connecting to the not just the UN agencies, but also the intergovernmental bodies. Like from DESA, we do support other intergovernmental work, for example, Commission on Social Development, the Population Commission, and there are a lot of relevant work, overlapping work that I do believe that your work will be very much valued by them. Last but not least, in terms of reform, the reform is, I appreciate what Marcus mentioned about looking always to look at, to take stock what can be done. I still believe that there is more work could be done to increase the visibility of your work, putting it together. Like I know that you collect new data, you have new findings, but maybe together with IGF Secretariat DESA, we can think of a better way to have a more visible platform to showcase your work. Back to you, Jennifer.
Thank you, Wyman. And I'd like to turn over to my right here to Jason. I know there is a different kind of a bird's eye view and also a lot of, I guess, consultation with the community in different sectors as well as stakeholders that the Office of the Secretary General's Envoy on Technology does. What is your perspective on this, and how do you think the dynamic coalitions can add to this and strengthen this?
Sure, thank you. And just I'd like to start by thanking the organizers, thanking the host country and the host city. For me personally, it's great to be here. My great-grandmother actually came from this region, from Silesia, to the United States a long time ago, so it's personal for me to be able to come here. And also thanks to all of you that joined, whether it's early in the morning in Brazil or elsewhere, thanks to those of you that attended online, and we see you, just so you know, in the room we do see you in Zoom, so it's great to be able to see you. And thanks obviously to those of you that have come in person. But especially thanks to all of you that have contributed to the dynamic coalitions. I know that's a lot of work, a lot of effort, a lot of thought that has gone into that. I know you all do that on a voluntary basis on top of everything else that you do. So just wanted to make sure that you heard the sincere appreciation for all of your efforts and what you're doing in the work in the dynamic coalitions. So it really is appreciated. So to Jennifer's question, we see that digital issues have really risen in the agendas of member states and in importance. We saw, as you know, last year was the 75th anniversary of the United Nations, and in the commemoration we had a global consultation. We had a number of dialogues, and we had consultations arranged by Mission Publique, citizens dialogues, and it was very clear that there is interest in the international community for cooperation on digital matters. Indeed, in the global declaration on the commemoration of the 75th anniversary, there is also a paragraph on digital cooperation. And so we also saw in the General Assembly, in the high-level week and in the opening of the General Assembly, a number of member states, over 30 member states by our count, discussed various digital matters such as trust and security online or disinformation, these different issues, protecting human rights online. And so these all relate to the work that you are doing in the dynamic coalitions. And so there's a lot of hard work that you have done, a lot of expertise that you have, and the question is how can we make sure that it reaches the right people, that it reaches those that will be developing policies, that it will reach member states that are grappling with these issues, that it will reach startups that are looking at how to apply technologies and how can they do this in a responsible manner. And so we need to find a way to make the work of the dynamic coalitions accessible, and a way for us to be able to bring it up in these discussions and for people to be able to quickly get up to speed on the rich discussions that you've been having in these coalitions. And so one way that I see is by having a mechanism of having regular updates to our office. We're a very small team, as you know, and we do have a number of recommendation groups that are related to the work of these dynamic coalitions. So perhaps regular communication just to keep us up to speed on what has been going on in your coalitions so we can be aware and we can bring them up with different UN agencies within the UN system and also with external parties, with different stakeholders in the community. And then as the Secretary General looks to us for input or as we have meetings, then we can be able to bring up the work and the input of the dynamic coalitions in these settings. So I think having this channel or the regular updates to our office would be very helpful. And then, as you may know, within our office, we have leads on various issues of the work streams related to the Roadmap for Digital Cooperation. For example, I lead our work on digital human rights. I have other colleagues that focus on connectivity and inclusion. And so these updates can help us be aware and to plug them into this work. I think another, like Wai Min mentioned, was the visibility of the work that you're doing, especially if there's anything, there's a lot of activities, there may be different meeting reports, but there's a way to kind of present in a thematic matter that is easily digestible, so that in like 1 page or 2 pages, we can very quickly see what has been discussed. We understand there's a lot of nuance, there's a lot of disagreement, and it's great for us to be able to see that. But if there's some kind of a way for us to very quickly be able to share this with people as these issues come up. And then obviously, as was also mentioned, we're looking to the Global Digital Compact. So there will be the Global Summit in the future, and then leading to the Global Digital Compact. And we're approaching the Global Digital Compact from a blank slate, but we expect, as you see in our common agenda, it to cover a number of areas that are related to the dynamic coalitions. Connecting all people, first and foremost, avoiding internet fragmentation, protecting data, applying human rights online, and so on. And so we would look to the dynamic coalitions to be able to provide input for the Global Digital Compact, especially the efforts of the youth and the Dynamic Coalition on Youth, that you can be able to share voices from the youth, because we're really going to look at making this a multi-stakeholder global consultation so that we can have the best possible understanding of these issues and reflect them in this compact. So these are some areas that I see, and I obviously am interested in any other further suggestions and inputs that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. I think we're all astounded because of so much work that the Office of the Tech Envoy does, that we're not actually aware that it's a very small team. You all seem to be everywhere, and I think that is the beauty of it. And I hope, you're mentioning that the Global Digital Compact is a blank slate right now, but there's so much good work being done and so much rich work being done with the dynamic coalitions that I'm sure they will be more than happy to give you, the insight and the snapshot set that would enlighten the rest of the community as well as beyond the internet community. That, of course, this is very important of all the issues and the policies that's discussed. And now I'd like to turn to Titi, who is with us on Zoom. And she is also very instrumental at the MAG working group on strategy. And this is really important to hear from her too. Titi, would you like to give us your thoughts on how the dynamic coalitions can also help strengthen digital cooperation?
Okay, thanks a lot, Jennifer, for giving me the floor and for inviting to this session. It's a great honor for me to be here. So I think it's important to reflect on digital cooperation and on the way the dynamic coalition can contribute to the digital cooperation. This is a subject that has been discussed very much inside the MAG working group on IGF steering strategy, and especially the working group has produced also several documents on this. And we actually consider the dynamic coalition very important, giving a great, they could be a great value to the digital cooperation, because they are a network, a big network, and also because they are focusing and discussing with continuity on some issues, so between IGF and another one. So in the discussion, one of the most important results was that we could consider the dynamic coalition, just referring to the IGF plus model, as a policy incubator and also as an accelerator, because it's a network. So these are two important points that should be considered. Maybe one element that should be improved and considered is the visibility, because the dynamic coalition should try to share more the results, increasing their visibility, and try to share and link the results with as much international community as possible, and also using the MRI's network to share the results, because they are excellent. A point that I think also could be considered is the output. Maybe some reflection should be made inside the dynamic coalition on how to have more impactful output. Guideline reports are excellent, but maybe some reflection should be also starting on how to have more impact. Maybe one could be try to link the results to the regional agenda, and also to the working group as Jason, the UN as activating on the roadmap that will activate also on our common agenda report. So just to conclude, I think they are very important potential, as they are embracing also a lot of subject areas. They could be really a great value to the digital cooperation. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you, Titi. Thank you for highlighting such important work that really needs to be, the spotlight really needs to be shone on it. I see a lot of our Dynamic Coalition colleagues in the room. I know you have been listening very carefully, and also we would like to invite you to contribute to our next question as well. And I'd like to pass this over back to my co-moderator, Tatiana.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. And indeed, with this question, I would like to invite speakers to contribute, but I also want the Dynamic Coalition to chime in here. My question, and I think that I could already spot some of the answers to this question from the speaker's intervention, especially from you, Jason. So my question was, if you want to think about one challenge for Dynamic Coalition in their role for the future of the IGF, for the future of digital cooperation, but one, the most important, for you, what would this be? And I believe that I probably will start with Jason, because I did hear him talking about something that looked like a challenge to me. And then we can go forth and back between the speakers and the Dynamic Coalition. So anybody in the room from the Dynamic Coalition, if you want to talk, please raise your hand. main challenge? Mark, I see your hand, but first, Jason, over to you.
Sure, I would say the main challenge that I see right now is just helping us access in a concise manner the inputs that you have. You know, for example, within the UN system, I coordinate an interagency working group on freedom of expression on social media, and so we've developed some key messages, and we went from a number of pages. But when the spokesperson for the United Nations is asked at a daily press briefing a question on freedom of expression on social media, we can't really go into all the discussions that take place and all the efforts and activities. We really need to be able to have in a few lines the talking points. And so it'd be very helpful as a way to, in a concise manner, summarize the main thinking or the issues that are being addressed by the Dynamic Coalition, so you can very quickly reference it. I liked the reference in one of the presentations by the Dynamic Coalitions on how there's a glossary that's going to be announced. I'm very interested in seeing that because I can very quickly be able to access what are the key topics, and so as we prepare talking points or as we respond, we can know what they are. So I know this was a bit long-winded, but I would just say maybe the challenge is being to very quickly distill and understand in a digestible manner what are the key issues. I think one example is when senior officials in member states, they often have preparations of very concise briefings on security matters. And I think it'd be helpful if the Dynamic Coalitions have very brief, consolidated summaries that can quickly be referenced so we can get up to speed on what's going on.
Thank you very much, Jason. And Mark, before I pass over to you, I just want to acknowledge that we received the Bangladesh remote hub question in writing on the chat, and I will read it at some point because I believe that this question is more toward the end of the session because it's broad and overarching question. And now, Mark, over to you, Mark Carville.
Yes, thank you very much, Tatiana, and greetings to everybody, whatever time zone you're in. It's great to join you today. By way of introduction, I'm Senior Policy Advisor for a relatively new Dynamic Coalition, the Dynamic Coalition on Internet Standards, Security and Safety. We started about a year ago. We launched at the last IGF. I put some information in the chat, as has my colleague, Wouter Natris, who's the coordinator and very much the leading expert for the coalition. And just to focus on challenge, I mean, we've got going in our coalition, and we're very output orientated. And I actually, what my initial thought about a challenge was partially addressed by Jason, because it's important for us to get our outputs out. And as I mentioned in the text I put in the chat, we are aiming to produce policy recommendations that should grab the ear of governments and also decision takers in the private sector. So we need channels of communication out from the IGF. And it's great to know that the Office for the Envoy on Technology, Jason's department in the Secretary General's office, are going to champion the outcomes from dynamic coalitions. Because we are a year-round activity. I mean, the IGF is an annual event, and I know the Secretary General is looking for the IGF Plus to move towards a more year-round activity, and that's what we are. And we need channels of communication. My main challenge now to articulate is support. We need to do research, and we've been talking to a lot of people to help us out in providing us with some financial base to do the research. And that's what we're coming up against as a real, almost a barrier really to making progress, because we do envisage needing to establish a research platform that's going to cost money. We may need to pay consultants to help us out and so on. So how do we get the kind of financial support that's going to help all the volunteer experts who are joining us to do the work, and that we then expedite that work in a very effective and professional, academically sound manner that's going to produce credible results that the policymakers I mentioned and the decision takers are going to respect. So that's our big challenge. We can talk more about this in our session tomorrow. As also underlined in the chat, we do have our main session tomorrow afternoon, and we also have a networking session on Friday, when we really want to hear from stakeholders about how to engage and how to help us with these challenges, because we know there's a lot of sympathy with our mission to make the internet more secure and safer for individual users, for corporate users, for micro businesses, for innovators, and so on. And this is really the heart of Sustainable Development Goal 9, about creating resilient infrastructure that's going to increase access to technologies and create an entrepreneurial approach that is key to sustainable development and the 2030 agenda. And that links into, of course, to the roadmap on digital cooperation and the digital compact, as Jason has very clearly described. Sorry for going on at length, but it's a big challenge for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. And a few moderatorial things. Olivia, I see that your hand is up. I'm acknowledging it, but not giving you the floor yet, because I believe we have a couple of hands raised in the room. And also, before I will hand it over to Jennifer for the on-site questions, I want to read and acknowledge the question from Bangladesh, because I think that this sort of feeds into the discussion, into the general discussion. The question is not directed to anybody, but something like a food for thought for all of you. And the question is, as all we know, we are passing a critical period. How can we proceed to secure safe, stable, affordable, and inclusive connectivity in this time of crisis? Have any plan or suggestion from this session? Is there any plan or suggestion from this session? I think that we are sort of getting these fragments of the answer to this question, and please do continue and bear this question in mind. And Jennifer, over to you. Olivier, you will be the next after the on-site interventions.
Thank you, Tatiana. If we could also have the mic over here. I believe we have a colleague from the Dynamic Coalition on Internet Universality Indicators, Xian Hong.
Thank you, Jennifer, for giving me the floor. And congratulations to all my colleagues of Dynamic Coalition. I believe we have more than 20 DC coalitions for having achieving so much. It's actually my first time, not just to be on behalf of UNESCO, but also on behalf of the Dynamic Coalition on Internet Universality Indicators. We have been working for past year. Actually, I should actually thank the support from Henriette and Anya. It's your brilliant idea to initiate that the first DC initiative hosted by an intergovernmental organization like UNESCO. That's exactly a living example of a multi-stakeholder approach. Basically, we have been already applying the Internet Universality Indicators in 33 countries. So all those national governments, ministers, ministries, researchers, private sectors, technical communities, they are all on board to our Dynamic Coalition. Naturally, a part of a coalition, they support the internet should be based on human rights, the internet should be open, accessible by all, and also driven by the multi-stakeholder approach. So I see the power of the Dynamic Coalition as a very tangible outcome of the Internet Governance Forum, which is not limited to talk shop, but it's really formulate the actions. It's synergized, it's connecting dots, it's really organizations, individuals, different countries to work together to have the action to make changes, which really what I think is a big challenge ahead of all of us. For UN, like my colleagues from UNDISA, my colleague from Tech Envoy office, that now we are moving ahead to the digital summit to looking at digital compact, common agenda. We need to change. We need to make actions. And to my experience, I think a very big change, one is really financing. Because in my dynamic coalition, we are receiving so many requests from the African countries, from developing countries. They want to do the assessment of indicate, but there are lack of financial support. And on the other hand, they also need the knowledge, capacity, and the training on the methodology, how to measure so complicated policy issues at national level. That's also another power I see the dynamic coalition to help with the overall support, ranging from finance to knowledge to capacity building. So that's how I perceive the strategic importance of dynamic coalition. Last point, I'm very cautious of time. I want to respond to the question on the challenge, how to improve. I think that look, we have 20 dynamic coalitions. Each dynamic coalition is a different animal. They are tackling different themes, but we are having so many cross-cutting areas. We are having maybe shared members of different coalitions. So I would expect this main session can be really a very open and equal forum to have 20 plus dynamic coalition to share their work. And also to share lessons learned, to share how they manage their dynamic coalition. That's a second challenge I see, that we should also exchange not only on the themes, but also on the management of a dynamic coalition. Because we are lack of a sustainable model, how we manage this coalition member, what the criteria, do we have any template and also modality to follow? I want to hear from other dynamic coalition leaders, how they are making the coalition really dynamic and impactful. And lastly, I'd just like to maybe hear more from the other colleagues really about what you think we can do best to achieve the common digital agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Xianhong. And I think, I guess the DC on universality indicators have also worked quite closely with the NRIs as well. I remember you also presented at the Asia Pacific Regional IGF the good work that's being done. I think the next person we have is from the Dynamic Coalition on the Sustainability of Journalism and News Media, Courtney Raj.
Thank you so much. Xianhong made some excellent points that I think our dynamic coalition would similarly emphasize in terms of the issue around management and sustainability and resources needed. I think also one of the things about the DC model that's really interesting is it allows communities of practice to get together. And one of the interesting things about our dynamic coalition is we have journalists from all over the world. And their interest in these issues, they can't get involved in the Internet Governance Forum. They're doing the job of journalism. And I think that's one of the things for us to think about as dynamic coalitions and as the IGF. There is a need to ensure that anyone who wants to be part of Internet governance can, but we cannot expect that everyone must be in order to be heard. And I think that's where dynamic coalitions can play a really important role. And I think also for other dynamic coalitions to really think about and be involved in dynamic coalitions that are working on similar issues or overlapping issues. So for example, I'm involved in the Platform Responsibility Coalition. I think this new Trust and Security Coalition, it would be great if you guys can come to our session tomorrow that is about integrity and trust, specifically around the news, but how can we embed that into the algorithms and into the indicators that have to do with content moderation online. So I want to encourage us to think how we build on the coalitions we have to sustain them. We've seen the evolution, for example, the Dynamic Coalition on Gender and how that has evolved from digital rights, the focus on misinformation and gender disinformation this year. So I want to invite people to get more involved and for the IGF to think about how do you make these more sustainable models, we do need more support. We are run by the Global Forum for Media Development. As everyone knows, the news industry has been decimated and really impacted by technology and especially by COVID. But we feel it's so important. The future of internet governance has so much to do with the future of our information ecosystem. So I want to hear more about what the Secretariat and what the community plans to do to support dynamic coalitions. Thank you.
I see one more hand from the floor. Wout, I'll have to apologize since we already gave some time over to Mark on your DC. So please, the gentleman over here, and maybe let us know which DC you are from.
Okay, no, I am from Nigeria. My name is Babagana. I am the Desk Officer of the Nigerian Internet Governance Forum in the Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy. My question is about dynamic coalition in Africa and in Nigeria in particular. I would like to know what dynamic coalition is doing in joining partnership with this national regional initiative, NRIs. Particularly in Nigeria, we have our own national IGF. We call it Nigerian Internet Governance Forum. So how can we partner with a dynamic coalition so that they can help us out in terms of capacity building, enlightenment, and so on? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your question. I think from all the DCs we've heard, that they have already been doing very good collaboration with NRIs, and I'm sure they'll be very happy to work even further with the NRI network, especially with the Nigerian IGF. I think I want to go quickly to Henriette Esterhuizen. We want to hear from our chair of the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, and then I'll give it back to my co-moderator. Henriette.
Thanks, Jennifer, and I'm really sorry that I arrived late, but just a very quick contribution. I think that dynamic coalitions are producing incredible work. I think one of my pleasures as a MAG chair has been asked to write prefaces for the annual reports of dynamic coalitions, which means I have to read them, which means I am very impressed. I think what needs to be done is for the IGF Secretariat not just to be able to support the NRIs and support the dynamic coalitions. I think they're doing that increasingly well. I think there needs to be capacity to make links between institutions. The outputs of dynamic coalitions should be profiled, should be made more visible, and should by staff within the IGF Secretariat, they do not have this capacity at the moment, be able to then be connected and channeled to specifically identified in a very targeted way, institutions. And I think that's a capacity the IGF Secretariat does not have yet. It does the work of supporting brilliantly with very little resources, but this is a new layer. I think the strength of the multi-stakeholder process and the depth of the outputs really will only have impact if we can link them to specific decision-making fora across the spectrum, from government to industry to multi-stakeholder to intergovernmental.
Thank you, Henriette, and thank you for shining the spotlight also on the IGF Secretariat. I gave praise over to the Office of the Tech Envoy, but the IGF Secretariat, clearly a very small team that you cannot even imagine how much work and how much coordination that they do to put this whole thing together. I'd like to put the mic back to my co-moderator, Tatiana. I believe there's some hands in the Zoom room.
Yes, and apologies that we are running a bit over time, but I do believe that it is important to give the floor to two people who have been patiently waiting, Olivia and Marianne, and then I will give it back to Jennifer and to Waimin and Titi for closing, for the last remarks about challenges, and then we will be done. Olivia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Tatiana. And it's already difficult to speak after Mark Carvel. It's even harder to speak after Henrietta. Totally agree with the point that she was making. And, you know, the point that has been repeated a number of times, the channel for the outputs to be publicized and used is really important. Volunteers don't work for money. They work for a cause, and they want to see that what they've worked for has effect and is actually being used by others. the biggest result that they get is recognition for the work that's been done. So we really have to think about ways to improve this and to involve the other stakeholders, those ones that don't often are not quite used to use different sources of information and so on. And so the point that Henrietta was making in improving this in the UN is really very well received. So one last concern for me is really the volunteer effort and volunteer interest these days. As you will have seen in many of the recent internet governance fora and the national and regional ones as well, there has been a waning number of volunteers because of the COVID, because of the fact we can't see each other face to face and so on. And we really need to think of ways to sustain this and to rekindle that interest from younger members of the community that will be able to come in. And that's something we all have to work on together. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivier. And speaking of the causes, Mariana, Dynamic Coalition for Internet Rights and Principles, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Tatiana. Yes, Marianne Franklin for Internet Rights and Principles Coalition. Very briefly, responses to the challenge from our honourable speaker earlier. What can we do as dynamic coalitions within and together with the IGF? Very briefly, there's an internal answer to this question and an external answer. Within the IGF, I echo the requests and comments from Mark Covell about the need for material support, which has been improving. Just having a DC coordination group is one sign of this. We need more explicit, we need explicit recognition of every dynamic coalition output, no matter how provocative or controversial it may be, in the official record of the IGF, not in a separate silo tab called dynamic coalitions. Without the dynamic coalitions, there is no Internet Governance Forum constituency in many ways. That's the internal. Finally, external. The Internet Governance Forum is a very special part of the UN project, the UN domain. We need to have all eyes on the Global South, and we need to make inclusivity a real concrete and material reality, and we have come far. And we also need to communicate that this is a complex issue area. Like life, it is complex. This does not mean you cannot take part. So complexity is what we begin with. Multi-level, multi-dimensional ways of working is what we begin with. But the Internet Governance Forum has a very, very low public profile. And I think the UN itself can do a lot, and UN member states can do a lot to improve that. So we can also agree to disagree, because that's when real change happens. So thank you very, very much for a wonderful dynamic coalition. And again, to our Secretariat and pioneering people who got the DCs this space in the meeting, because without it, we would have no voice. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Thank you so much, Mariana. And I'm getting reprimanded by the technical team right now, so I would like to almost wrap it up and hand it over to Titi first. Titi, any last remarks?
Okay, I think there are three things that dynamic coalition should focus on. I mean, first of all, is fund sustainability. The second one is try to improve the links with the NRI, international organizations, and UN agencies. And the last one is working on outcomes to have a more impact all over the world at the regional, the global level. So impact, and this means works on the outputs, interlinks, improve the links, and also have funds to make their work. Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much, Titi. And Jennifer, over to you.
Thank you, Tatiana. I'm going to give the last words first to Jason.
Thank you, Jennifer. Just very quickly, I appreciate the interventions. There was one comment on how dynamic coalitions need more financing. So it'd be helpful to know how much financing is needed and what the financing would be for, because if we can make it a bit concrete, then maybe we can look at proposals or look at how to mobilize that financing. So I'd be interested to hear more about that. And the other thing is that there's so much rich expertise among the dynamic coalitions. I appreciated hearing about all the journalists that are involved in that other coalition that Courtney mentioned. So I think among this community, there's a lot of resources that we can also tap into. So in addition to the IGF Secretariat and all that they do, we can also look at companies and universities and journalists and others that are involved and see how they can also support the dynamic coalitions. For example, could we organize maybe capacity building or training among dynamic coalitions. For example, how to package the outputs of dynamic coalitions so that they're easily accessible to the public. I imagine some journalists would have some great ideas for how we can better make this information accessible to the broader public. And so maybe we can look at some of these linkages. I know that some of the companies that we've worked with are also eager to share training or expertise. So they may not contribute financing directly, but they might be able to support with some of this knowledge and capacity building among our teams, so we can also explore that. So thank you.
Thank you, Jason. And final words over to Wai-Min.
Thanks, Jennifer. I just like to also to chip in to highlight this challenge, and I stand to be corrected. I believe there's a need to better engage the industries, private sector companies, including the big tech companies, in the work and in the conversation of the dynamic coalitions. I think this is one part missing. Jason mentioned about connecting the work of dynamic coalition with the senior officials of the United Nations. We also have a lot of passionate stakeholders, including from like TT, from governments, from civil society, and also academia, technical community. But the missing piece is really the private sector, which is a challenge for IGF itself, I must say. The last I would like to just to mention that the work of dynamic coalitions to the future in terms of summits, supporting the summits of the future. That's also Jason's office together with DESA and other agencies are supporting to see how, I think already you are doing a lot of work in terms of norms, values, principles, and very soon we would like to put together the work of everybody, including dynamic coalitions, to see how we can contribute to the Global Digital Compact. Back to you, Jennifer.
Thank you, Wai-Min. And to all the dynamic coalitions who presented your work, showcased your work, thank you for your contribution to making your main session such a great, enriching session for all of us here, both in Katowice and also online on Zoom. Thank you for the indulgence of the tech team and the translators and everyone here who's giving us extra time. Please do remember there are dynamic coalitions who are still yet to present their work in detail, so do go to the IGF interactive schedule and take a closer look at the good work they're doing. And thank you everyone for your time and your contributions.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
But I'll be here. Okay. I guess this is the beginning of the main session on, that's backwards.
No, keep your eyes on this screen over here.
Right.
This screen in front.
And basically, I was actually looking for, sorry, this very much took me by surprise. I was looking for Suki Hyun to start us, and I'm still getting used to the screen, and I see some of our, this is the main session on digital cooperation, Quo Vadis. So where are we going? Where are we? Where have we been? So to start off, I'd like to pass the floor.
Thank you very much, and greetings to Poland here from Germany. I hope that you can hear me properly. I also would like to express my warm welcome to the main session on inclusive internet governance, ecosystems, and digital cooperation. And before we start our discussion, I would like to introduce the distinguished panel to you, and of course, the moderator, Arvi. Thank you very much for taking over this job. And I would like to start with Jean-Paul Adam, the Director of Technology, Climate Change, and Natural Resources Management in the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. We also have Vint Cerf with us, the Vice President and Chief Internet Evangelist at Google. We have Raúl Echeverria, Executive Director at Asociación Latinoamericana de Internet with us. Justin Fair is, I hope, here also in our call, Senior Advisor for Multilateral Cyber and Digital Policy in the Bureau of International Organizations Affairs at the United States Department of State. And I also welcome Anita Gurumurthy, Founding Member and Executive Director of IT for Change. Milton Müller will join us a little bit later. He's currently in another session and will come and join us, I think, 15 to 30 minutes later. He's professor at the Georgia Institute of Technology and the director of the Internet Governance Project. We have Nena Nwakan Ma, Chief Web Advocate at World Wide Web Foundation with us. Elke Ziel, Director General, Sector and Global Programs, German Agency for International Cooperation, GIZ. And last but not least, Maria Francesca Spatolisano with us, the Assistant Secretary General for Policy Coordination and Interagency Affairs. And of course, Avi Doria, who is very much experienced with the IGF, currently member of the ICANN board and an independent researcher. And yes, I will also post the short bios in the chat while we will be discussing. And so back to you, Aubrey.
Thank you very much. And yes, quite a list of panelists we have. So before I say anything else, I'm going to admonish us all to be fairly brief, to try and keep within 2, 3, 4 minutes on any of our statements. Otherwise, with 9 people and 3 different questions or 4 different questions, we'll never get very far. And I'm only going to say a little bit to sort of frame this. The IGF, since the beginning of its existence, has been about digital cooperation. We haven't always called it that, but the names change, the times change, and such, but that has been. And in fact, from the very start, we said, and we have to be as good at digital cooperation as the internet has been at digital cooperation, something that Miriam reminded us of at yesterday's opening. All through its life, the IGF and the MAG have gotten various recommendations for how to improve, and they've always worked very hard to implement those as best they can. Now we have the roadmap and its follow-ons with more improvements, and I think this conversation, basically the last question we'll ask is, Okay, given that we understand what we understand, how is it going to happen? How is the IGF, the MAG, the UN technical envoy, and all of that going to work together to make this happen? But we're going to start basically with various perspectives. And the first set of perspectives are from the people outside the roadmap. Not so much that they're outside the roadmap, they didn't draw the roadmap, they're on the road perhaps, but basically people who weren't part of putting it together, just looking at our line. And on that, I'd like to first go to Vint and basically ask for his perspective on the roadmap and digital cooperation. Where are we going?
Thanks so much, Aubrey. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Let me begin by suggesting to you that the internet is an artifact. It's a deliberately designed global and shared infrastructure. It bears some of the characteristics of other shared ecosystems like the atmosphere, the oceans, and space. Learning to maximize the utility of the internet while managing its risks is like training wheels on a bicycle. If we can develop common norms and international behavioral agreements for the internet, we can apply these lessons to other more important sustainable development goals, many of which are aimed at shared and equally vital infrastructure. Secretary General Guterres' Digital Cooperation Initiative is representative of this mindset, and it could not be more timely. The Global Commission on the Stability of Cyberspace, on which I sit, has proposed a variety of norms aimed at protecting the use of the internet and its users. Some actors advocate for policies that would fragment the internet and erode its global potential. The term data sovereignty is often invoked in aid of this argument. One understandable motivation for this argument is to achieve control of access to data, a concept adjacent to privacy. But this desirable protection can be achieved by other means that need not fragment the internet. At the proper levels in the internet's architecture, one can introduce cryptographic means to both enforce access control and to apply strong authentication to the identity of accessing parties and the integrity of the data. The free flow of data across borders is actually one of the most valuable aspects of the global internet. It's widely appreciated that the applications of the internet have simultaneously given rise to powerful collaborative capabilities, such as the development of a response to the global COVID-19 pandemic, and also opportunity for harmful and cross-border behaviors. It's no wonder that national safety, security concerns have arisen. But to cope with the global system, one must apply global methods, and thus the call for digital cooperation extends to law enforcement and the apprehension of criminals. We have seen recently some very effective cooperation across national and international law enforcement agencies and the private sector in aid of such work, such as tracking down and apprehending ransomware hackers. These examples reinforce my belief that learning to work together to maintain and enhance the benefits of a global internet and increase safety and security in its use will inform our efforts in the other SDG domains. Let us go now and learn together to preserve our global, natural, and artificial habitats. Thank you, Aubrey.
Thank you, Vint, for your comments. And now for a perspective, I'd like to go to Elke.
Thank you, Aubrey, very much. And first of all, thank you for inviting me to this very special panel. I'm very happy that I can share some of my thoughts with you. Our digital initiatives are very much in line with the UN Secretary General Roadmap for Digital Cooperation and its main goal of making meaningful digital connections available for all. And we highly value its multi-stakeholder approach, where diverse institutions and organizations, especially in the development of the roadmap, it shape the global perspective we need to have on digital transformation. So, for instance, the roadmap has been a relevant process to put public digital goods on the political agenda. Let me please give you a short example from our work. Our engagement in the Digital Public Goods Alliance and our GovStack initiative, founded with Estonia, the International Telecommunication Union, Smart Africa, and the Digital Impact Alliance, is very much driven by the UN, putting digital public goods on the map. I imagine the roadmap has certainly been also very helpful to coordinate the efforts within UN. And I would wish for much more institutions and communities beyond UN to take inspirations in this roadmap and to use it as a tool for coordinated efforts and activities. But also, in order to make this roadmap a tool for cooperation, I would like to point out that transparency of results in the multi-stakeholder process and a further reflection about the question who is at the table will be very necessary. What I can see is that there is a lot of digital cooperation outside the roadmap, be it, for example, Smart Africa, or also initiatives within the European Union. Digital cooperation does take place on many different levels, but not yet in a very coherent way. As we all know, roadmaps, hence documents, do only help to a certain extent. What we need are strong institutions with sufficient resources and an inclusive governance model that ensures better coordination, not only between states, but also with private sector and civil society. Moreover, we need a mindset of co-creation and feedback, as it is already integrated in the digital development principles. So to sum up, for a better internet governance, we need more than roadmaps and joint declarations or technical standards setting bodies. We need strong relationships, good partners, and fast and agile cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Elke. And very, very happy to hear the theme of we need a lot more cooperation when we're talking about digital cooperation and a roadmap to cooperation. So I very much appreciate that theme. Nena, next I come to you, somebody who's actually up here with me. And so please, can we have your perspectives on our road on the roadmap and to greater digital cooperation?
Thank you very much, Avery. Hello, everyone. I would not be reading a speech to you. I will speak from my heart, as always. And the first thing I want to say is congratulations to the people who are sitting up on the East Coast and the West Coast of the US in this session. Thank you for waking up early. It is the 8th of December today. It is the 16th edition of the IGF. Avery, yourself and myself, we've been here from PrepCon to WISIS. We lived through the digital solidarity days. Do you remember? Oh, do I sound better now? I'm sorry. I wanted to say hello to those who woke up early. And I was saying that we are on the 8th of December today, and we've come a long way. We've come a long way from the preparatory days of the WISIS, the digital solidarity. We've done 16 years of Internet Governance Forum. I personally have done it globally, continentally, and nationally. And so we've come a long way. At the World Wide Web Foundation, this is our 4th year of digital cooperation. So we've been there since the high-level panel that gave us a report, and we've been there at the launch of the roadmap. We welcomed the formation of the Office of the UN Tech Envoy, and we have seen the launch of something called our Common Agenda. And so my first and initial submission today is that digital cooperation is only a subset of the digital ecosystem. I'm glad that Vincent spoke before me. There is a whole lot of things happening out there in the digital ecosystem that doesn't come under the purview of the roadmap, and that is very important for us to understand. The Digital Cooperation Roadmap only has 8 pillars, and so as civil society, as the World Wide Web Foundation, we are not satisfied. It is important to note that. It is only a subset of our issues. But as they say, the UN only steps in when countries and its member states cannot sort out the problem themselves. So I believe that the UN is not there to make us happy, but to make us equally unhappy. And so unhappy as we are going to forge along with digital cooperation, and now we have a roadmap. We've been working on the roadmap on global connectivity. We see that a lot of things have been left out, but it is better than having nothing at all. And so we want to congratulate the work that the ASG, Spatalisano, has been doing, despite restricted resources. But then I want to leave my final word with everyone. The World Wide Web was created, invented, and given to humanity for two reasons: to be for everyone and to be for good. And the part of everyone is the one I want to bring in here. And that is why the Web Foundation has dedicated a whole NENA to digital cooperation. And so part of my work is digital cooperation. If you want to know what digital cooperation looks like in human form, that's the person speaking. I'm a West African woman from the Global South, and I'm going to be here on digital cooperation every day. That's my commitment. And make sure that everyone, every voice will be heard. Whatever plan of digital cooperation is going to come out, either from the USG's office or from Digital Cooperation Office, I will be there. So my commitment and the commitment of the Web Foundation is the same commitment of Web We Want, that it will be for everyone. And until then, you will have me. Thank you.
Thank you. An iconic speech. So hopefully the USG office perhaps will have, you know, a icon to look at and sort of say, this is what we are heading for. This is what we are looking for. And perhaps. So next I go to Justin and comments on perspectives from outside the roadmap.
Good morning, and certainly a hard act to follow, but happy to be with you all this morning discussing this important issue. These are timely conversations, and not just at the global level. I work at the U.S. State Department, where recently our secretary announced a plan to reorganize our various cyber and digital offices into a more coherent structure that allows the United States to better coordinate and collaborate on cyber and digital cooperation issues in our diplomacy. And you know, I'm sure other organizations around the world are going through that similar process, and so it makes sense that the United Nations is doing that as well. And we certainly need that same kind of foresight and thinking at the global level about how we organize to respond to these current challenges, but also take advantage of the opportunities. And so global digital cooperation, rooted in an inclusive and multi-stakeholder approach, is essential to ensure that internet and digital technologies continue to be a force for good around the world. And these are some of the key policy issues of our time, and we need to get them right. But it's also important to take stock of the process over even just the past year on some of these issues, including within the United Nations system. The ITU just released a report about global connectivity, which had some concerns that need to still be addressed, but there was also some good news about the growth since over the last couple of years in global connectivity. The UN's OEWG and GGE both produced consensus reports. Earlier this year, the UN member states have agreed to a process to develop a global cybercrime treaty, and several, really far too many to list, UN entities from the Security Council to UNGA to the Human Rights Council to subsidiary bodies and commissions and specialized agencies have incorporated digital technology work into their work plans and produced some really important outcomes this past year, you know, which in the work plans in general, but also in response to a global pandemic. So there's a wealth, and here we are at another IGF having a wealth of conversations. And that's just in the UN, and I know many here are also involved in all these same similar conversations happening at national, regional, multi-stakeholder, in the NRIs, industry events, civil society events. So digital cooperation, on the one hand, is I think fairly alive and well. There is a wealth of activity out there happening. And so the question for us then becomes, where are there gaps? What is not being done? What can be done better? And then also, how do we capture all of this good work that is happening, but is often just not shared or percolating up to policymakers or decision makers in various ways? And so I think in this regard, the roadmap has highlighted some of the areas that we can continue to improve, whether that be on redoubling our efforts on global connectivity and access, enhancing digital inclusion. We think that importantly, it focuses on the shared values that many of us have, including human rights, fundamental freedoms, and that this work should be done through multi-stakeholder efforts. And then, of course, I think it importantly highlighted the central role of the IGF in that process, and how the IGF has, over the years, taken this very important central role on how these conversations come together and should be part of the UN's digital cooperation work going forward. So I'll stop there for now and save other comments for later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Great comment. And last voice in this particular section on the outside perspectives is Anita. So please.
Thank you, Avery. One cannot disagree with the semantic categories of the Secretary General's report. From digital inclusion to human rights, it's all there. But the core problem diagnostic about what exactly ails our interconnected world, unfortunately, falls short. This means the solution simply misses the point. In 2018, the Secretary General appointed a high-level panel co-chaired by Jack Ma and Melinda French Gates to advise him. Their report, on which the Secretary General's report is based, identifies the lack of trust and humility as the key problem preventing effective multi-stakeholder cooperation. Multi-stakeholderism does not fail because of lack of humility or trust. It fails because in a fundamentally unequal world, the materially strongest nodes of the network will dominate the overall network. In any such network with no clear lines of responsibility, it's impossible to hold any actor accountable for any particular governance failure. So we turn to the unfortunate blind spot in the Secretary General's report, the ordinary story of extraordinary power of transnational digital corporations whose primary stake in digital cooperation is about ensuring the status quo. Meaningful global dialogue for the realization of digital inclusion or human rights is about fixing responsibility. Sanitized of the means to moderate power, multi-stakeholderism retains no connections to the claims and entitlements of people. It also distracts attention from the responsibility and legitimacy of states in digital governance. The specific proposals in this Secretary General's roadmap do not clarify any binding mechanisms. Instead, they propose a high-level body to address urgent issues, supported by private finance and offering membership based on financial contributions. As the JustNet Coalition's open letter to the UN Secretary General, signed by over 170 civil society groups, notes, we face the incredulous prospect of a big tech-led body for the governance of big tech. That too at the precise moment when the EU and the Biden administration and many governments in the South, including mine, are stepping up the public policy process for stringent regulation of big tech. The inspiring vision of the UN Secretary General's recent report, A Common Agenda, falters similarly. The document calls for a global digital compact and strengthening the governance of the global digital commons and public goods. However, it contains no recommendations for a new legally binding intergovernmental treaty or directions to enhance the implementation of the international rule of law vis-a-vis emerging digital public goods. On the contrary, it argues that this does not require any new institutions. Coming on the heels of the UNCTAD Digital Economy Report 2021, which has observed the need for a new institutional setup to meet the global data governance challenge, this is indeed surprising. We confront a postmodern dystopia, a collective future based on a non-approach to global governance without political leadership or accountability. based on voluntary actions by various actors, where vocabularies coalesce around the high ideals of rights and inclusion, and yet the road to cooperation does little to address injustice or exploitation. It's nothing short of a tragic paradox that the mandate of the United Nations for decolonizing of territories is being reconfigured to enable a new digital colonialism. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I very much appreciate the range that we had in our speakers, from those who sort of support it, those who are willing to go along with it, and those that see it as flawed. Sort of the perfect distribution for a panel. Now I would like to go on to perspectives from the UN and from MAG members or ex-MAG members. And the first person I go to is Jean-Paul.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Avery.
You're no, I don't think you're...
We need to move it forward.
Yeah, it's to the top.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So as you can see, technology is always challenging, whether you are in person or virtual. But thank you so much, Avery, and thank you for all the perspectives we've heard already. And I think, first of all, I'm speaking from the perspective of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa and the support that we're bringing to African countries to address digital cooperation. Unfortunately, we have to recognize that in Africa, governance of the internet is something which is experienced rather than led. In most situations, African countries have limited agency in terms of the governance of the internet. And one of the key elements that we hope we can achieve through this roadmap, and certainly through the interventions being done by the United Nations, is to improve this element of agency for developing countries, particularly in Africa. So despite the significant progress in terms of internet access that has been achieved in Africa, it is still well below and well behind the global average. And what we have seen in the context of the pandemic is also an aggravation of the inequalities of access. So to fully be able to harness the potential of digital technologies, we need to look at digital cooperation from the perspective of inclusion, of ensuring that there is affordable, reliable, secure, and safe access to the internet. This also means democratizing access, strengthening connectivity, funding infrastructure, improving digital skills, and having a fair and safe regulatory environment. We should note that that good quality internet will require and to have access for all of these people in terms of broadband infrastructure will require investment of at least $100 billion US. And that does require an appropriate regulatory environment that will facilitate that. In terms of the work of the Economic Commission for Africa, we have launched the high-level panel on digital cooperation, which is aimed particularly at implementing the African Digital Transformation Strategy. And this is being done jointly with the African Union Commission. And the strategic aims of this framework are in facilitating innovation for transformation of the African economy, and particularly building on the opportunity of the African continental free trade area, and using networks for cooperation such as Smart Africa, which are aimed at precisely bringing investment into key infrastructure to improve this investment in internet infrastructures. The Economic Commission for Africa and the Better Than Cash Alliance also launched a dialogue series on digital cooperation to share experiences and good practices. And I think one of the opportunities in Africa is that a lot of the innovation is being driven by necessity. A lot of the inclusion around access to, for example, e-commerce is being driven by payment platforms. And we're continuing to see that in the context of the AFCFTA. And therefore, the regulatory framework around this is going to be very important. The Economic Commission for Africa is also trying to address the issue of access, even among those that don't have the regular access to the internet currently, and develop those skills through an African Girls Can Code initiative, which is a training platform across the continent, which offers introduction to ICT skills for African women and girls. In the context of COVID, we have also seen the use of online platforms such as the African COVID-19 Information Platform, or ACIP, which has aimed to use existing mobile infrastructure to connect people in a way that is useful and realistic for daily users. And this is the kind of example of cooperation that can be achieved on the African continent by working on digital cooperation through the African Digital Transformation Strategy. And finally, also, we have seen, in terms of responding to COVID, the opportunity to develop procurement platforms for medical supplies, which have demonstrated the ability to connect producers and manufacturers in Africa with the procurement teams, both within Africa and beyond, and creating more opportunities in terms of the real economy. Over $70 million worth of merchandise are being processed under this medical supplies platform, empowering African producers, but also creating real solutions to the immediate problems of addressing COVID-19. And in conclusion, I think one of the key elements around digital cooperation is being able to empower governments by giving them the right information to be able to act in a way which really addresses the needs of their populations. And therefore, looking at e-government indicators is going to be one of the facilitators to allow governments and organizations to properly allow digital cooperation to flourish and achieve the levels of access and inclusion that we want to see. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And quickly, I'd like to go to Raul, who has basically been there since, with the IGF since before there was one. So please, Raul.
Thank you, Avery. Thank you, the organizers, for the opportunity to participate. And hi, everybody, to my colleagues, prestigious speakers in this session. I think that, as Nena pointed out when she spoke, I have been around from the time of the preparatory meetings of WSIS. So yes, we have seen a lot. Okay, let's start with the three things that I see as the main motivations for this, for doing something on digital cooperation. We are seeing a lot of pressing issues in terms of development and policy, and digital policy issues coming up every day in different parts of the world, and many times we are speaking about the same things, and there are multiple discussions about the same things in different places. Second point is that there is a huge disconnection between the multiple international discussions we hold in different forums and the daily policy makings in each of the countries. My third point is that there is a perception sometimes, maybe it's an illusion, but until we don't prove that it's wrong, there is a perception that sometimes we could get agreements on some issues, but we don't have the right mechanisms to conduct the discussions toward those possible agreements. So, based on those 3 points, the natural conclusion is that we have to do something. And the UN Secretary General has taken responsibilities on this, and I think that's he has read correctly the concerns from the international community, from the member states, and he took the leadership on conducting this process on digital cooperation. This is an imperfect process, of course, and of course, if the process is imperfect, as well as are the solutions. Probably because what Nena said, that the role of the UN is not to make happy everybody, but to make equally happy everybody. So maybe that's the reason. Sometimes it's a little frustrating because the processes are very long, and so we just make baby steps. When we see a light at the end of the tunnel and we think that we are close to arrive to some valuable conclusions, we discover that around the corner there is a new process, and new forums, and new discussions. But this is the way that the international cooperation works, and so we have to be optimistic at this moment. This is the moment to be optimistic and to suspend disbelief and to commit, all of us, trying to do something different. One key issue here is that the UN has to understand that they don't have to solve everything. They just have to pave the way to facilitate better cooperation between among all the stakeholders. And there is a huge responsibility from the UN side to bring on board the right people from the government, from the public sector, to ensure that the discussions we have in this new mechanism have impact on the daily issues. We need some concrete achievements in the short term, because what I said before, that there is sometimes those processes are a little frustrating, and we need to achieve something and to move ahead and to claim some wins. And of course, the multi-stakeholder model should continue being the basis of any solution, in a way that permit to take advantage of the highly distributed, in every sense, geographically, by different sectors, but highly distributed knowledge, perspective, and expertise. And of course, for the benefit of everybody. Because the ultimate objective, as always, is to build together a better world. Some of us are convinced that digital development is central, is key for human, social, and economic development. And of course, digital governance, digital cooperation should play an important role in ensuring that we achieve those objectives of building a better world, taking advantage of the digital development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Raul. At this point, I'd like to check with Suk-Young to check and see whether there have been any comments in the chat or such that you want to bring out.
Thank you. There was one question on how does the SG see the links between the Global Digital Compact and the role of the TE's office and the IGF other relevant processes? What will be the role of the TE's office with the Global Digital Compact? But I suggest that we maybe post this question a little bit later, because we will have an input from the UN on the Global Compact, Digital Compact later, right?
Yep. Okay.
So no other questions, comments in the chat, but maybe Henriette or Avri or Vint is raising his hand.
Right. If it's okay. Yes, Vint, if it's a very brief thing. I have not been a good moderator in terms of keeping time yet, so please help me, because I do want to get to Maria Francesca's comments that are responding to all our perspectives.
I wanted to react to Raul's comments because I thought they were spot on. The thing that I particularly wanted to observe is that in my participation in the IGF, one of the most useful sessions has been with legislators, and bringing them into the discussion, for me anyway, was very useful, because they have a perspective that the technologists like me don't necessarily have. And so I'd like to encourage increasing participation in IGF processes among the legislative community.
Thank you. And in fact, I think this IGF has had parliamentarians and legislators, so it's really good. Okay. Thank you, Suk-Young. Thank you for being very brief, Vint. And I'd like to pass you've heard lots of perspectives, so please.
Okay. Thank you for having me, and thank you for all these perspectives and input that I'm absorbing as much as I can. The IGF is very important also for this. So the question, I think, is about the Global Digital Compact, basically, and the office of the Tech Envoy. And what can we expect from this proposal and this initiative? Let me, if you give me, how many minutes you give me? 3? 5.
5, but you've used
1. 4, okay. 4 will be enough to explain, I think, in a nutshell. So let me do a step backwards and remind everybody that last year was the 75th anniversary of the UN, and we celebrated by asking everybody what they think, what they want the UN to be, and a million people, over a million people answered the surveys and the consultations, and we had a lot of work to do sorting out, and sifting through all this rich input. Membership also read it very carefully and then condensed, if you want, through negotiation into a political declaration, a document on the commemoration of the 75th anniversary, where in one paragraph they wrote that we must, and I quote, we must ensure safe and affordable digital access for all. The United Nations can provide a platform for all stakeholders to participate in such deliberations. So I think this really addresses what we are discussing here. We want access for all, we want everybody to participate, and the UN is a platform. I could stop here, but I won't. I will continue. And tell you that, of course, on the basis of this declaration, the system, the UN structure, started elaborating how to do that. And the result, if you want, is in the vision of the Secretary General, the report we call Our Common Agenda, which was presented in September this year. And it is a very broad report. It contains over 90 proposals in all areas of action of the UN for what is of digital cooperation. I have to say we are blessed with a lot of work because the digital cooperation, as many of the panelists already said, is a tool, is a means which can help to reach other SDGs, is a cross-cutting element of our future, and we have to get it right. So there is a lot there regarding the digital cooperation and the internet. But basically it says that it is a global public good and that there has to be, a contribution which brings a process which, through multi-stakeholderism, brings to some agreement in a document. We called it a Global Digital Compact. The Secretary General proposes that we all collectively work to create this consensus around basic principles, and that the Office of the Tech Envoy will coordinate this preparation. But this preparation will be based on as I said, the inputs of all the UN system and all the multi-stakeholders. And there is no draft. We start from scratch. Let's be clear about this. This is why IGF is so important. Other venues will also be called to feed this process, and we will progress, we hope, progress together. So the Common Agenda indicates some areas to include in this compact. As I said, first of all, the connecting all people to the internet, universal connectivity. Second, and it was also mentioned, avoid internet fragmentation. Also protecting data, people's data. Apply human rights online as we do offline. Introduce, and I come to the criticism, introduce accountability criteria, at least for content, misleading content, fake news, harassment online, all the harm which can be vehiculated through these tools. And then also promote regulation of artificial intelligence and, as I mentioned already, treat the digital common as a public good, a global public good. So this is a tall order. You all understand it's not easy. But we are set to do this, and we hope to do it using the existing venues, resources like the IGF. The multi-stakeholder nature of the IGF makes it a perfect, building block to look into the future, the digital future we want. And also using the various NRIs that exist in this context will be very important. So I think that for now I will stop here, and I hope this addresses a little bit of the questions which were asked. Thank you.
A good next step in the conversation, so thank you. And next I've got a quick question to both Vint and then to Nena, which was, and this is a gut question. I don't know if you do gut questions, but this is a gut question, is do you think that the compact as described, as to be developed, do you think it will have a positive effect? In fact, the question I was given was, do you think it will have a huge positive effect? But just telling me no whether you think it'll have an effect or a positive one would be good enough. Sorry, for advancing digital cooperation. In other words, to the two of you who were both kind of in the, yeah, let's work with it kind of attitude, if I can describe it, and please, if I describe it wrong, tell me. What do you think? Vint, please.
Well, I'm by nature optimistic, and I believe in principles. And I think that if we start from a belief that we want to preserve the utility of the internet and the systems that have grown on top of it, including all those that are facilitated by the World Wide Web, we have to start with a set of principles whose adoption will lead to the kind of network that we all want, which is open, safe and secure, and all those other wonderful adjectives. I think I am in favor of working in this way, as opposed to ignoring the problem and having everything get worse. So it seems to me that this is an agenda we should be pursuing.
Thank you, Vint. And Nana, same question to you.
UN work is boring work, so I foresee that the Global Digital Compact is going to be boring. Yeah, that's my gut feeling. I also foresee that it will be equally unsatisfactory to all parties, because I would never get enough and governments will think that they've given too much. However, after WISIS and Tunis agenda, we've not had any global kind of agreement. And so I think it is a breakthrough. I believe in find solutions or keep quiet. And since I've decided not to keep quiet, we are going to find solutions together. I've retired from optimism and pessimism. I just want to be realist. And so we're going to get in there. If we need to fight Maria Francesca, we will do it. But then the Global Digital Compact is ours. Yes, we do believe that we are part of the Global Digital Compact and our voices need to be heard. So halfway, but now is the time to get in there and make it what we want it to be. If you are not going to be part of the solution, keep quiet.
Aha, that's why I've been quiet all these years. Next, I wanted to go and ask, having heard that, having seen what we've got, what changes do we need? And I have a programmatic set of questions that I've been given. What changes do we need in order to advance digital cooperation? Perhaps in addition to this, perhaps part of this, perhaps instead of this, and in order to make a new model a success. So there's a presumption of the need for a new model, but what changes do we need? Is this the change or that? And Elke, I'd like to go to you first.
Sorry, unmuting was just a problem. Let me address the question from maybe two different sides. First of all, I think this is also what we heard right now. Collaboration between public and private sector, governments and international organizations is not always easy, and therefore also not really makes everybody happy. Particular interests of certain groups or regions make it very difficult to establish a common ground for the cooperation. And if you find common ground, we all experience that it's very often of very general nature that cannot be easily translated into implementation, or it is within a strong framework, be it regional or specifically interest-driven. This works quite well in comparison to cooperation of a very general and global level. This is also how we approach it, and we currently deal, therefore, with a lot of issues where policy approaches and decision-making often takes place under this great uncertainty we also already heard of, and we are only related to a limited questions and or regions. And for example, the design of a digital ID application is relevant to every country worldwide. It's not effective if every country designs its own solution. This is where cooperation formats like, for example, the Digital Public Goods Alliance come into play. And to navigate this difficult question, we took a regional approach, for example. We have made very good experiences with the networks and alliances, for example, like Smart Africa, we also heard before, and that are assembling private sector players and ICT ministries under one roof. This is maybe from the one side. And the other side, as an implementing agency, we have also to rethink our ways of cooperation. Every digital solution has to be problem-driven and developed in an iterative approach. This iterative approach is a challenge to our existing procedures of project development and planning, especially also taking into account the increasing measures securing compliance in the recent years. Moreover, learning with evidence-driven feedback also needs to be encouraged and built into regular management that allows for real-time adaptation. And finally, we need to look deeper into why some stakeholders put a lot of effort in engaging and some might not. And I would also like to raise the question beyond intrinsic motivations of individuals. What are the incentives for engaging? Because working and putting personal effort consumes time and resources. So ending up, it is my strong belief that the greatest success comes from joint effort. So we are keen to collaborate in new models of digital cooperation, whether in Europe, where digital cooperation between the Team Europe and its global partners is fostered through the D4D Hub, or globally, where the UN could strengthen its role for coordinating efforts. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And same question to you, Milton. 3 minutes, please.
All right. Is this mic on? Yep. Okay. So what changes do we need to advance digital cooperation? In some ways, that is easy to say, but of course hard to do. So more digital cooperation will happen when the world's major state powers are ready to cooperate. This is the elephant in the room that nobody in the UN likes to talk about. By ready to cooperate, I mean ready to stop engaging in intrusive forms of cyber espionage, ready to stop seeing trade in information and communication technology as a national security threat, ready to stop building walls around their digital economies and their citizens' access to information. In other words, I'm saying that digital cooperation is more of an effect than a cause, and you would advance it by addressing the sources of digital conflict. And in order to get progress on that, instead of these grand goals, like everybody is going to have broadband internet access in the most remote parts of the world, which is actually going to be something that happens in the market rather than through the UN, you need to break problems down into smaller, more focused problem areas, or what we call policy problems in my discipline of public policy studies. So an example of that would be the cybersecurity problems related to trade in telecom and computer equipment, right? Like the Huawei US controversy. Can't we work out agreed mechanisms to support trust that would allow free trade and competition in 5G equipment, for example? Why can't we cooperate on that? What about competition in trade and information services? Why doesn't China trust Google and Facebook and other platforms to actually be available in their economies? And why is the US starting to question whether TikTok and other Chinese companies can be present in their market? Can we focus on that area and work something out? And on the relationship of these trade and information services to privacy is another focused area where maybe the US, Europe, and China can work out common mechanisms and standards for protecting the data of individual users of the internet.
Thank you. And next I have Justin. And seems like a coincidental timing, but please, Justin.
Thank you. Yeah, I think first, I was an engineer in a previous life, and the first step in to solve an engineering problem is to define the problem and what tools you have to solve it. And I think we need to do the same thing here. What are we trying to solve? And then are those solutions that we've identified actually focused on solving those problems? I've been working on these, or tracking these digital cooperation issues for a few years now, and it seems to mean a little something different to everyone. And I think we're going to need to, as we move forward, really hone what we're trying to do, use more precise language, and ensure that we're focused on the same problems. If digital cooperation becomes, use an American analogy, a Christmas tree, whereby everybody is trying to hang all their priorities, it may make it very hard to get any outcome, and then any outcome we do get would probably be very diluted, and it may not be impactful in the way folks want it to. So more precise language, I think, would be helpful. Which takes me also to my second point. I think we need to be careful about magic bullet thinking. Some of the most fruitful UN fora on these issues over the years took time to develop breakthrough, and they had fairly narrowly defined mandates. Now, that's not an excuse for inaction or lack of ambition or lack of a sense of urgency, but it does highlight the need for focus and pragmatism and realistic expectations in how we move forward on some of these issues. It's probably very unlikely that we can just flip over to some new governance model or architecture or agree to a resolution or declaration or something that's going to address all of the challenges in the digital age. We need a more balanced approach and ensure that we are, taking lessons learned from the past and focusing those on the problems of the present. And then finally, I think that a lot of what the UN can do on digital cooperation to be effective is help strengthen and elevate the tools we have, including the level of participation in existing fora like the IGF, help ensure that this and other processes are transparent, inclusive, properly resourced, and then help elevate and champion all the important work that is happening in the IGF, inside other parts of the UN, outside the UN, so that information is available and useful and informing policymakers, decision makers, and users around the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the last person on this particular question I'll go to is Raul. So Raul, what do you think's needed?
Thank you, Avery. Okay, when we created Altogether, we created the IGF. I realized it not only at the beginning, but the following years, that we had created probably the most innovative thing that has happened in the international scenario, international cooperation for many decades. But I still think that. But of course, we are now facing the need of a new round of innovation. So we need to go to the next step now. And of course, including the IGF, because it is too early to let the IGF go out. So still, we can take advantage of IGF for many, many years. But we need something, and I think that's aligned with what other colleagues have already said. I think that we need some mechanisms to arrive to some high-level principles related to the most pressing issues, some general frames to address those things. I don't think that we need something to develop binding solutions, not at all, but yes, mechanisms that allow us in a multi-stakeholder fashion to arrive to some high-level ideas, frames, and principles to address the problems the challenges we face. So we need to identify what are the things are set in the agenda internationally and bring many people on board to discuss that. I know that many people is skeptical with regard to arriving to those to this common ground. I want to remember that 3 days before the WICI summit in Tunis, it seemed absolutely impossible to get an agreement. And in 3 days, we focused on developing, on finding, identifying the common ground, and we did it. So always, it is always possible to find some kind of common ground. And we have to optimize. We need mechanisms that allow us to optimize the building of the common ground. One thing that is very important is that we need to bring many, many people on board, everybody. To have really solutions that impact globally in the policy making, we need to involve everybody. And I'm afraid that sometimes, and as I said in my first intervention, the processes are a little frustrating, are very long, very complicated, and we lose a lot of people on the way. And this is the opposite of what we need. So we need to make things easier and more simple to everybody to participate.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Raul. The next is, I wanted to check with you, Seokyoung, to check and see whether there's any comments that you've been picking up in the chat that you wanted to bring forward.
Yeah, thank you very much. There is a lot of huge agreement on the need for shared principles. And there was one question from Amir Mukaberi that he sent to me. And I would encourage Amir, if you are here with us, to raise your question directly.
Okay, I don't see a hand up. Or is it a person in the room that would just get a microphone? Oh, I see the hand. Yes, please. On the aisle, about halfway. Yes, you've seen.
Very well articulated, points from our moderators. My name is Keith Andere. I am the coordinator for the Africa Youth IGF. And I really like the conversation about the digital cooperation that is currently ongoing. However, I don't see anyone looking at the youth angle into this conversation, because I think we are leaving young people behind, and they're the key players who will make this digital cooperation work. And I really want to see what are some of the strategies, ECA, for example, because Africa is a youthful continent, and also within the office of the Secretary General, what are some of the strategies to plug in young people? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And yes, as I look around the panel, first at myself in the mirror, and then at the rest of my colleagues, hopefully I'm not insulting any of them, none of us is youth, and it is remiss that we didn't have a youth. So thank you for speaking up. And we really got to do better at that. Yep, we really got to do better at that.
Respond to that question.
Would you like to respond?
If you'd like. Thank you very much, sir. I don't think we are that old. It's just that we've been engaged for some time. It's really very important that we go away, first of all, from multilateralism, in which UN member states get together and do things. I think that is one of the reasons why we're here. But please also allow me, in your thinking, to say, Madam Moderator, we need to go beyond the normal IGF crowd, because the normal IGF crowd is the one that will get connected to Indigo and register and get a PCR test and fly. You basically need a passport. Everyone who attends IGF has a passport and can fly planes, right?
No, we have hybrid.
Good. Or then you connect online. You need a good connectivity. You need the right device that can do voice. You actually need a fast connection to be able to get connected. And so what we have proposed, we are proposing ASG, is that we go beyond these people. In fact, we go beyond the people who are connected. We go to the unconnected people and and explain what global digital cooperation is and what the vision that led to the launch of the Global Digital Compact is, and ask them, what 1, 2, 3 things do you want to see? And our engagement at the Web Foundation is that this does not just happen in Paris, New York, and London, but it also happens in Senegal, in Djibouti, in Bangladesh, in Sudan, in Tanzania, in the places where people are mostly offline. So in one sentence, Mr. Youngman, is not only the youth that are marginalized, there are quite a number of other marginalized communities, and that's why we say everyone, not everybody, because people whose bodies are not complete also have a voice.
Thank you. And I'm really hoping that we can do it this time. I remember that over 10 years ago and beyond, we were going to reach out to the unconnected. It was always part of our mantra, the connected and the unconnected. We haven't done it yet, so I wish us luck. Jean-Paul, you wanted to say something.
Thank you very much, Avri. And again, a great question. And the internet is supposed to be a tool for inclusion, but the reality is that, particularly in Africa, and the pandemic has shown it remains relatively unequal in terms of access. And one of the key issues as well is affordability. So I think a lot of the regulatory aspects should not only be top to bottom, but bottom up. So it's really about hearing the expectations of particularly young people, women and girls, often who don't have a seat at the table. And in that regard, some of the work that is being done is about ensuring that there is capacity building, and that's one of the pillars of the African Union Digital Transformation Strategy, because ensuring that there is awareness and understanding of how to make use of, for example, digital connectivity to be able to earn a living in terms of developing entrepreneurship, build a company is a key element. And then the digital ID element, which is a part of the compact, is something which has to be developed in a way which is not only about how governments connect with their citizens, but about ensuring that all citizens are able to connect and make use of those services. And then the final point I would make is in relation to emerging sectors. We've talked about artificial intelligence, the need for regulation, and one of the things that we're trying to do in Africa is make sure that these emerging sectors are brought closer, for example, to young people through an African regional center on artificial intelligence, which is being set up in Congo. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I wanted to check, Amir Mokaberi, I see a hand raised. Is that a hand from before, or is that you? No.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, is that you? Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor and this opportunity to share my comments on digital cooperation architecture. Hello, everyone, and distinguished panelists. My question is that, don't you think that to promote trust and to shaping civilian, peaceful, and development-oriented internet rather than new battlefield and militarized zone, the world needs to establish authority-based civilian international organization for cyberspace management so that we could structure the digital cooperation for all layers, like data governance, data standardization, digital standardization, online safety, and cybersecurity. I'm referring to something like International Civil Aviation Organization. I would like to suggest the establishment of ICAO-like organization for internet. I would like to know the view of distinguished panelists on this suggestion. And also I would like to mention a vital issue regarding nature and characteristics of good internet. What is the good internet? Before going forward and before discussing about digital cooperation, we should first define the nature and characteristics of good internet and good digital space. What kind of internet and cyberspace we are going to shape and globalize? A vision of good internet as civilian-only and development-oriented environment, or militarized and unstable internet and new battlefield for cyber warfare at global level. Which one? Which region?
Thank you. Yeah, good questions.
Excuse me. Yeah. How could we want to put digital economy and digital trade and communication between nations on such an unstable and volatile environment? Don't you think that a global declaration by all member states to recognize the internet as a civilian space only for peaceful purposes and global public good could help achieving this goal?
Thank
you very much.
Thank you very much. You've given many points for people to think about, and perhaps as we go forward, some parts will be touched upon.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I certainly don't have an answer for you. It's quite a philosophical set of thoughts that would be hard for me. So I wanted to move to the next section because I do believe we're running on time, or actually running behind time. And the last question I had, which was, how can the IGF adapt, innovate, and reform itself to advance global digital cooperation, and what role should the IGF play in advancing global digital cooperation? And the first person I have is Maria Francesca, and then I'll go to Anita and Milton. And please look at our time and be frugal.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Ari. And if I, have understood and correctly taken into the comments made in this second part of our exchanges, I think I heard many encouraging voices telling us, yes, we have to start with a set of principles. It won't be perfect, but it is good to have a common ground. And it might be boring, as Nena said, but it is going to be ours, and we will work on it. And I'm very encouraged by this. And I thank you for these comments. But I also heard others who said, okay, principles, enough, UN, please be concrete, be focused, don't, don't use your broad language that leads nowhere, etc. So I want to address that point because I mentioned the content of the common agenda and the set of principles which would inspire this document, but I also need to add that we hope that together with those principles, we will have also a coalition of proposals and actions which would implement those principles, or at least start to implement those principles. So it's not just theory that we want to put together, we want also to have action. I didn't mention it before because, of course, it's, again, very ambitious, and I don't want to raise expectations. We have to work on that. We have to work together. And now I come to your question, the role of the IGF. The IGF can do many things in this respect. It can be, and it is, an important meeting point where you elaborate ideas. But I wonder also if it shouldn't be, or become, or trend towards being a meeting point where you can also start testing concrete cooperation, pilot actions, coalitions of voluntary natures, whereby those principles can be then brought to the real world. So I dare saying that you might want to think along those lines as well. And then there are many other things IGF can do to, as the word says, adapt, innovate, and reform itself. You have started already by streamlining the agendas and focusing, around some themes, and this is very important. The timeliness of the issues that can be discussed is essential. We also have as I mentioned before, the national, regional, and youth forums, and those, I think, are a very peculiar and very relevant mechanism of the IGF, which can help to raise awareness with the broader community, as Nena was saying, going also beyond those who participate directly and spread awareness and also capacity building through those networks, which is important. I also know that now we are in the process, of course, of building this new element of the IGF, which is the leadership panel, and I think it's very important because it has a tremendous potential to build on and support the MAG, but also to raise the profile of the forum as a whole, to amplify the key messages, to help decision makers. So that is a new element which we think will be very important. And the parliamentarian track, the closeness with regulators will certainly make the IGF more visible, more interesting, and its ideas better known. So I think that all this, plus, of course, necessary funding to do even more, will all improve and raise the profile, I think, of this incredible good and necessary network we are as IGF. And I look forward as Tech Envoy Office to receive those key messages, to be, an entry point for bringing these ideas into the common agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Very appropriate view for a Tech Envoy. So thank you. The next person I have is Anita, please.
Is that me?
I believe I said you. Yes, Anita, please.
Sorry, I couldn't hear very clearly. Yeah, thank you. So while the IGF
microphone was off, I apologize.
That's perfectly fine. The IGF is not like other UN bodies that develop norms and soft law, and this is something we know very well. The WSIS gave it the mandate to provide a public agora for digital policy discussions and not to forge consensus. As a recent letter to the Secretary General from JNC highlights, the IGF must provide the best conditions for open, diverse, and inclusive policy discussions. Unfortunately, today the IGF does not pass this inclusivity test. And thankfully, because we've all been around for so long, there's a lot of research material out there which painstakingly documents various things, including in quantitative ways. The IGF lacks representational diversity in terms of who contributes to the pool of public opinion and biological extension, what digital issues become public or get politicized. The folks who come here may wear different hats: tech community, private sector, civil society, and many also do wear different hats across different years, which in common parlance is referred to as the revolving door. But broadly, their interests and political ideologies represent a shared consensus. This consensus is not good for the political agora. It suggests an elitism that discounts particular intersectional locations. Social movements, the public for whom public digital goods are sought to be created, are missing. Many developing countries and even businesses other than big tech are not there. One study has found that it takes 95 countries to reach the amount of civil society representation from just one country, the United States. So what's vital going forward is to see how a rebooted networked multilateralism for digital public policy can benefit from the complementarities that IGF can offer to galvanize new publics for a rhetorical pluralism that prices open the dominant consensus at the IGF. The power of the IGF is in the ideal type global community it can grow to represent as the public of publics in the post-national agora. This is crucial because states may not prioritize certain publics. The IGF can support the many overlapping communities of interest to challenge corporate and statist interests in pursuit of the highest ideals of human life. The monocultures of multi-stakeholderism need to be broken by injecting democratic representation into the ways of the IGF. For instance, health activists from the Global South have a lot to say about data rights, as do biodiversity activists who care about digital sequence information. How can they be involved? Openness means looking outward and downward, making the effort to understand how the disenfranchised communities see their role in relation to public policy making. We need a post-multi-stakeholderist IGF that can deepen the democratic quotient of public policy debates on the digital. making way for less powerful voices and providing new frames that a new institutional framework for global digital cooperation can benefit from. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. And Milton, please.
Thank you. So how can the IGF adapt, innovate, and reform? So we need to understand what the IGF is and is not, and what it can and cannot do. The IGF is not and never will be a policy-making body. It's an open forum where stakeholders of all types can meet in equal status, and the equality of status, I think, is crucial to its identity and its function. It affects policy indirectly by bringing networks together where people come to trust each other, learn from each other, and then possibly go off and do something together. But it's a micro-level phenomenon. So cooperation requires trust and familiarity, and IGF can help build that. Most of the proposals to strengthen the IGF are based on a false idea that the IGF can become something more than what I've described. And I don't think those ideas will succeed. At best, they will create some new organizations and crown a few heads with the status of leaders. And the digital world will move on, not noticing. At worst, it will contribute to the decline of the IGF's status as an open, equal footing forum where new ideas can bubble up. So to adapt to the future, the IGF has to boldly embrace the real policy controversies that face the internet. This means that the MAG needs to be strengthened. We need less people on it and more focused people. Separate tracks that are run by the Secretariat and not from the bottom up need to be eliminated. The people on the MAG should be people with real ideas about what issues are important, not people selected because they conform to some category. And those issues that they think are important should be truly global internet governance issues and not things that take place at a local and national level and are handled by them, or not things that are adjacent domains of policy like climate change. We need to stop shying away from raising problems and issues related to powerful nation states or corporations. I'm told that at last year's session on the US-China competition, which I helped organize, there were pressures behind the scenes, but ultimately we did get to do that. And it was a very successful panel that developed a lot of benefit in terms of clearing the air about some of those tensions. But those are exactly the kind of discussions that can advance cooperation via the IGF. So we have to avoid any kind of veto power given to nation states in the UN process. This is not the Security Council. In conclusion, I would say, if discussions in the IGF are not making certain powerful global players a little bit uncomfortable, then that's a sign that it's not succeeding. It would mean that they care about what goes on here, and they may have something to hide from the global community if they're afraid of having things discussed. So you can't have digital cooperation without full transparency, and the IGF is a great place to bring those issues to light. Thank you.
Thank you, Milton. Amazing number of points. I need to come back to you again, Suk-Yoon, although we have very little time, to see if there are any comments that you wanted to bring forth from the chat. And while we have very little time, 4 minutes as far as I can tell, I did have a hand raised in the room from our last time that might want to go back. But first to you, Suk-Yoon, to see if you had anything to bring forward.
Yeah, we have 7 minutes and not 4.
Oh, 7 minutes. The clock in front of me said...
So we have 7 minutes.
Oh, good.
But actually, I would like to pose a question to Henriette. Henriette Esterhusen is MAC chair, and she has been with the MAC and IGF for a very long time.
Right.
And
she's looking for a microphone now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. She's looking around for a microphone.
Okay. So, I mean, I would like to raise a question or pose a question to Henriette, the MAC chair, who is with us and who has been with the IGF for a very long time. And there have been a lot of things that Milton suggested also with regard to changes at the MAC. And I would like to hear from Henriette, what is your perspective on the IGF? That would interest me.
That's a really good question to ask. Henriette, I see you have a microphone now, so please.
Thank you, Suki, and thanks to everyone. I agree with a lot of what Milton said, but not all of it. I think that the IGF's strength is as a public participation platform. It's not a policy-making body, but it can make other policy being made elsewhere better. But to do that, Milton, we do need the environmental activists here. We do need the labor movement here. We need people that work on social and economic injustice here. And that's the strength of this forum. So, Suki, I think the MAG is vital, and I agree with Milton. We need a strong MAG. I feel that the IGF is diversifying. I think that's important. It does have to be an all-round year process. It needs to have high-level components. It needs to bring governments and intergovernmental organizations into the space and legislators. But I feel that the strength of the IGF, which is its bottom-up character, the fact that we have this channel from people on the ground through the MAG, building a program that is relevant to them, that we're losing that by fragmenting the IGF ecosystem into so many different components. I think we need those components, but we need to not stop having them being brought together and connected to the bottom-up process through the MAG. So I'm not opposed at all to the idea of a leadership panel. I think we need that, but I'd like to see it be integrally part of the MAG and work hand in hand with the MAG.
Thank you. It was really good to hear you speak on it. Okay, Suk-Yung, did you have anything else before I go to the hands that I've seen in the participants on the floor?
Go ahead.
Okay, so please, there's a person at the back there. My vision is not that good. It's a man at the back there with a mask. And then I saw one over there, but...
And the lady here.
Right, and the lady there. Okay, so that's 3 that we'll get. So 1, 2, because I saw that one, 2, and then 3.
Thank you very much. My name is Iba Wejcik. I'm from Syria. I've been working in this field of ICT and IGF and policy making for the since the WISIS and Tunis agenda. I don't want to talk about polemics, but if you remember the enhanced cooperation term which was drafted in Tunis agenda, till today, probably we don't know exactly what was intended by that term, and we still live in that ambiguity. What I'm deeply concerned, but I'm not skeptical, is that we are facing a new, at the time that the internet was just a technical world, which was almost detached from the life of everyone. At that time, there was so much polemic about the internet governance and how it's going to be governed, ruled, and managed, that time the very ambiguous language had been used, and that process was expedited to an IGF which did not have a policy-making power, but was very useful to bringing ideas forward. What's concerning is that now that the internet is entrenched in almost every single aspect of our lives, we might be facing something very difficult and complicated to discuss. The IGF would be very likely become too broad for so many people of us to be able to follow, especially in small countries where we don't have enough resources to follow. We wish, I wish, and and you can consider what is the me, but what do I represent? But I wish that this could be taken in consideration. Small countries could be very simply lost in this process. Their voices cannot be easily channeled. The Undersecretary General in the first, in the zero-day panel, when he talked about the wonderful cooperation of the world related to the pandemic, he mentioned that there were so many cooperation to provide vaccine for the others. I hope that this new introduced form of digital cooperation would be able to bring a concrete result like that effort which was done and help at the end of the day. No, it's not the market which brings people connected to the internet. Business as usual will result in the same uneven and uneven distribution of access and uneven capability to influence it. We can keep saying it's a bottom-up process, but at the end of the day, we remain out of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Okay, can the microphone go? There's the hand.
Hello to everybody. My name is Mr. Diallo Alassane. I'm from Guinea, Conakry. So I want to, it's the first time I'm coming to IGF.
Welcome.
But since I came here, I did some remarks. So I assist to some sessions and meetings. But I remark most of the sessions, they are speaking in English. So there was a suggestion I would like to do, because there are some friends here, some people, not everybody speaks English. So I assist to some conference in other countries, but they are using an earphone translator. I think it will be good to think about it for the next session, because if people come here, is to get benefit of the meetings, so to give their idea also, but I see also here the room is almost empty, not so full. So maybe it depends on the language also. Thank you very much.
Thank you. In this room, in these main sections, we do have translators at the back. There were microphones and such as that people could have gotten. It isn't the case in all sessions, but in these main sessions, indeed, there are multiple languages.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Please, the microphone comes here.
Pendant que le micro fait son voyage, Diallo, au niveau national, il y a aussi l'IGF. Et c'est là qu'on peut parler jusqu'à Soso. Donc, ça c'est l'international, oui, mais chez nous, on peut parler, on peut bien tenir une IGF dans nos langues nationales, et on peut même le faire quand on veut. Donc, on accepte l'international, mais arrivé à la maison, on le fait à notre manière, à notre langue.
Merci. Okay, please.
Hello, my name is Christina, and I work for Ukrainian section of Polish Radio, and I have a question about digital divide, because I guess that we have pretty many countries which are digital divided, and you said a little about China. So I have a question, if we can expect that one day China would allow its citizens to use legally Facebook, TikTok, not just Great Firewall, if we can expect this. And if there is any way to cooperate with China in this, about this theme. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the question. I don't know if anybody on the panel has an expectation. I think we may have hope, but I don't know about expectations.
I'm sorry, I gotta say it was a question for Mr. Mueller.
For Mr. Mueller. Mr. Mueller.
So do we expect China to open up its information economy? No, the trend is in the opposite direction at the moment. It's a very disturbing trend in many respects. China goes through cycles of openness and closedness, and they're very much in a barrier building cycle right now, a kind of a paranoid cycle. Which, I have to be fair, the U.S. is also kind of in that space, at least certainly was during the Trump administration. So that's why I think that, when we talk about digital cooperation, we really need to talk about these relationships between the great powers in the geopolitical space, And right now we have these three major blocs, Europe, the US, and China. And I'm sorry about, sounding maybe, I'm just reflecting reality. I'm not saying that the rest of the world is not important, but what I'm saying is that these three blocs are really making decisions about policy that really sort of set the terms for the rest of the world. So I would be very much in favor of the US, China, and Europe negotiating freer arrangements regarding the flow of information between and the services between these countries, and also working out acceptable privacy and data protection practices among them. I think, and I think that that's the kind of issue that the IGF needs to facilitate. Somebody earlier said it really takes time to develop things, and again, expecting the IGF to suddenly, become an influential player in this is not realistic, but we can set the groundwork, we can form the networks. I've met and worked with many people from China.
I've been getting the signal that our time is up. And so forgive me for interrupting, but it sounded like it could have been a really good lecture if I had been able to let it go. So I want to thank all the panelists, I want to thank all the participants, and I want to say that I'm heartened to see the Secretary General again paying attention to the IGF and to the digital world, and I'm curious to see where it goes. Thank you. The session is ended.
you all know the drill. It's not like you're not familiar, right, Marielsa?
Oh, God. Let's put it this way.
The mic is already on.
Yes, the mic is on.
So, okay, the sound is on. Great. So be careful, you have yours on, just make sure.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this main session of the Policy Network on Meaningful Access. My name is Sonia George. I'm the Executive Director of the Alliance for Affordable Internet.
Sonia, we can't hear on the Zoom room, we can't hear the folks on site.
Okay, can you hear me?
The audio for IGF 0.
Okay, can I have the technical team support us? Apparently, so Sylvia is our co-moderator online. Can you check if you can hear? Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you, Sonia.
Wonderful. Let's make a quick check with everyone that is online. I want to make sure everyone can hear us. If you can see the chat, Sylvia, that would be great. All right. Thank you. Fantastic. All right, so let's restart again. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this main session of the Policy Network on Meaningful Access. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. My name is Sonia George. I'm the Executive Director of the Alliance for Affordable Internet at the Web Foundation, and my co-moderator is Sylvia Cadena from UPNIC, and she is online, as many of you that weren't able to travel to beautiful Katowice in Poland. But we are happy to have many of us here physically today, and many of you also online. So our plan for this session is as follows. I will give you a small introduction on our policy network and the reason for why we started this work and also around the concept of meaningful access. We will then have two keynotes, one with the chair of the IGF MAG, Henriette Osterhuizen, if she makes it, another one with Marielza Oliveira, who's sitting right here to my left from UNESCO. Then we'll have three dialogues, short dialogues, on three of the themes that this policy network has been focusing on. And then we will have a closing with a colleague from UNDESA, Mr. Zhu. So that's just to give you an idea of our plan. My co-moderator Sylvia and I are going to share this task, and we hope that the internet and the online world will cooperate to make everything very easy for us today and for all of you attending, not just here in person, but also around the world. So let me start by first giving you a quick introduction of why meaningful access. And then we'll go into a couple of more details. I want to first clarify, before we go into the discussion, that our policy network on meaningful access was constituted precisely to support the thinking around this very important theme to bring digital inclusion to the world, especially, I would say, focusing on the massive inequalities and exclusion that we see taking place at the Global South. The way we think about meaningful access is very clear, and I hope that this will be clear for you all as well. Meaningful access is a combination of three key elements or ingredients, and that is affordable access, meaningful connectivity, and the social environment that supports and permits meaningful access to be possible. Affordable access, I think that's clear to all of you. It's about the cost that people have to pay to actually get a reliable connection to the internet. Meaningful connectivity is the combination of factors that includes the frequency of use, the type of data, the speed, and the kind of device that people have access to really take full advantage of the internet connectivity when they have the ability to pay for it. And the social environment refers to elements such as content, language, skills, capacity, and all of the complementary areas that are necessary to make sure that we can take full advantage of affordable, meaningful connectivity. And the reason I am clarifying these right at the outset of our session is because for us, meaningful access is really the means to achieve and to be able to fully benefit from meaningful use. So once you have meaningful access, then you can fully benefit from the opportunity of digital development. So with that in mind, the Policy Network was established really to look at this question and especially to look at some of the areas that have not been looked at in detail yet. There are many colleagues around the world, including many that you will hear today from our Policy Network, that are working in different areas of meaningful access. The UN Secretary General's Tech Envoy and the Digital Cooperation colleagues have been doing a lot of work, including with ITU and many partners, on defining the connectivity measurement framework that looks at some of the issues that we already are more familiar with. Many of us, including ourselves at the Alliance for Affordable Internet, take a very close look and with the ITU on affordability issues, but as the Policy Network clearly identified, there are still some gaps in trying to understand those social environment elements that are just as critical to make sure that meaningful access is a reality to everyone at the global level. And so, with that in mind, I want to first say thank you to everyone, all the members of the Policy Network on Meaningful Access, and all the partners that have joined and have supported the work of this Policy Network in the last 4 to 5 months, and hopefully continuing into next year. I also want to thank and acknowledge the contributions of many of the organizations that have already submitted submissions from our call to inputs for the report that will be provided by the Policy Network and to illustrate how we are thinking about these issues at IGF. And those organizations include ICANN, the Organization of American States, NCTEL, NUPEF in Brazil, the ITU Tech Envoy, UNESCO, LockNet at APC, A4AI, IGF Italy, and many individual members that have already submitted really wonderful contributions. We invite you to continue submitting them through the end of this month so they can be integrated into the report that will be prepared by the Policy Network. And without further ado, I want to introduce our 2 keynote speakers. Let's start with Henriette Esterhuizen, who is the Senior Advisor for APC and their former Executive Director. But most importantly right now, as you all know Henriette, the Chair of the MAG at IGF. Henriette, it's a pleasure to have you here. We've known each other for many years, and you've been an incredible advocate, very avid advocate for digital inclusion around the world. But I also wanted to ask you today in your keynote to tell us a bit more about your leadership here at the MAG and why this idea of a policy network, so you can contextualize the importance of this policy network on meaningful access this year at IGF, and really your views on how it should continue. Thank you.
Thanks, Sonia. I actually remember when I first met you. It was 1996 in Pretoria, or 1997 at
now you're
Telecoms
saying too
event.
much about our age.
I know. No, I think, thanks to Sonia, to everyone for being here. I think that access and the access divide, it's this topic that we've been talking about at the IGF since the inception. In fact, the WSIS was inspired by this understanding that we need to collaborate as a global community to bridge this divide. And yet we're not. You know, yes, of course, the numbers have changed, but the divide is still, or the lack of meaningful access, and I really completely reinforce and support the definition that Sonia presented. We're still so far away from that. And I think what we needed, and what I hope this policy network can achieve, is to to go beyond just looking at what needs to be done, because I think to a large degree we actually understand what needs to be done. We know we need dynamic approaches to spectrum management and regulation. We know we need to empower local communities to connect themselves. We know we need to have regulation by our telecommunications sector to ensure that operators are fair and competitive and that pricing is not overly exploitative. We need to know that we need national solutions. I'm looking here at my MAG colleague Ucha Seturi from Georgia, where at a national level they've developed solutions to achieve access. So I think we also need to not just look at why do we not have the kind of access that we want. We need to we need to look at why are the solutions that we know work not being implemented across the board. So I think we need to be positive, but we also need to confront what those barriers are. But saying that, Sonia, I've certainly seen, and maybe the pandemic is part of that, but just looking at the recent Kenyan license for community networks, the Brazilian regulator has providing licenses to use television white space frequencies for community networks or local access provision. The Argentinian regulator has come to the table. Mexico led the field with its social purpose license. So I think we're beginning to see innovation, but I do think that this policy network can build consensus and strengthen that consensus, communicate those recommendations, but I hope also can find ways of using the multi-stakeholder process of the IGF to have some serious conversation as well about why what we know will work not actually happening. Is it financing that's the gap? Is it vested interest that is creating a barrier? So I do think that it can play that role and hopefully really take us a step further from consensus to actually implementation, and I think also to monitoring. And evaluating. And I think this is why it's fantastic to sit here with the UNESCO team, because I think the UNESCO Internet Universality Indicators gives us a framework to actually, on an evidence base, begin to understand what those bottlenecks are.
Thank you so much, Henriette. Really excellent points, very much to the core of the questions here, of course. And you will see throughout the session today precisely how the policy network, looking at all of these questions that Henriette very well laid out, why we decided to look at 3 specific areas of interest that we also felt not only we could build on the work that has been done before, but really fill the gaps of what has not been done. Because I think even though a lot of consensus exists around what needs to be done, the reality is that there are no common frameworks that can be followed everywhere around the world. They have to be different, of course, for different regions, but there is guidance that is very useful around meaningful access and the different elements of meaningful access. And I think many of us in this network have worked in different parts of that. But the UNESCO team that Maria-Elsa leads with the Rome indicators is one of those teams. They've been focusing tremendously on how to then create the evidence to look at some of these questions that are actually the hardest to measure, especially around content, language, skills, and the kinds of things that outside of the Rome network, there haven't been any common way of not only understanding, of comparing, but then also to suggest recommendations on how different governments can address. So Maria-Elsa, it is such a pleasure to have you here. You presented to us before and it was so enlightening. So thank you for being here. Welcome. And we look forward to hearing from you and your colleague on the amazing work that you and UNESCO are doing on the Rome indicators. So please, on to you.
No, thank you, Sonia, and thank you, Henriette. It's a great, great pleasure to be here with all this fantastic group that is working on meaningful access. I think this is the meaningful policy network, you know, in all senses of the word. So let me go about presenting to you what the Rome framework is. How do we get the slides on, please? Who is showing the slides?
Hello.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. So let me start by saying very quickly, you know, UNESCO actually works on the free flow of ideas by word and image. So for us, the internet is not just the infrastructure, but it's actually more the interactions and the relationship that happens, the global marketplace of ideas, goods, and services that exist. And of course, for us, for all of us here, the issue of inclusiveness in this global marketplace is a critical element, and it's been part of the discourse on the internet from the very beginning. We talk about the digital divides. Both our colleagues here already mentioned the digital divides, but the digital divides were always, in the beginning, thought about more in terms of infrastructure and connectivity than actually about how to really gain meaningful content, meaningful knowledge, meaningful information from the internet. So for us, the issue of inclusiveness is there as well. We talk about accessible by all, but not just about connectivity in terms of the infrastructure, but about being able to really benefit from the content that the internet has to offer. And for that, we look at the human rights framework, the freedom of expression, the access to information elements of that framework, and say, the internet should be bringing us closer to realizing well-being for all, for example, through the Sustainable Development Goals elements. And for us, the key issue is to really look at how, do we compile evidence that helps us measure whether this well-being is happening, if there is inclusion on the internet indeed in those frameworks, and to compile the evidence that helps us to design the policies that help us move forward in those terms. So let me talk about the Rome framework, which is a process that was a very participatory process to be developed. It happened in 3 stages. Phase 1, a phase of research in which we examined and searched, consulted a large group of stakeholders all around the world to identify what principles should be the principles that really enable us to benefit from the internet and what kind of internet we would like to build. Then a phase 2 in which we are looking at how to measure and compile evidence to show us whether we're in the right direction and help us to develop policy in that sense. And then a phase 3 in which we really tested and pilot and validated this. We could say, yes, this works, and that helps countries to move along. So the Rome framework was born out of a enormous consultative process. It was actually led by Henriette, who was part of this group here, one of the mothers of the Rome framework, and it compiled 303 indicators in 5 categories and with different themes. First, contextual indicators, then human rights-based ones, openness, accessibility, a multi-stakeholder approach, and cross-cutting issues that help us to understand the context in which people live in terms of digital ecosystems. Are these digital ecosystems truly human rights-based, open, accessible by all, and governed by multi-stakeholder participation? So I started with these contextual indicators because, of course, different digital ecosystems depend on having, population size, investment capacity, and so on, governance elements, and so on. So we had contextual indicators for that. But then we developed 5 categories, which I had already mentioned. And under each of those, rights, openness, accessibility, multi-stakeholder participation, cross-cutting themes, we had various themes. And I'm going to go through various ones just to show you what they look like. On rights indicators, for example, we start by looking whether, there is a human rights framework in the country or in that particular location that really, it's regardless of whether it's online or offline, it's enabling the implementation and the practice of human rights. But then we look at our very specific human rights that are meaningful and important for the internet. Freedom of expression, right to access to information, freedom of association, the right to privacy, and participation and benefiting from social, economic, and cultural rights. Openness indicators are the same. We're looking at whether there is an open standard, an open market, open content being offered, open data and open government, so that we can all benefit from the content of the internet and share that in a meaningful way. Accessibility to all is actually, the same. We're looking at whether there is a regulatory framework that really enables and mandates access, to everyone. And we look at accessibility in terms of connectivity, in terms of affordability, the elements that Sonia has already mentioned, whether it's mandated that we have equal access, that no one is left behind in that terms, but also in terms of availability of local content and language. Just on language, for example, there are 7,061 languages in usage around the world, but only less than 300 online, actively used online. And then we look at the capabilities and competencies. Can people really understand and are able to use content that they find? Do the people who have access have the skills to benefit from that access? And so those are the elements that we find absolutely meaningful. And then on multi-stakeholder indicators, we're looking at whether this framework is consistent with international norms, such as the human rights frameworks, and whether there is a mechanism for internet governance at local level, as well as representation from that from the national level at regional and international level, in which multi-stakeholder participation is nurtured and enabled. And finally, we want to know whether there is gender equality, if children are safe, if the internet is promoting sustainable development, if it's trustworthy and safe for people to benefit from it, to participate in it, and whether legal and ethical aspects of the internet are really taken care in terms of is information being manipulated? Do we have elements to weed out disinformation, hate speech, extremism, and so on? So these are the elements that we look at. And let me call on my colleague, Xianghong, to tell you a little bit about how we got to that framework in the first place. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mariosa, for giving the floor. And also, I'd like to thank our moderator, Sonia, for allowing for such a comprehensive presentation from UNESCO. Actually, I want to also thank all of you in the room and also online. The UNESCO ROMICS principles indicator is actually a product outcome from the entire IGF since UNESCO engaged with all of you for the past 15 years. So the unique strength of this instrument is to not only stopping at the beautiful principles defending international standards, but really operationalizing them to national level, to conduct a national assessment, to see the performance of governments, the performance of private sector, and all stakeholders, whether they are really respecting and advancing those human rights and other open standards of internet, which can really be enabling the whole internet to be a public good to benefit all of us. So the most transformative implementation strategy I want to highlight is the first step on this slide. For each country to do this assessment, the first step is to create a multi-stakeholder advisory board. That's a wonderful experiment to trigger multi-stakeholder dialogue among governments and other actors to have the consensus. The country needs this assessment. The country's policy needs such a transformative, evidence-based approach. Then, we are having so many countries embracing this framework. The latest one is from Germany. I carry a personal copy of a German report. They have assessed 109 indicators to assess how Germany will going to advance all its digital ecosystem and as a leader in this global governance of digital transformation. I really recommend all of you to go to our website to download all those already published reports and also continue support to all those existing processes in 34 countries now across 5 continents. We're also calling for more member state countries, stakeholders to join us to assess your national internet ecosystem by using our indicators. My colleague Mariosa and me, our team here, we are here to support you. This slide shows you that despite of the pandemic, the multi-stakeholder advisory board works very well through online or hybrid to trigger the national discussion to guide the entire national assessment in all our countries being assessed. Then I also like to show you this slide, my favorite one. It's the last step when a country finalizes its assessment to organize a national multi-stakeholder validation workshop. Very often, it takes place on the occasions of the national IGFs and also other national multi-stakeholder forums like Internet Society events or others. It really works well, fitting so well to national digital discussion. To trigger discussion on the recommendations and actions they are going to take to improve the policy after the assessment. Yeah, I'm very cautious of time. Internet universality goes beyond the internet. It's all about the digital policy. It's also applied to AI. As you all know, UNESCO has just approved the AI ethics recommendation. So I call all of you to join our meeting tomorrow of the Dynamic Coalition Romex at 9:30 in room 8. Thank you.
Thank you so much, both of you. This is really wonderful to see, and it's great that so many countries have already started doing several assessments. I want to take the opportunity to actually invite all of you here and online to join the session immediately after this one here today, another main session that will focus specifically on how we can achieve a multilingual internet. Content in different languages around the world is absolutely essential for what we are looking at as meaningful access. So we'll have a session dedicated to that immediately after these, and I invite you to join us. So thank you both, Henriette, Maria-Elsa, Jiang-Chung, for your presentations. It's wonderful. Really appreciate it. Stay with us. I'm sure there will be questions later. And I'm going to pass on to my colleague Silvia Cadena, who's online, co-moderating with me, to start the next phase of our session today. Silvia, let us hear you. Want to make sure we can hear you okay?
Hi, everyone. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Maybe we can have the sound a little bit louder. Technical team, please. Go ahead, Sylvia. Thank you.
Good evening from Australia. I guess let's the weirdness begin. Trying to have a dialogue with Henriette and Maria-Elsa is the first part of this conversation. I'm Silvia Cadena. I work at the PNIC Foundation. I'm here in Australia. I wish I was with you in Katowice, but hopefully travel will start again for us to a certain degree in the future to recharge the batteries, which is what the IGF has always done for a number of years in my life. I missed the opportunity to be with you over there. So, Henriette and Maria-Elsa, thank you very much for your initial remarks. I particularly like the fact that both of you highlighted the importance of trying to find common ground and methods to understand what we know and what we don't know, and how those efforts around indicators and capturing evidence and finding ways to analyze it can bring us to an understanding about what access can mean in the lives of people, so that we can measure in a way how meaningful that experience is for those individuals. So with that, after this initial conversation with the two of you, we are going to have a couple of blocks of conversations with different speakers that are joining us remotely, some in Katowice, some others. So I hope that there is not much delay and that it all works fine. So Henriette, my first question is to you. I think you have to leave us very soon, but I hope that you can stay at least for this initial conversation with Maria-Elsa. You mentioned on the importance to try and figure out what we don't know, and when you focus on your intervention, you try to raise our attention about what can we do to identify the structural barriers that have led us to the point where 30 years down the track and we are still talking about some of the same issues that were part of the conversation at the beginning. It is true that we don't necessarily have to focus only on the services and applications that are online, because there are a lot of people that are not connected yet. So what will be your thoughts based on your experience and what all the discussions that you've seen around the IGF about those structural barriers? What do you think you have learned, and what can you share with us today?
Oh, thank you, Sylvia. I wasn't expecting that, but I will try. I think maybe three things I would highlight. The one is that, and that's maybe the hardest one, but that we always have to consider that we're dealing with that access divides are rooted in social and economic divides, and that structural inequality really underpins this divide. And I think there's this phenomenon which my colleague from Research ICT Africa, Alison Gilwald, always I think captures very well, that there's a kind of a digital inequality paradox. As one needs smartphones to be able to access really useful internet applications. It means those that don't have the resources to access those, or to have those devices, are left behind. As we have the pandemic and people are using the internet for education, then those who do not have the devices to be able to interact with the internet in that way do not have access to education. So in a sense, the more the tech universe offers people, the bigger the gap, and the greater the impact of the exclusion of those who cannot benefit from it. So one would think that as tech advances and becomes more cost-effective, the divide would grow smaller, but it actually doesn't. Then secondly, I think the global community isn't very good at acknowledging that there's not just one solution to a problem. And I think that what happened in our world is that in the sort of early 2000s, mid-2000s, the rapid growth in mobile penetration and also the voices of mobile operators actually captured the access narrative. And I think there was this kind of sigh of relief. Access has been solved. We just have to wait for mobile coverage to get bigger and for people to have access to devices, and that will be it. There'll be no more divide. And of course, that has been a myth. But in fact, many policymakers and many donors did buy into that argument. And I think what we see now is the results of that not actually working, and we see mobile data usage in fact leveling off, even though coverage is getting bigger. And then I think thirdly, it's really just about accepting the complexity, but also accepting the simplicity. I think we have to have an access ecosystem. Community networks are an important part of that. Mobile data and mobile networks and the role they play is a very important part of that. Municipal networks are an important part. School nets are, public libraries and public access is an important part of that. We need to remember that access is ultimately about people. And to get people to be able to benefit from this, you're going to need a complex, different system of solutions that is context relevant and context sustainable. And I think that is so important. And I think that's why the current movement for local access provision, which is really driven by regulators and financing institutions creating an enabling environment, but driven from local communities themselves. That's why it's so powerful, because it has that sustainability built into it. But it has to be an ecosystem, and all of these things, commercially driven access, local non-profit access, local small business driven access, public access in schools and libraries, all of that has to be part of the solution. And I think that's what we struggle with. I think people like to have things simple, but they're not always. But they can be, provided you can get your head around the complexity and diversity of the solutions.
Thank you, Henriette. Those are very conducive to the question that I have for Marielsa coming up. I want to acknowledge that there is a question from the remote hub in Dhaka, but I would appreciate if you can let Marielsa react first, and then we will give you the mic to open your question, okay? So Marielsa, in reaction to what Henriette just said, in considering the complexity of the wrong indicators framework, right? That is trying to measure and identify how many different elements, many different organizations and stakeholders involved in all of this process of bringing meaningful access to people. What is your experience in organizations that are looking at all of these framework and embracing the complexity of measuring so many things at the same time? What are your insights in that sense about trying to map what we don't know and what we know?
No, thank you, Sylvia. This is a really great question. But, in my view, we are not actually measuring, such a diverse set of things. We're actually measuring one thing. We're looking at the diversity, the wonderful, beautiful diversity of the human family, and looking at how different people extract meaning from an environment in which they participate. And what Henriette said is absolutely true. In the beginning, we concentrated on access, not necessarily meaningful access, simply because access was the big issue. Was the issue of the day, expanding the number of people who are online. And of course, when we started with this, people online, we have a homogeneous group of people online. They are upper class, they are well-educated, they speak foreign languages such as English, they are able to participate in these ecosystems, on a very simple way, regardless of where they are. But once we start bringing in the diversity of the human family, for this diversity, you need to actually have content in different languages. You have to have content that, that is accessible for persons with disabilities. You have to actually have, the different types of elements that really make content meaningful to different people. And of course, you need content that responds to the needs of rural areas rather than just, the urban areas and so on and so forth. That's when we start realizing that, if we want people to actually, benefit from this incredible, amazing resource that the internet is, the capabilities that it offers for us to, to construct true meaningful knowledge societies, we actually have to enable their full participation on an equal basis and with everyone. So we start realizing that women may not be participating so much simply because they are not the engineers or they're not the technicians and so on and so forth. So that's when these issues come to play. And then that's what these indicators are looking at, the complexity, the diversity of the human family, which is one issue, and how we derive meaning of things. Thank you.
Thank you, Marielsa. That is a very positive way to explain the the complexity versus simplicity that we face in these discussions. With that, I will pass the microphone to the hub in, where was it? Raquel, sorry, I'm looking at the
Sylvia,
DACA hub, please, to
Yes.
convey their question.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you so much, and getting from the oversight. First of all, heartfelt gratitude for this beautiful session. All the speakers here prominent. You are giving us a lot of ideas. Obviously, this will help achieving the sustainable development goals for sure. But I had a concern. Can you kindly enlighten me about the measures to promote policy network meaningful access in remote areas? Also, how can we make the internet safer for teens and kids? Because as we know, there's so much phishing in the metaverse right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria Elsa, Henriette, Sonia, which one of you wants to answer that question?
Let me start with a comment, if that's okay. And are there any other questions, Raquel? I just want to know how much time we need. 2 more, okay, because we're running a little bit late. Sylvia, we need to catch up. So just 2 things I want to say. Great question, and indeed we are very concerned about rural areas and remote areas and the different dimensions really of the inequality that exists in those areas, just as Maria Elsa was pointing out, all of those dimensions of that the Rome indicators cover. I want to note, and I hope you don't mind me doing a very important plug here, we actually at the Alliance for Affordable Internet are doing the first global measurement report on meaningful connectivity, so the technical elements that support meaningful access. And we will launch in January the first report that will share information about the rural-urban gaps that exist around the world precisely around this issue of meaningful connectivity. So I urge you to stay tuned and look at that. I'm going to share some of that later on in another session. But I wanted to point that out because it is an absolutely important task to do, to make that measurement, not because we want to know what it's already there. Most of us here in this room and our colleague online knows the realities of rural inequality and exclusion. What I think we need to bring together is precisely what Henriette was saying is, can we make the solutions that we know work, or many of the solutions like community networks, public access, and the variety of public access solutions to become a reality in those areas? And how can we make that happen through policy and regulatory action? That is what our policy network is really intending to motivate and incentivize policymakers to do. And I'm really looking forward to that possibility for us to use this knowledge, our collective knowledge, to guide those policymakers to go beyond what the data is showing us and starting to transform their frameworks to actually put these things in place so that it's not just in Mexico or in Brazil or in Kenya, but frankly in Bangladesh. Where you are, I believe, and every other country where communities want their own community networks, their rural cooperative, or whatever other kind of alternative mechanism of providing meaningful connectivity is there that can be supported. And I think that is one of the critical tasks ahead. So Sylvia, I hope that answers the question, and I'll pass it on back to you for the other questions.
Sorry, Sylvia, was the question about phishing, about like cyber insecurity? I didn't catch the question. Is that what? About a safer internet. I want to respond just very quickly to that. I think that we know that abstinence did not work to prevent HIV. I think that by dealing with the potential harm that people might suffer from having access to the internet, becoming victims of cybercrime or misinformation, we're not really going to solve the problem. The problem is empowered use, supported use, and good law enforcement capacity, having governments take this issue of the victims of cybercrime perhaps as seriously as they sometimes take their fear of people using social media during elections. That will solve that problem. So it is a real problem. We have to take care of that. But let's not use that concern as a barrier to actually giving people first the power, the positive power of access, and then we'll find solutions to the potential harm.
Thank you, Henriette, for adding that. I missed that part of the question. Sylvia, our colleagues from UNESCO would like to add a point. Is there, can we do that?
Yes, just very short if possible.
Okay, 30 seconds. I would say that in complement to that, I would say that we need to truly, look at the skills users have. And for us, the media and information literacy of users, educating them on using media and information in a healthy, safe way is absolutely essential. So we do have a lot of different mechanisms for that, and we invite you to UNESCO's website to find out, how we can help with that. Thank you.
I just
Thank
want to
you very
add, may I add one last point on this access thing? From the countries, we have assessed the ROMEX indicator in 34 countries, a very strong call for having the internet as a human right to be legalized, to be protected by law, to be prioritized by the government as a very powerful way to really ensure the equal access by the rural people, by the people with disability, by the vulnerable groups in the society. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will wrap now this initial first block to move to the dialogue around connectivity, which is a good segue to some of the comments that we have received from the audience in the chat and also from the speakers in the room. And thank you very much to Henriette and Marielsa and the other lady, sorry, I don't have your name in my notes, for your interventions. So now I would like to welcome Carlos Rey Moreno and Jane Coffin. Carlos, are you there? Can you activate your video so that the IT support people can pin you on the...
We see them
Yes,
well, Sylvia. We see Carlos and Jane and you together. Go ahead.
Good. So, Carlos, if you don't mind, I will leave you to introduce yourself, and Jane the same, so I don't have to read from long bios. I'm not very good at that. I am absolutely delighted to have you here. You are extremely well-versed experts on different sides of how we do this conversation around connectivity. So please start with your remarks, Carlos, and then followed by Jane, and then we will have a few questions for those in the audience that would like to add questions around the connectivity conversation. Please put them in, and we'll see how we can fit them. Thank you. Go ahead, Carlos.
Thanks. Thanks, Sylvia. Thanks, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Sorry if my voice is a bit cranky. I'm coming out of a big flu, but it's a pleasure to be here, and I did wanted to support the work of the Policy Network, which I believe is really great. And also to point out that it's really unfair to go after Henriette and Marielsa and the amazing comments and interventions that they made. I really don't know what else I'm gonna bring into this. Anyway, my name is Carlos Rey Moreno. I work for the Association for Progressive Communications, co-leading the Local Networks Initiative that has been working together with our partner Rhizomatica for the last 4 years on creating an enabling ecosystem for community networks in the Global South, working very closely with Jane, with ISOC, with many of you here, with Sonia, with Sylvia, with many of you here in the panel and on the Policy Network. At the moment, we are supporting 30 initiatives in around 16 countries in the Global South, which I guess give us a unique perspective into some of the questions that you've been asking. And I guess the question that I thought I had to answer was, what do you see is possible when communities are empowered to share and develop their connectivity experiences? And I think Henriette has already answered that question, but I had some notes here. And it started with the slogan that is impossible is nothing, right? As much as traditional operators have contributed to closing the digital divide, there are many places where simply they are unable to provide affordable connectivity. And or provide connectivity at all, and therefore alternative solutions are required, right? So communities around the world, especially in the jurisdictions where regulatory frameworks are conducive, have been doing this for some time now and have organized themselves to meet their own communication needs. And now we see communities deploying and operating all sorts of telecommunication networks, from fiber to LTE, already 5G networks in some places in the UK, being, Wi-Fi, also the most common technology for all of them, but also pooling resources to create their own routers, their own towers, to communities learning and setting in place innovative sustainability models that allow them to pay the operating expenditure required to run the services, and allow the services to be many times cheaper than those offered by traditional operators. So there are solutions there, as Henriette was mentioning. We know what is working in places where the traditional models are not reaching, right? So, and we know what is missing, where there is, all those licensing frameworks, those that access to mobile broadband spectrum that is not used in rural areas and that should be shared, and we should continue working on creating frameworks to share that spectrum so communities are able to provide mobile broadband in areas where operators are not interested to do so, or it doesn't make sense for them to do so. It is very encouraging to see the ITU supporting with language community networks in the recent couple of years, especially this year, and hopefully that helps creating more traction. And in relation to the meaningful connectivity conversation, I think, by the communities providing themselves and solving their own problems, there is a big element of meaningfulness, no? If they go to the point of learning how to do all this. But as Sonia, as Marielsa were mentioning, there are many other elements that are required. And then this evolution in the conversation is also making us think a bit through what is beyond connectivity, right? All those other elements around. It's not that we were not thinking about them, right? But now many other institutions, many other people, many other stakeholders are starting to realize that skills, devices, powers, content, language, etc., are super important to connectivity. That connectivity is just an enabler. Of course, it does matter how connectivity is provided, and the autonomy and agency of how the connectivity is provided does matter. But those other elements are important to consider, and even in the richness of the complexity that Marielsa was putting, there is in the complexity of the human diversity, there is a lot of richness. And in the initiatives that we are working with and in the way they are trying to provide access by themselves, the conversation is becoming richer and richer around who and how people get access to shared devices, which type of content is made available locally, what type of content is created locally, how that content is made available, how there are many questions that are becoming really interesting as the conversation evolves, as these initiatives that are really providing connectivity from the bottom up and from the communication needs of the communities are starting to engage more and more with these technologies, with this infrastructure. The questions and the solutions are becoming richer. And I really hope that us as a policy network, and I'm really looking forward to read the feedback that we received from the call that was put out, because I think sometimes we are very disconnected. I think one thing was what Henriette was saying around how many people are still stuck on telecommunications being only something that monolithic operators were able to provide, from the submarine cables all the way to the last mile. But I think there is another disconnection. And I think that other disconnection, we are bridging it, right? And community networks is on the forefront of many policy discussions and whatnot. But I think there is another front that is opening for us, and that we need to listen more and to be more present and to understand what meaningful connectivity means for the communities. I think what Marielsa said was very important. I think not only connectivity was considered from that homogeneous component of humanity, but meaningfulness as well. And I think as we go deeper onto how connectivity is provided, meaningfulness is becoming also richer in its definition and more diverse. And I really hope as a network we listen, and I really hope as a network we are able to capture all that richness and incorporate it in recommendations so more communities are able to use ICTs for whatever purposes they feel they can become, more autonomous. Anyway, thank you.
Gracias, Carlos. There are a few questions that on the chat that if you don't mind to engage on the chat, Carlos, will be great. Then over to you, Jane, if you would like to take the floor, please.
You bet. Thank you, Sylvia, and thank you to everyone for at the IGF in Katowice. I'm sorry I couldn't be there. And just looking across the screen I'm looking at right now and talking to you, of course, over the interwebs, it's a pleasure to be here today. Like Carlos, I've been involved in connectivity at the Center of Technology Policy and Development for over 20 years. Most recently, I've turned to at the Internet Society when I was there. On the last 10 years, internet exchange points and community networks, so local connectivity solutions, working with a multiplicity and a diversity of actors, whether it's the United Nations, a local government, local chiefs, tribal communities. You really have to, as Carlos said, listen. You've got to figure out what the local circumstances are in order to help with local sustainability for local connectivity solutions. And as some of the other speakers have mentioned, you need a diversity of options for connectivity. There is no one connectivity technical solution. There is no one human connectivity solution. We often would say when I was at the Internet Society, the human nuts are 85% of the challenge, building the human engineering to build an infrastructure or a network, because the technical side, we have options. We have new transceivers and receivers. We've got companies putting in submarine cables and new LEO systems. We've got transceivers that will help us with Wi-Fi connectivity or more mobile solutions, agile mobile solutions. Guifi in Spain has been deploying some of those solutions. Argentina, a network that I know the Internet Society worked with in a very remote Patagonia area, LTE, open base stations, open standards, open connectivity, helped during the pandemic. It's those diversity of solutions, many different types of technologies and different local solutions that will help us move forward. But I also want to say that it has been a challenge, of course, and I was asked whether or not I could answer the question of how we work to support the community networks across the world, and how we helped bring in connectivity solutions and where some of the challenges were in doing that. And this is also policy and regulatory. Henriette mentioned it, Sonia has alluded to it. You can't forget that the infrastructure isn't everywhere, and we've got to figure out a way to work with policymakers and regulators. And it's data. We've got to have open data. We've got to have information out there. We have to have case studies so that people aren't afraid. Fear is one of the most debilitating aspects of changing regulations and policies to allow for that competition and the multiplicity of operators, whether it's a small municipal operator or a community network or a new 4G LTE network coming in. You've got to allow for more actors to come into the market. That fear factor is, again, going to cripple more connectivity to more actors. And for connectivity to be meaningful, people have to have options and affordability. And Sonia alluded to reports and great data that's out there. It takes, again, a multiplicity of actors. There are lots of different dimensions to this to the solutions here, because it's an integrated approach. And if COVID has shown us anything, it's not just the Ministry of Communication. It's not just the regulatory body that knows how to regulate traditional networks. It's the ministries of education. It's the ministries of agriculture. It's the different communities on the ground who can help us with those solutions. But people need to talk to each other. And as Carlos indicated, we have to listen to each other. And if we aren't listening to some of those local solutions, it's going to take a much longer time to get connectivity rolled out to the places that we know need connectivity. It's a fact that connectivity improves your GDP. It's a fact that it increases local social inclusion. It's a fact it provides more options. If we don't have that ability to look at options, then we're going to not be able to provide connectivity that's sustainable. And as Henriette had mentioned, sustainability starts at that local level. What's also very important about getting data out there is for people to take a chance on change. We've got to change some of the regulations on spectrum, licensing, and financing. Financing models have got to change, and I know there's some really great solutions coming along. We've got to be able to take a chance and to let these solutions grow out there. I've been in many meetings, and I also want to just thank UNCTAD, UNESCO, ITUD, UNDP, UNICEF. I don't want to forget. I've watched over the last 4 to 5 years the UN agencies working more closely together, and this is fabulous. They always have worked together, but even so now, there's been a regeneration of partnerships. And again, one thing I want to say that I've said in other meetings, partnerships are critical. You must not be the single point of failure as a partner. You've got to work across different organizations, from civil society to the technical community, the organizations that Sylvia works with, from the foundations to also regional internet registries. So it's this integration and holistic attitude that is really going to move us forward. And there are solutions out there. Carlos has worked on many of them himself. Michuki, a former colleague of mine and still a partner, is going to tell you a little bit probably about capacity building and where around the world people have solutions. So we've got to take the chance. We've got to change the regulatory and policy environments to allow that meaningful connectivity to be deployed for people and for them to find connectivity meaningful to them. For my mother, it's staying in touch with me. For doctors in a remote area, it's getting that data to a hospital so that somebody can help do an analysis. It's different things to different people. And it's also, as Carlos had mentioned, it's empowerment. And when people are empowered at the local level, amazing things happen. We often call it the human chemical reaction. When I see people in the same room, I had the pleasure of being in Nairobi several years ago, working with Michuki and Carlos and some others to do a training. We had a very practical training on radio frequency spectrum and some other complicated things, which then was taken into the field and deployed in a rural area. It was an urban area. A network was set up, but that was because people had come together to learn and work with each other, and they took that knowledge and went to other countries and brought that to those countries and worked on those local solutions. Please don't forget that infrastructure isn't everywhere. We need to unlock funding because only 1% of philanthropic organizations dedicate funding to infrastructure. So others have talked to you about the importance of what infrastructure can do. I'm here to also continue to push for infrastructure and to indicate that there are ways for the major operators who are important economic champions to work with the smaller networks. There are ways to be creative on universal service funding, and Sonia's got great reports going out about that. We really have to hit all those high notes and make sure that we're working together, but things have to change, and there are ways to do that. Papua New Guinea is using universal service funding to fund community networks. Mexico changed their licensing regime to allow social purpose licensing for indigenous communities for a community network. Argentina changed some of their rules and regs to allow for community networks in high mountain areas in Patagonia. Others can do it. Kenya just changed licensing. So that was with the FCDO from the UK, that was with APC and some colleagues from ISOC. So it does take integration and communities working together. Thank you very much.
My apologies to interrupt, Jane. I'm trying to put messages on the chat for the speakers to remind them all the time, but it seems the technology is not helping us. So I think that, as we took a little bit more of time on this block, I think I'm going to pass on the microphone to Sonia so that she can drive us to the next block about inclusion. Digital inclusion, and I think that we will collect the questions that were in this block to put them at the end, if that's okay. So thank you very much, Jane and Carlos, for your great contributions, and over to you, Sonia.
Thank you, Sylvia, Carlos, and Jane, for great contributions, lots of good examples. So now that we covered alternative connectivity solutions, so looking at the networks, looking at infrastructure, what next? How can people use it? Do people have the skills? Are they being included? And so I have the pleasure of having my wonderful colleague, Nena Nwakanma, Chief Web Advocate at the Web Foundation, as well as Roberto Zambrano from Bolivia, a MAG member and very active on digital inclusion issues, not only in Bolivia, but in the region, to discuss this exact topic. How do we bring about the solutions that will really create and support inclusive societies? And so I'm going to start with Roberto to give us a bit of an example of the experience in Bolivia, especially because Bolivia is also a country where you have a very large percentage of the population that is indigenous, that is marginalized in many different ways. And so give us your impressions on how in Bolivia you are addressing that, and what are the solutions that you think might have been more successful that we need to consider moving forward?
Thank you very much, Sonia, and great to be here with all of dear colleagues. I think it's important to have a background of what we're trying to achieve in the policy network work. Back in 2020, we proposed with a colleague of the MAG, Karim Arjumani Mohamed, a best practice forum in order to face the important issue of universal access, even before the pandemic. So it was important for us to start that work that led us to have organized a session last year in which we had the pleasure to come with you in the panel regarding connecting and enabling the remaining billions. And finally, that took us to this stage, to the beginning of this year, to start our policy network on meaningful access. And it's particularly important because this is the space where we can actually come up with different good experience about policies that we are looking all over the world, particularly in the global south. So I think it's really relevant to take advantage of this kind of experience in order to apply some of them in our local realities. I think that's really, really important of this work. There are some other examples, of course, of different sessional work that using the IGF as a space were pretty much successful. But I think this new format will allow us, as I said before, to have very concrete policy solutions. And as an example, in our case, and particularly during the pandemic, one of these good experiences that we can think of was, and very similar to what Jane said before, we actually received good news from the government, knowing that they were adjusting the framework, the regulatory framework, in order to make it more flexible for operators of community networks in Bolivia. This is important because, as Sonia mentioned before, most of a very good part of the population in Bolivia, particularly in the indigenous groups, are living in rural areas. And we already have very critical divides, very critical gaps in different areas, such as clean water or sanitary services. But also, during the pandemic, we also were affected regarding important sectors such as education. So preventing many of our children, thousands of children, from having proper educational process. So that was a very bad, that was a very, very critical situation, and we think that these kind of solutions that are going to take a while, that will start processes for inclusion, for fostering inclusion, need to be started immediately. We need to learn about different other experience, and I think Policy Network is a fantastic space for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roberto. Nena, I think everybody knows Nena from the internet, right? And if you don't, well, you do now. You are one of the strongest advocates for affordable and meaningful connectivity, for digital rights around the world, and overall for digital inclusion. Where do we stand? And from your perspective, what do we need to be concerned about and do to change the picture of inequality and exclusion that we currently have.
Thank you, Sonia, for inviting me. My name is Nenna. I come from the internet, and it's been a wonderful time listening to all the eminent panelists, and I've taken 5 pages of notes for myself. I would not add much to what's been said. It's been informative. Maybe I should take another approach. What not to do, since this is a policy network, and I'm hoping that you can drive message back. I was reading a study published by the Alliance for Affordable Internet on the cost of digital divide. So for those who don't know, I'm a woman. I'm in West Africa, and I've been working from home for the past 19 years before the pandemic hit, right? With the pandemic, what we found out is that more work has been thrown on women as caregivers, unpaid work, as mothers who mentor children, and as workers. So permit me, for the 4 minutes I'll be speaking, to speak on the gender digital divide. The gender digital divide was assessed by Alliance for Affordable Internet in 32 low-income countries, and the research shows that we've lost $1 trillion over 10 years because these women are not meaningfully connected. So what can we do? $428 billion is what we need to get people connected. But then I want to talk to you about the policy framework at the Web Foundation. It's called REACT. So please look at my 5 fingers. It's R-E-A-C-T. R-E-A-C-T. And for the next 4 minutes or 3, I'll be speaking about those. I won't be speaking about what we have to do again. I'll be speaking about what we don't have to do. And so on rights, thank you, UNESCO. Please do not think that access to meaningful internet is it's a luxury. Do not think you are doing women a favor by connecting them. Do not think that, because we believe it's a right. On education, yes, we want to equip ladies with skills. Please do not leave the men and the patriarchal system out of the game. So while we want to upskill the women, we need to train the men to understand that women can run IT companies effectively. Thank you very much. On access, it is not enough to access. You and myself will work on meaningful access. That means that having connectivity is not enough, but connectivity that allows you to be co-creative, that allows you to manage things. That is the kind of connectivity I have from Abidjan that allows me to work at the World Wide Web Foundation with my colleagues all over. Content is very important. So rights, education, access, content. As policymakers, we cannot depend on private sector alone to create content in English language. And I think the multilingual panel that will come after this attests to that. It is very important that those who are in Venezuela, those who speak their own language, also benefit, because we create better when we create what resembles us. So let's not be thinking that content should only be in major UN languages. With all due respect to the UN, we the people, we speak more than 6 languages. And T is target. Once again, I'm speaking about rights, I'm speaking about education, I'm speaking about access, I'm speaking about content, and now targets. You have a lot of these work that you do. But please, it is not enough to say we have 90% coverage. It is enough to know that the people who are connected are really connected, and to what detailed connectivity percentage we have. This is very important to me. It is not enough to say we have 100% coverage. We have 90% people who have SIM cards. No, it's not enough. We want to know who is connected, how useful it is, and how much money is being made, and how lives are being bettered. So once again, folks, someone like myself, what I would like to see is that internet is my right, is that education includes not just men, not just women, but the men who live with them, and then who belittle their work. Not just that we have access, but we have meaningful access. Not just that we have content, but we have multilingual content. And not just that we have targets, but meaningful, accountable content. Targets. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nena. It's always inspiring to hear Nena, and I am so honored to work with her on a daily basis. I think you made the case very clearly, and so did Roberto. Thank you both. We are very short on time, so I'm going to pass it quickly to Sylvia to go on to the last block of the third theme of dialogues. And we're going to be very efficient, Sylvia, to be very quick on that next 10-minute block and then closing. So thank you, back to you. And thank you, Nena and Roberto. This was excellent.
Thank you very much, Sonia. The last block of conversation is around the third block of discussions that the Policy Network has conducted this year. And we are very privileged to have Michuki and Margaret to share their experience on the capacity building topics, let's say, which is very close to my heart. It's something that we at the IPNIC and the IPNIC Foundation support. So over to you, Michuki. You have 5 minutes, and please have a look at your chat. I will tell you when that time is done. Okay? Thank you, Michuki.
Thank you, Sylvia. Good day, everyone. My name is Michuki Mwangi. I am the Senior Director for Internet Technology and Development at the Internet Society. And I'm glad to be here today and talk about something that I'm also equally passionate and that we are also very passionate about at the Internet Society. And to contribute to this conversation, because at the Internet Society, we do prioritize extending the internet to communities that do not have it and to those actually that need it the most. And we concentrate on building and empowering the movement of people to make sure that they're able to connect themselves, as we believe in our vision that the internet is for everyone. And to start on this conversation, one of the things that we believe is that the local technical communities or the local people are really at the pillar, and at the center of the internet development. We rely on them to provide the technical expertise that's needed to run this network infrastructure, because without them, it's very difficult to provide a reliable service and an affordable connection to the internet. In fact, we believe that the internet is strongest when there is a strong technical community that works well together and connects so many. So when we look at access, access has many facets to it. And it starts from the physical component, which we've talked about. I believe Sonia mentioned some of this.
All together? Oh. Okay, so it looks like the internet is down. Also here in Poland at IGF. Interesting. As I saw a tweet yesterday, someone made a comment about how the internet was being occupied in new and interesting ways. Okay. All right. So shall we stop for a few seconds and wait for you? Or shall we continue here?
No, we just have to continue.
Okay, we can continue here, and then when we regain connectivity, okay, hope that sounds good. Well, I'm fortunate to still have many of our colleagues here, including Henriette in the audience. Some colleagues had to leave, and we also have Mr. Zhuang Zhu, who's going to come on stage and share with us some closing remarks. So I'm going to take advantage of inviting you, please, Mr. Zhu is the Director of the Division of Public Institutions and Digital Government, DESA, at the UN, and of course, a key element to make IGF possible. So thank you so much for joining us at the end of this session. I wanted to take advantage, while we are waiting for our colleagues online, to give the opportunity to anyone in the room that may have any...
provide for technical toolkits or business toolkits, things that can be easily reused. And why is this important? Well, it's important because when community networks, for instance, lose expertise, and they will do so very similar to when a network in an urban center or in the city, it becomes harder for them to replace the same skill sets, because most people with the talent or the skills to run a network or understand how a network works will prefer to be employed in an urban center or in a city, not in a rural area. So if they lose a skill set or an expert, it becomes much harder for them to replace that position. And so having the tools for them to continuously be able to build the expertise and the skill sets within the networks becomes an inherent need that they need to have in the way they operate. Second is the capacity model building model should be holistic. Basically, an ISP that's establishing an operation in an urban center is likely to have access to a pool of individuals with the skill set and expertise that they require. And they will come in already knowing what to do. Building the same in a rural area will really need the capacity to be developed of those people who are already existing in those rural areas. So we really need to be able to pay attention. I have 1 minute left. Okay, so sorry, Sylvia.
Sorry, Michuki.
All right, so yes, let me conclude with my last point. So I just wanted to conclude that previous point by saying that it really needs to cover everything from innovation and creative thinking to how to run businesses and making sure that they are sustainable and everything else around it. Finally, and most importantly, is develop the capacity of the local stakeholders. It's not just of the community networks, but also the stakeholders, the policymakers, to understand that the people running the community networks are not the usual elite, well-exposed, people that are coming from urban centers. They actually have a different approach to things, and so they need to be looked at differently. So I'd like to pause there. Sorry, Sylvia, for running over, but thank you very much for the opportunity.
It's a horrible job to stop the flow of a conversation when you have so much to share. Margaret, over to you.
Here, I am going to share my screen to create a difference in this. Again, thank you very much, Sylvia. I am Margaret Nyambura Ndongo, working for the Policy and Regulation Initiative for Digital Africa. PRIDA is an initiative of the African Union, the European Union, and the International Telecommunication Union. And to go into your questions, what are we doing in PRIDA and what are the impacts that we are getting from our work? I'll first tell you that PRIDA has three main tracks. The first track focusing on broadband access, that is both supply and demand, and that is being implemented by the ITU. And then we have two tracks that we are implementing within the African Union Commission, and that is harmonization of policy and regulations across the continent. And then we are doing capacity building, and that is why I am here. And capacity building within PRIDA, our focus is to ensure that, first of all, we are creating structures at the national, regional, and the continental level. And the second one is to ensure that we are building capacity and offering coaching services to our diplomats to ensure that, first of all, we are participating in global processes and we are contextualizing standards and what is happening in this global space for our own interest. To show you how we work as PRIDA, that in 2019, we came up with an implementation strategy after doing 3 baseline surveys to understand what is happening in the continent. What are the gaps in terms of capacity? What are the gaps in terms of our participation in global events? And with that, we came up with a strategy and developed a workflow. where we said that at the national level, we want to work with national conveners. And these conveners, they may come from the government, from the public sector, from the internet community, from the media, whichever stakeholder group. And then we have the PRIDA focal points. And these focal points are mainly from the ministries, either the Ministry of ICT. In most of the countries, you'll find those are the hosting ministries or the regulators. At the regional level, Africa, we have 5 regions. And in each of these regions, we have a regional convener. And these regional conveners, we are working with the regional economic communities. The whole idea is to ensure that the IGFs, the School of IGs, they are anchored in a physical space, that they are not just virtual. And at the continental level, we have the African Union Commission, which is the secretariat for IGF as well as for the SIG, the AfriSIG. And again, we come at the global level in that. So what have we done so far and how are we implementing our work? That first of all, we emphasize 50-50 gender representation. As you will see, this has not been possible, and I know it has been discussed in various forums, is an area we must address. Again, what we do is diversity in age. We recognize we need the young, we need the old, we need the mid. So we need everyone in this digital space. And it is through this kind of a mix that you are able to get ideas from all angles. And again, inclusion of diverse multi-stakeholder groups. The whole idea is to ensure that we are approaching these issues from different perspectives. What have we done so far? That at the implementation level, we came up with a curriculum with our material that is informed by Diplo work. We partnered with them last year to do for us a course. It's also informed by a training we did in 2019 that is focused on train the trainer. And the course runs for 4 days, completely very interactive. We have a lot of group work, chat, Zoom sessions, and we ensure that we are working with national trainers. The whole idea is to ensure that we are contextualizing everything we are doing. We want to look at the global issues, but at the same time, we look at them, how are they affecting people at the local level? How does it work for you as a person? And again, we work with partners and collaborators that come from diverse fields. In most of the countries, we have implemented the School of IGs. I know ISOC has been a key partner in all of this. What is the status? In 2020, after the outbreak of COVID, we were able to support 9 countries to hold their first School of IGs. These are countries that had never had a School of IG or an IGF. These countries are Botswana, Madagascar, Eswatini, Liberia, Egypt, Mauritania, Morocco, Comoros, and Cape Verde. So all of these countries had their School of IG, diverse groups, age, gender, and the like. Again, in 2021, we supported 8 new countries to hold their first School of IGs. This is Ethiopia, Guinea-Conakry, Seychelles, Djibouti, Lesotho, Somalia, Central African Republic, and Togo. Again, countries that have been in the field for long, like Nigeria, they came to us and they wanted to ask our content, and we worked together to hold their School of IG. Again, we also worked with Liberia, even after we supported them last year. And we also supported the West Africa School of IG that had quite a number of people drawn from 10 different countries. So far, we have trained a total of 1135 participants across, and we have had 23 training sessions. You want to tell me my time is over?
Yes, sorry, Margaret, I hate it. My apologies. If you don't mind.
Go through these 2 slides that in terms of gender gap, you can see what we have there. That in all the trainings, we have had 28% female representation. That is an area we need to work on. In terms of certifications, again, you see only 26%. The reason being issues of connectivity that have been discussed in the past, that people are only able to connect for the 4 days that we are able to provide this connectivity, an area that we really need to work on. Again, in terms of sustainability, we have a pool of trainers that we shall be using across the continent in the coming years that have been trained in terms of facilitation, and they are ready to support us. Actually, we have already used them to support some of our schools of IG. So what are the outcomes? First of all, a ready pool of experts. Again, we have seen people contextualizing what we are training them, that they are able to apply that in their livelihoods. We have seen public sector participants, first of all, realizing that issues to do with internet governance, they cut across. So there's no way they can work in silos, and that is work in progress. And again, realization that by the participants that inaction and poor governance will increase digital divide, exclusions, and social inequity. Challenges, and I know the previous speakers have spoken about them, we need to contextualize content that common people can relate with. That is a major challenge we need to deal with. We need to expand our net to ensure that other professions are getting in this space. The people from the judiciary, the medical professions, engineers, to ensure that cables are not just cut because people do not understand. And finally, affordable and usable broadband access. Thank you, Silva, and over to you again. Bye.
Very sorry. Thank you, Margaret. I don't know what we should do here, Sonia.
Let me pick up.
We were supposed to have a little bit of a conversation between
Yes.
the dialogues, but I don't think that's gonna work.
Yes.
So we have let the speakers provide their inputs, and I think we will shrink the Q&A part. There are a few questions in the chat room, some in other languages, which I will require some assistance to manage. So I guess, over to you to manage the questions, and then we move to the last portion that you will we will moderate together around looking ahead. If you don't mind, Sonia, I guess that's a compromise we can do.
Yes, no, that's fine. Sadly, we're going to have to take an executive decision. Sylvia, I don't think there's much time for discussion.
I can't hear the sound from the room.
Can you hear the sound from the room now? Technical team, if you can help us.
Those of us on the Zoom call, we can. Yeah, now we can.
Can you hear now?
Thank you.
Okay. So because of time, and we have very little time, in fact, our clock is showing us 1 minute and 32 seconds, we're going to have to cut very short. So, and I really want to first of all thank everyone that joined us today. This is such an important conversation. I hope you can continue the dialogue online, through the chat, in many different ways that you can reach out through the IGF. So please do that. And I want to make sure that we use a couple of minutes at the end, more than the 1 minute that is left on the clock, to not only welcome Mr. Zhu, the Director of the Division of Public Institutions and Digital Government, here with us, but also to thank him very much for your work and for everything that you're doing to make this IGF a wonderful event. You are the director in charge, and you heard the discussion today. We're very proud of being part of this policy network, but we wanted to welcome you, to thank you, but also to hear from you. What do you think? What have you learned? And what do you think are your suggestions moving forward for this policy network? Thank you, Mr. Zhu.
Yes, you can hear me now. Okay. Before my time runs out, I do the first thing first. That is to thank Henriette, you, Silva, and my Pedro, my colleague Raquel, and all the members for contributing to this wonderful policy network on meaningful access. That done, I also want to say that this meaningful access is a great improvement over the ongoing conversation. A lot of the ongoing conversation put emphasis on connectivity, which is rightly so. But the emphasis is so much on the hardware part that we run the risk of losing the attention to the software part, that is building literacy, building multi-language content, meaningful content, and also building technical skills. So that part for meaningful access is as important as the investment in the infrastructure. So I'm very much grateful for all the volunteers who have joined this group, and the membership of the group itself is an innovative thing of the IGF. There was a suggestion this morning that the IGF should tap into resources outside the IGF itself, and this group is an example in that direction. So I hope that the membership will continue in the next phase. And secondly, the message of the work of this group is very unique. It's not trying to come up with another set of recommendations. It's focusing very concretely on case studies, on best practice, and on what we can do together to operationalize and to implement measures so that there's concrete progress in expanding meaningful access. And in terms of outputs, I also think the group is innovative. You're not trying to come up with another report, but trying to come out with ideas on how we can do this together in the next phase. So the next phase, in my view, is not to be content with another set of recommendations or another conversation, but really trying to come up with a plan to make this concrete. Some of the members in the conversation have come up with a model that is close to Gavi. And many of you know that the Global Alliance for Vaccine is a very unique, innovative partnership, tapping into resources from the public, the development aid sector, the private sector, relying on existing UN system. And I think that the objective of meaningful access to the 34% of the global population still without access merits the commitment of resources and the commitment of capacity building and the use of the public and private sources in the partnership that is equals to the Global Alliance for Vaccine. It is of that importance, and I hope in the following conversation after this, we would welcome you to work with us to make this a reality. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Zhu. We really appreciate it. Appreciate your support and those really wonderful, wise words for moving forward. Thank you. I need to thank everyone. Unfortunately, we have to close and prepare for the next session. I want to first thank my wonderful co-moderator and co-chair of the Policy Network, Silvia Cadena, and also Raquel and everyone on the Secretariat for making this possible. It's really teamwork, so thank you, everyone. And please stay tuned and don't leave the room or just leave for a little bit and come back for the next session on a multilingual internet. We are very proud to be here and to move this work forward. And also thank you to the multi-stakeholder working group of the Policy Network. We're very honored to work with all of you, and we look forward to seeing you in the next session and online. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to all of the online participants. We're very, very happy that you joined us. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this main session of the IGF, focusing on how can we achieve a multilingual internet. This session is also co-organized by many of our partners, including those of the Policy Network on Meaningful Access, that I am very proud of co-chairing with my colleague Silvia Cadena of APNIC. So welcome all of you here physically in the room, as well as to those online. It's a pleasure to have you all. We have just finished a very interesting session that the Policy Network organized, and so many of the themes that were discussed are very relevant to this conversation. But I want to move very quickly because we have two amazing keynote speakers to start this session, Doreen Bogdan-Martin of the ITU, as well as Dr. Jalassi of UNESCO. And it is my honor to be here with them and everyone that is going to join us for this session. We are going to focus today in this main session on why it's so important that we think about local languages in the context of meaningful universal connectivity. And with that in mind, I am going to first introduce Doreen Bogdan-Martin, who most of you already know. She's spoken quite a few times here at IGF this week. I'm a big fan of Doreen for many reasons, but mostly because she's been an incredible advocate for digital inclusion and digital equality in our space for many years. And she is the first ever woman leader of the ITU development sector. So we are very proud of your work, Doreen, not just as professionals, but as women in technology in our world of IGF. Welcome to the session, and I'm going to pass you the word right away for your keynote introduction. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm blushing. Thank you for that very, very kind opening. And it's great to be part of this IGF session on one of the most critical issues for universal digital inclusion. I've been asked today to share some framing remarks on what constitutes what we call meaningful connectivity. For me, that's an issue that's been much on my mind because last week the ITU launched new figures on the state of connectivity around the world. Those new data, I think, were broadly encouraging, with the disruption caused by the COVID-19 pandemic translating into this steep rise in the numbers coming online. We estimate about 800 million new users that connected between 2019 and 2021. Of course, that's the strongest growth we've seen in over a decade, bringing the total of people online to 4.9 billion. But as I said yesterday in the IGF opening, that's positive news. But of course, as often, statistics can mask a more nuanced picture because it's clear that a large portion of those 4.9 billion currently counted as connected actually don't enjoy the kind of connectivity that all of us rely on every day. Many of them are not what we would call meaningfully connected. So what do we mean by meaningful connectivity? Well, let me start with the Broadband Commission, the Broadband Commission for Sustainable Development, and Sonia is an active member in that group, and I want to recognize my partner and my co-lead, the ADG, Jalassi from UNESCO. In the Commission, We define the term as broadband that's available, that's accessible, that's relevant, affordable, that's also safe, trusted, and agency building. In a nutshell, we mean connectivity that people can use freely whenever they need it to make a tangible difference in their lives. So ITU statistics show that about 95% of the world's population are within reach of a mobile broadband signal. So that means that they could theoretically connect, yet 2.9 billion people are totally offline. Of course, as we know, and we've heard in different sessions here at the IGF this week, the barriers to connectivity are many. And of course, affordability is a big one. The skills piece is another one. But our analysis, and of course, the focus of the discussion here today, shows that a lack of compelling, actionable content in relevant languages remains one of the most important blocks to wider internet uptake. Most of us are familiar with the figure, an estimated 7,000 languages and dialects. Only about 10 have any substantial online presence. And of course, that means that thousands of indigenous, minority, and low resource languages are actually excluded. And with them, that means that millions are cut off from the benefits and also the opportunities of the digital world. Language is so much more than just syntax and phonetics. The languages we speak are integral to our identity. Language defines the way that we view the world, the way that we interact with others, and the way that we express our own unique realities. We will never achieve our vision of an internet united if we do not ensure that the online world actually reflects and amplifies the full diversity of our human experience and, of course, all of its richness. And of course, that means that there can be no universal, meaningful connectivity until we achieve a truly multilingual online space. We have made some progress with the creation of international domain names. I think that was one step forward. And of course, technologically, the technological advances like online translation engines, multilingual voice-driven interfaces, and new AI-powered language processing systems are all helping to expand the internet's linguistic capabilities. But technology is no magic bullet. The reality is that very few online language tools have been developed for lesser used languages. And while powerful machine learning technologies require huge amounts of data to train on literally billions of words and of course thousands of hours of speech, these rich data sets that we need are not available for all languages, nor do many minority language speakers have the means or the skills to develop strategies to promote their own languages online. Clearly, relying on technology alone is not going to be enough. And I think that's why working together and incorporating grassroots efforts by local communities needs to be a key element of our work. I was encouraged to read recently of a new partnership between digital language activists in Africa that are working with organizations like Wikimedia to improve online presence of widely spoken languages like isiZulu, like Dagbani, Igbo, Akan, and others. Of course, even in Europe here, we have Norway with the Sami Parliament and the Arctic University of Tromsø that are collaborating on free, accessible technologies for Sami speakers, including keyboards, spell checkers, and machine translation systems. And of course, just this week, the Indian government affirmed its commitment to a multilingual internet as part of its Digital India vision, engaging with tech partners, civil society, and academia to promote regional languages that will help then support digital inclusion. So just to wrap up, and Sonia, many of the participants I see here with us today, I want to link back, of course, to the Tunis agenda adopted by the World Summit on the Information Society. And I see Marcus Kumar, who was very active in that summit with us today. So that summit back in 2005 could not have been clearer about the importance of multilingualism to bridging the digital divide. So we still have much work to do. And in my own organization, in the ITU, we have our Resolution 133 that reaffirms ITU member states' commitment to linguistic diversity and equality. In just a few days, we're going to celebrate the beginning of the decade of Indigenous languages. And to reflect that, I'm pleased to inform you that next year's WISES Forum will have a special track on ICTs and Indigenous peoples and cultures. We'll have a hackathon, we'll have our WISES prizes, so I hope you'll join us for that. As digital services continue to expand into every aspect of our lives and our economies, the benefits of connectivity have never been greater. And so ensuring that everyone can access and everyone can benefit from those opportunities, regardless of where they live or the languages they speak, is absolutely fundamental to our vision of a connected planet, and of course, our pledge to leave no one behind. With that, ladies and gentlemen, it's great to be here with you. I look forward to the discussion and, of course, even more importantly, to working with all of you as we work to build a richer, more equitable online space where each and every person has the opportunity to make their voice heard. Thanks so much. Back to you, Sonia.
Thank you so much, Doreen, for those inspiring words. And I have to say, I very much like your focus on the diversity of the human experience, a point that Sylvia and others made in the previous session, and one that is so critical for all the work that we have ahead of us, as you said. And also the fact that so much of the work that you and your colleagues at the UN are organizing are also taking a new shape, right, in refocusing on a lot of these issues that are so critical for not just universal access in general, but all of the dimensions of universal access, including multilingualism. So this is really encouraging to hear. Thank you for your leadership, Doreen, again. And I am very, very pleased and honored that not only I get to introduce Doreen, that I'm already a fan, but another person that I'm also a big fan, especially the work of your team, which has been fantastic, Dr. Taufik Jelassi, who is the UNESCO Assistant Director General for Communications and Information since 2021, and has already been spokesperson in so many spaces. It feels like you've been with us for many years. So welcome, and please share your remarks to us, to our colleagues here in person and online today. Thank you, Dr. Jelassi.
Thank you very much, Sonia, for your kind introduction. Hello, Doreen. Nice to see you on screen. Doreen and ITU are our partner of UNESCO in the Broadband Commission for Sustainable Development. Let me add maybe a few remarks to what Doreen has eloquently said in framing the topic and opening this session. We all recognize that languages are a core element of human rights, and of course, they are the repositories of our traditions, values, and knowledge. The key question, of course, is what do we do about multilingualism and linguistic diversity in the cyberspace? And what UNESCO in particular, since I wear that hat, what UNESCO has been doing to contribute to the effort of multiple parties to ensure that we can achieve a truly multilingual internet. And Doreen has said, if we don't do that, then obviously we are going to leave behind significant parts of the population worldwide, and nobody wants us to end with that. Doreen referred to the 2005 World Summit on the Information Society in Tunis. It happened that I was a guest speaker in that event. I wasn't part of the UN. And clearly, this was a groundbreaking event that brought about the concept of establishing an information society. How can it be if it's not multilingual in the cyberspace? So let me here focus on what UNESCO has been doing. And here I will mention 4 initiatives. Initiative number 1, the UNESCO recommendation concerning the promotion and use of multilingualism and universal access to cyberspace. We do have at UNESCO a number of recommendations. The latest one voted a couple of weeks ago by our 193 member states on the ethics of artificial intelligence. So here I wanted to stress this UNESCO recommendation to promote the use of multilingualism in cyberspace. The second action I would like to mention, and Doreen actually hinted to it, she did briefly mention it, we did organize in 2019 the International Year of Indigenous Languages, which was highly successful. And now we are about to kick off in 1 month's time, the International Decade of Indigenous Languages 2022-2032. So this is very, very important for us to raise global awareness of the importance of indigenous languages. Why? Because we know that in the world there are more than 7,000 languages, but how many of them are present in cyberspace? The latest statistic I have is 130 out of 7,000 languages. So clearly, when we talk about digital divide, it's not only whether the person has a PC, a tablet, a smartphone, or the person can financially afford paying for internet subscription, but how if the person cannot understand the content that is offered online because it's not in his or her native language or home language. So the digital divide would include as well the linguistic issue here. And this International Decade of Indigenous Languages is a very important opportunity, as we see it, to mobilize the international community to advance the multilingualism issue, including in cyberspace. The third action I would mention is what we did last month at UNESCO, which is launching the World Atlas of Languages, which is a digital platform to offer the rich linguistic diversity, because it reports more than 8,300 languages, spoken and signed languages in the world. We believe this is very important to preserve some of the languages that are at risk in different parts of society, and also to give or to increase the profile of these languages across the world. The fourth action here is what UNESCO has been doing to support the African Language Program, which is a project that spearheads the Open for Global Alliance, with the aim being to develop an African language data set and advance participatory language technology development. Again, Doreen did refer to some of these language technologies, from speech recognition to obviously text-to-speech and the like. So let me highlight here that, and echo what was already said, we need to join forces. We need to opt for a holistic approach. Different UN agencies and other parties have been working on this matter of multilingualism and in cyberspace in particular. Obviously, we have been advocating for a multi-stakeholder but holistic approach. We do complement each other in making the internet truly multilingual. We need to support communities to use the internet and digital resources in the language that they understand, that they master, and to have access to the content which is meaningful for them, so they can create value through that content and contribute by also creating content themselves. And that's the type of virtuous circle that we could create. So let me here end my remarks by saying that UNESCO is fully committed to join forces to produce, disseminate original content in as many languages as possible. And through this holistic approach I mentioned, we can truly ensure that no one is left behind, certainly not on the ground of language in cyberspace. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much. I think we're going to clap for Doreen and Dr. Jelassi, if you don't mind. I think these were really very important remarks from both of you. And I have to say, I am also inspired by this idea of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, which is really wonderful to bring together in our kind of digital development space and ecosystem. Because we cannot, as you said, as you pointed out so eloquently, we cannot have a digital society that is inclusive without ensuring that people can communicate however they want to communicate in their languages. And so multilingualism is so incredibly critical. So thank you both for those inspiring keynotes. We're very honored to have you here. I understand, Dr. Jalasi, that you have a plane to catch. So we excuse you when you need to move. It's okay. We're lucky to have many more here and online. Thank you. And I am very honored, in fact, to go from Doreen and Dr. Jalasi giving us this really wonderful picture of this moment that we are living of refocusing on multilingualism with the experience, to share the experience of two wonderful colleagues who are living these on a day-to-day basis in their communities. Both Alana Mancineri, an indigenous woman from the Brazilian Amazon, as well as Sharad Sharma from India, two incredible activists that are using their local languages in very innovative ways to organize, to mobilize, to bring about connections, and using digital spaces and digital technology to increase the possibilities of communications in their communities. So I'm very honored to have Alana and Sharad here today. We're going to start with Alana, who is going to speak, I believe, in Portuguese or Spanish. So for those of you who need translation, prepare yourselves to go to the interpretation button on the Zoom. And if there is a need, I can also try to help with translation summaries. So Alana, you have been a communicator with your indigenous communities in the Brazilian Amazon for many years. You are also a biologist from the Federal University of Brazil, and you are an activist with indigenous women and especially with young indigenous communicators. Tell us, how do you utilize and support the use of your community's local languages for all the work that we do in your communities? It's an honor to have you. I'm going to pass it on to you, and I hope everyone is ready for your intervention. Alana?
Gracias. Buenas tardes. Olá,
Buenas tardes,
me llamo
siga.
Alana Mancineri. Actualmente vivo en Manaus, capital de Amazonas, donde se encuentra la organización indígena más grande del Brasil, la Coordinación de las Organizaciones Indígenas de la Amazonía Brasileña, COIAB. Soy indígena del pueblo Mancineri, en el estado del Acre. COIAB fue fundada en 1989 y mi abuelo fue uno de los líderes que fundó esta organización. Conociendo todo este compromiso con la lucha, las generaciones se unen para fortalecer cada vez más los derechos de los pueblos indígenas. En un mundo altamente tecnológico, los esfuerzos de dos mujeres líderes que coordinan COIAB promueven la participación, la educación política y la formación en comunicación de los jóvenes de la Amazonia y su red de organización de base. Conocemos la importancia de la narrativa y cómo las noticias falsas pueden dañar e incluso asesinar vidas. Por eso, ahora tenemos la red de jóvenes comunicadores de COIAB y Amazon, con 40 jóvenes de 9 estados: Acre, Amazonas, Rondônia, Amapá, Roraima, Tocantins, Mato Grosso, Maranhão y Pará, que representan a más de 31 pueblos indígenas, 31 lenguas indígenas. Nuestros desafíos actuales son sobrevivir a un gobierno genocida, sobrevivir a la pandemia, sobrevivir a las invasiones, la minería ilegal y los asesinatos de nuestros líderes. Hacemos eso como red, superando distancias geográficas, desigualdad en el acceso a Internet de calidad y capacitando a más jóvenes, ya que somos más de 180 pueblos indígenas diferentes a lo largo de la Amazonía. El vídeo que vamos a exhibir muestra brevemente nuestra participación en la formación de los jóvenes comunicadores, en el momento en que cubrimos la movilización nacional Lucha por Vida y la segunda marcha de mujeres indígenas que ocurrió en Brasilia en agosto y septiembre. Fuimos la única organización indígena con cobertura totalmente indígena, desde la producción de podcast, fotos, vídeos y consejos a líderes indígenas. Con la herramienta de la comunicación, no permitiremos que nada sobre nosotros se decida sin nosotros. El vídeo, por favor.
Muchas gracias, Alana. Thank you, Alana. It's really wonderful to hear you and how you've worked with your communities. I think we're going to see the video next.
Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you, Alana, for sharing that beautiful video illustrating so much of the work that you and your community has done. We have applause in the room for you. I don't know if you can hear. Just want to make sure you know. Thank you so much. And we have a few questions for you in a little bit, but I'm going to go next to Sharad Sharma. Sharad, you are a cartoonist and founder of the World Comics Network, and you've worked both in print and electronic media over a decade, but very much using a grassroots movement to use comics as an alternative to communicate, especially in local languages. I find it fascinating, and I can't wait for everyone to hear from you and also learning from your experience. So please tell us, how have you engaged with your communities in a digital environment through different local languages in your country? And welcome to this session.
Thank you very much, Sonia. It's so wonderful to hear all the wonderful speakers from across the globe. I started as a political cartoonist myself, and I used to work in mainstream press, first in print media and then later on in television. And what I realized that the stories are very much limited to the power centers. The stories are very much concerned to the noisy minorities. And the issues which is really concerned to the silent majority are not getting the real due space and credit in both in media and also in the policy documents. So what was really important to get the voices from the margins and also from the periphery to how to document those voices, and also let the policy makers, let the people who are in the power centers to hear those voices and also make some real difference in their life. So what we did, being a political cartoonist, what you can do, how you can really contribute, that was a major question. And what we did, we started like traveling to the different part of the country, across the length and breadth of this country. And the people mostly living in the northeastern part of the country, or in west, or in the tribal belt, they speak very different languages. And the people, those who have no access to, I'm talking about 15, 20 years back, no access to mainstream press, the regional press was very much limited to the state capitals, or these voices were not even heard by the mainstream or the regional press or newspapers, print media. With the invent of the internet, we thought, okay, it's a new mainstream media. It's a more democratized platform. But I think over the period of time, what we realized that people are becoming the consumer of the information, and they are not creating content at the first place. And that is very unfortunate in a way that is still the same sort of people who used to dominate in the conventional press, they are still dominating in the internet spaces. When we say what is the multilingual internet spaces, it doesn't mean that you provide your website in Hindi or in English or in 2 or 3 major languages, but it is more about how to get the voices of the people, of the majority of the people, or the people who really matters in each and every region, their voices, how to document them. And it is not merely about tokenism. So it is not just simply uh, uh, providing some translation or transliteration in the within the website or in the government website, but it is more about getting the voices of the people in their own languages. And one of the way we did, because we started using the comics, the grassroots comics, as a communication tool, and we thought that each and every person can tell a story. They have plenty of stories and issues to share. The only thing which was lacking was a medium. So we started like going to the people uh, and assisting them, facilitating them that how they can document their part of stories. And please remember that this is a country where you travel 40, 50 kilometers and people speak very different language everywhere. The state are very linguistically divided. So each and every places people started, our participants, our target audience, they used to tell their local stories in local languages. So the audience, the creator, from the to content to the audience, everything was very deep local. And the process we did initially was black and white format, photocopy format, so that the resources are not a big hindrance there. So people used to produce their local content, they used to photocopy it, and they used to distribute it locally. So the local issues used to get their due attention locally everywhere. And once the issue was distributed locally, mainstream media was forced to document those stories. But with the invent of the internet, we realize how to document these voices, how people will come forward, and they will also start like uploading their stuff, because most of the people there who are using, and 80% of the population in India, they use internet through their mobile devices. So they are not simply, they don't have like high bandwidth maybe most of the time, or the even the they don't have sometimes the power connection or the electricity to charge their devices. Maybe they are getting the internet connectivity. So the connectivity is a very, very illusionary term, in a way that okay, maybe you are getting connectivity but not able to charge your device, and not able to create your content, not able to upload it. So that's a very, I think it's a depriving them from their basic human rights. And we have experienced this during the time of COVID, when most of the people with the high bandwidth, they used to get access of, or they used to get enrolled in the vaccination. And most of the people with living even in the capital city like in Delhi, they were not able to even enroll for their vaccination. So you can see this kind of things is happening across the uh, uh, like section across the country. So how the medium where not only just like simply providing translation or alternative language or text available, that is not really sufficient. What is really required to have more and more localized content, more and more people should come forward and they should document their stories, upload and occupy that space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shara. That's really interesting. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Are you going to share any slides or we are not? This is, okay. I just want to make sure that I didn't miss anything with the technical team. Okay, this is wonderful. Thank you. And thank you to Alana. Is Alana still online? I just want to make sure we didn't lose her. Great. We have a few questions for both of you, and Raquel is going to help me with questions that may also be online from the participants. I wanted to start actually with Alana. Both of you really talked about storytelling as such an important element of what multilingualism and using different languages has facilitated. But also in the case of Alana, movement building, which I think is really interesting for communities to be involved online and to use online tools in a way that is useful to them. So, Alana, I wanted to start with you, and I was wondering if you could share with all of us, what are some of the techniques and strategies that women and youth in your community use with digital technology to not only facilitate movement building, but also knowledge sharing, to be able to be connected and support each other. I'm especially interested in something that you shared with me before that I would like you to share with everyone around, it's not just about the written language, but it's also about oral, verbal, and voice stories. So tell us a bit about that, and then we'll go to Sharad. Thank you.
Claro, gracias por la pregunta. Tenemos como estrategias, pensar producir materiales, como usted mencionó, no solamente escrito, también hablado. Tenemos una diversidad muy grande en la Amazonía brasileña. Como mencioné, somos más de 180 pueblos indígenas y somos pueblos de la oratoria, no de la escrita. Entonces, tenemos como estrategia fortalecer los idiomas indígenas, las lenguas, y también tenemos como estrategias fortalecer la narrativa indígena para los pueblos que no son indígenas. Tenemos comunicación para no indígenas y tenemos comunicación para los pueblos indígenas. Y tenemos como estrategia también la formación tanto en comunicación cuanto en incidencia política, porque para nosotros la comunicación es una herramienta de ocupación política, no solamente de la comunicación. Entonces, estamos formando cada vez más mujeres y jóvenes en este proceso de comunicación e incidencia política. Tenemos un deseo de cada vez más formar más jóvenes y más mujeres de todos los pueblos indígenas de la Amazonía brasileña. Y tenemos como desafío también para la ocupación internacional la lengua, porque nosotros del Brasil no hablamos español, por ejemplo, no hablamos inglés. Entonces también tenemos esta perspectiva para el futuro de jóvenes que puedan se comunicar en las lenguas oficiales de la ONU, por ejemplo. Hoy tenemos 40 jóvenes indígenas de más de 31 línguas indígenas. Son una diversidad. Como ejemplo, una lengua, o francés y el portugués. Son lenguas distintas. Entonces, es como las lenguas indígenas. No solamente porque somos pueblos indígenas que hablamos el mismo idioma. Como tenemos ese desafío. Otra cosa que tal vez me tenga esquecido, de la perspectiva también de incluir más jóvenes, adolescentes también.
Thank you, Alana. That's very interesting. And it's such a complex system of keeping communication alive as well, which I'm hearing you and I'm thinking here we are at IGF, trying to communicate amongst all of us, online, offline, here in the room, and we have challenges. On a day-to-day basis, your communities have a multitude of challenges that we cannot even imagine. And I think your movement and your community, and you as a leader of your community, are really facilitating not only communication, but facilitating people's livelihoods through allowing them to be able to not only use their language, but communicate with others in new ways. So thank you for sharing that. It's so interesting to learn from you. And Sharad, one of the things, as I was listening to Alana, you are using a tool, another mechanism, another strategy through comics and storytelling to not only allow people to have those stories and to create their own, share their own stories, but to create new content, right? And so I wanted to ask you about that before we go to the audience questions. In what ways have you seen that the ability of creating that content has also increased the interest, the motivation of other communities to do the same, to replicate those experiences as they see their peers starting to share some of these very rich history and way to communicate amongst themselves?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think this campaign we started called Cyber Salamat, and this was a campaign to address the next 500 million population, we call it. Who is the next 500 million NHPs? They are the people who are forced to use internet or mobile devices, or because of the lockdown and before that demonetization situation in India. And these communities are this huge population. They have no, as such, basic literacy on their technology. One, most of these people are not literate. Most of the content is available only in English, and their kids or their school-going children or somebody, their neighbor, who also have very half-baked information, they are the one who are passing some information to them. So what is happening that people, once they have some sort of like digital some financial fraud or some issue with their hacking with their devices, mobile or laptop or anything, they are losing faith in internet. And how to bring more and more people towards the internet and restore their faith in the internet, that is one of the main questions. And what we did, we started like going to the people and asking them to document their My Mobile story. And what is My Mobile story, where each and every internet user is documenting their story and sharing their mobile experience. Most of the experiences are about, most of the people are not able to do attend the online classes. That's a big, huge digital divide, which is really happening still in the country. And the second, about how beautifully, the positive side of the internet also, that how beautifully they started like learning so many things through YouTube videos and so on, and multiple things they are doing. But one of the story created by this very young girl, and it was very interesting that how she created. She was only primary school level pass out, and once she was enrolled in one of the NGO program, what she did, she started going to the community and she started helping them to fill the widow pension form elderly pension form, or how to get the ration through the public distribution system and so on. So that is very, very interesting, that how people who have very limited education and also very limited information about the internet, they are also beautifully using internet for the benefit of the larger society. And that is a very positive side of these campaigns. The backdrop of you can see there are people who are pasting comics, they are creating comics. These are the people, Rohingya refugees, and these refugees, they created stories in their local languages, and these stories are also getting resonate in digital spaces. So these are the communities who are really feeling that maybe they don't have the ability to draw well or ability to tell a good story, but still they can communicate using this powerful tool of line drawing and the grassroots comics. So this is what is really happening in these spaces.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. I think that reminds me of a saying that technology is only good when it's really for the people, right? When it works for people for what they need. And I think what you just shared with us is a perfect example of that, is technology that is meaningful and really serves a purpose to improve people's lives, however they decide that that improvement takes place. So thank you for that. I just have to apologize to you because I think there was some confusion about some slides or a video that you had. And I don't know if it's possible to share now, but it may be that later on in the session, we'll be able to pull them up. So I just wanted to tell you we are aware of it, but we were having some technical issues from the stage and the rest of the tech team. So I just want you to know we did not forget, but we are trying to see if we can make it happen. So this is really wonderful. Thank you, Alana and Sharad. Really great to hear from you and to learn from you. And I'm going to pass on to my co-moderator, Silvia Cadena, that you've met, many of you met in the session before. Silvia is the co-chair of the Policy Network on Meaningful Access with me, and she's also a director at AppNIC, very active woman in our digital development space. Many of you know her. I'm going to pass it on to her to moderate the next session, and she'll introduce that to you. Thank you, Silvia. Back on to you.
Gracias, Sonia, and thank you very much for promoting me to director. I am head of programs of the APNIC Foundation. Very happy to join you remotely from Brisbane, Australia. So it's a little bit after 1 a.m. for me. So my apologies if my voice sounds a little bit croaky. I have the pleasure to moderate the next block that is going to focus on universal acceptance. And in this block, we have three amazing speakers that will be sharing with us from their perspective about how, after Sharad and Alana have shared with us these great experiences about why we do what we do, all the effort that goes into making the internet work, and efforts around affordability, efforts around connectivity, efforts around measuring it, efforts around bringing the different languages in. This medium, this distribution channel for all of that local content is facilitated technically through a number of mechanisms. And universal acceptance is one of those challenges. So with that, I'm going to pass the microphone to Ram Mohan. He's the Chief Operating Officer of Affilias, which is the second largest internet domain name company in the world. Has successfully sold to the private equity firm Ethos Capital in December 2020. Ram has over 20 years of experience in technology, leadership, and entrepreneurship within both publicly listed and private companies. A cybersecurity expert, he co-founded the Security and Stability Advisory Committee for the Internet, which provides advice on major threats to Internet infrastructure, and he has served on the ICANN board for many years as the inventor of 17 US patents for his work in Internet technology, and he's a wonderful human being. So welcome, Ram. Please, over to you.
Gracias, Sylvia. Thank you so much. And I hope you can all hear me clearly. It's really a pleasure and an honor to be part of this session where we're speaking about a connected planet and meaningful access to the internet for all of us who are already connected and those of us who are going to be connected. When so much of the world's communities communicate with each other and between each other in their own languages, why is it that we must use the ASCII script to use the internet, to navigate the internet? It didn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense anymore. And it's really not for lack of technology, nor is it for lack of desire or for lack of effort. So the ability of the world to use their own languages on the internet, on the domain name system, the technology exists for it. Clearly, because all of us communicate with each other in our own languages, we have some bridge languages. English certainly is one of them, but we have so much of our culture, our dreams are in our languages. Our dreams ought to be communicatable also on the internet in our own languages. Now, if we want to do that, the foundation for all of that is this idea that I've been calling universal acceptance. It's a phrase that I coined in 2001 when I discovered that websites and emails just would not accept my email address. I had an email address that ended in .info, I-N-F-O. And info stands for information in 37 languages in the world, except on the internet. Info stood on the internet at that time for your email is unrecognized. Info stood on the internet at that time for your email is going to bounce. Info stood for we cannot register yourself on this website because we don't recognize this domain name. And then a few years later, we started to bring local languages in various identities on the internet, and the problem only became worse. Websites said, I don't know why you're writing something from right to left. Did you not know that on the internet everything must be written from left to right? Well, we know that that's not the truth, but there were programs and systems and applications on the internet that really had not made the switch to say that the languages of the world and the people of the world who use these languages, the internet has to adapt to make sure that all of the people of the world and the languages that they speak, that it be able to accommodate all of that. So that, my friends, is really what universal acceptance is. The acceptance of your languages, your scripts on the domain name system in a way so that you actually don't even recognize that there is a technology called the internet that is standing in the way of your communication, standing in the way of your connectivity. So in a few years ago, I created a global nonprofit group called the Universal Acceptance Steering Group. And that was an idea to bring together industry, academia, civil society, regulators, to solve this problem of universal acceptance. It's not a technology problem. It's not a problem of desire not being existing. It's not a problem of lack of effort. It's actually a problem of making sure that the internet's systems, the websites, the applications, the apps, all of those systems make the necessary changes to recognize finally that the people of the world require, in fact, the people of the world demand that their languages be accessible and their identity finally have a role on the global internet that we all come to depend upon every day. So that really is the foundation of universal acceptance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ram. I was going to say we are a little bit over time, but thank you so much for wrapping it up so beautifully. I have a few questions for you, but I probably will move first to Daniele and Maria and try to see how we go with questions from the audience as well. So Daniel is our next speaker, Daniel Fink. He works at ICANN since 2014 and is based in Sao Paulo, Brazil. So welcome to the session. He acted as head of science and technology for the Embassy of Brazil in Seoul and holds a PhD in managed sciences from the Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, KAIST. Previously joining ICANN, Daniel was the executive director of the Net Mundial initiative. So welcome, Daniel, to the stage.
Thank you very much, Sylvia. Hello, everybody. Just say hello to Sonia, to Raquel there in Poland. It's an honor to be here, joining Ram and Maria on this session, pioneers of the universal acceptance efforts in ICANN. And I'll just share with you what we are doing. I was kindly invited by Roberto Zambrana from Bolivia, which I thank him very much for this opportunity, just to share what we did in our region, what other regions within ICANN communities are doing for the universal acceptance. And I have a surprise. I have an invitation for you. I'll tell you during this session. Thank you so much.
Sorry, Daniel, have you finished? My apologies.
Yes, waiting for this question.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to give your remarks first, or you want to just dive into the dialogue. I'm okay either way. Sorry, I'm just following the run sheet and I don't see that bit. My apologies.
Okay, just waiting for your questions. No worries.
Okay, okay. Well, in that regard, then, could you please share with us which are the initiatives in activities that ICANN is working on to support the multilingual internet, and what are the opportunities for collaboration that you envision?
Okay, thank you so much. Well, since 2015, thanks to Ram and other stakeholders from ICANN, we have this beautiful group promoting the acceptance of internet addresses and emails on all the systems, which is the Universal Acceptance Steering Group. From my view, as ICANN staff, is really easy to fall in love for this project, because the challenge is really huge, and the opportunity to engage with several new community members, so to say, like developers, everybody who runs the system on the internet, to make sure it will be adapted to support these new addresses that Ram just mentioned, not just the .info, right, Ram, but also scripts in Chinese, Korean, Japanese. So it's a huge effort that we have. ICANN has included that in his strategic plan to support from 2021 to 2025. So for us, it's a huge priority, and we are conducting all possible efforts, even beyond our remits, to reach out, teach, engage, connect to experts, to everybody who runs the system and needs to update, to prepare for the new modern identifiers that we are preparing. And I mean modern identifiers, I mean specifically these identifiers who will support multilingualism on internet. I like to say during our speeches here, like have a reflection. So what if internet was invented in India, for example, and we would have all the browsers, everything in something different than our Latin script. So think about. So this is the importance. So many countries that we talk that use the Latin script, it's natural in our region. We also tell them, hey, you should prepare for your future customers that will have an email in Chinese, in any other script. So if you are not prepared, like you may lose business at first, right? And second, we should be ready to talk with people in their own language, and this is very important. So many good things to happen, and we are like open.
Thank you, Daniel. One last question, and I would like to ask you to be brief. What will you think is the one biggest challenge for ICANN to achieve, that ICANN identifies to achieve the multilingual internet?
Okay, yeah. ICANN's habitat in the ecosystem is very focused on internet identifier. So we are DNS people. So we like IP numbers, we like DNS servers, and historically, we don't work with Java developers, PHP developers, database developers, and things like that. However, now is the time to talk with them, right, Ram? Now is the time to engage with them and share with them what they should do to prepare their systems. So there it comes, the great work of Universal Acceptance Steering Group, preparing documents, best practices, training, to make it easy for them to adapt, right? So it's a global effort. It's very challenging because we mostly need to talk with everybody, from companies from all sizes, developers from all the world. But there are many good news. For example, Mr. Savio Moraes, sitting there in Poland, is one of the greatest experts of universal acceptance, and he's from Brazil. Say hello, Savio, to everybody there. So if you have any questions, you can talk with them. We work from 2017. Savio started doing some research on acceptance in Brazil. Now he's helping other countries. And the good news I have to tell you is that we are preparing a great training with our community of internet users in North America. So we will have 4 sessions, long sessions, technical sessions, starting from January. And I will share in the chat the link for you if you are interested in learning how to prepare your system. Please join this training to be in English with great instructor, Dr. Sarmad Hussain, my colleague from Pakistan, Shampika, our instructor from Australia, will come and teach and so on. I will put the link here in the chat.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you very much. Well, I would like to move to our last speaker, Maria Kolesnikova, Chief Analyst of the Coordination Center for the TLD that manages the .ru domain name. Maria has been a project manager for the TLD .ru since October 2011. The company manages Russia's national top-level domains, including .ru and the .ru in Russian, which I can't say. Prior to that, Maria had been the head of marketing department since she first joined the company in 2007, and has a great experience in telecommunications and sales. Maria, we are very lucky to have you. I have a few questions for you. I would like to give you a couple of minutes to do your initial remarks, and then I will hit you with a couple of questions, and we will go back to Ram for one last couple of questions also.
Okay, so thank you so much. Yes, I'm Maria Kolesnikova. I'm representing the Coordination Center for TLD.ru and .rf. So you can call it .rf. It means Russian Federation. So in Cyrillic, and yes, we are quite a long time connected with their issues on internationalized domain names and email addresses on the internet, and the evaluation of the internet to go from the ASCII to Unicode 1. So lots of experience and practice. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Maria. I was wondering if you could share a little bit more about what has the government has done in Russia to promote Russian language content and domains, increasing credibility and better access locally? Would you mind to share a little bit of that?
Yes, of course. So I would say that yes, in 10 years ago, when we have launched the .ref domain name, we get the high-level support from our government and our president of that time, Dmitry Medvedev. And there was the high-level support through the delegation processes by ICANN and IANA, and the great promotional campaign all over the country. So nowadays, government continue to support Cyrillic domain names. They use it for the official websites. For example, during the pandemic period, the main official website to inform Russian citizens on the situation with COVID-19 was addressed by the .rf domain name, Stop Coronavirus RF. So all the official state bodies, they have the website that are on the Russian language. So the content of almost all our websites are on Russian language, of course. This is the official language of the country, and most of them are addressed with .rf domain names as well. So our .rf domain name is the second in the world by the number of registered domains, and 70% of them are in real use to address websites and mail addresses. But to speak about the promotion of local content, I would say that still internet access is the main issue. And in our country, we have quite a high level of internet access, about 75% of internet penetration. So it covers around 124 million internet users in the country. So, and we spend online about 7 hours a day in average. Our children can start to use internet since 2 years old, actually. So I think this is a great basement for this, and but we still have some national programs in place to increase this accessibility. So governments work on connection of the social important objects like hospitals, medical centers, schools, and the locations where can live only up to 100 persons. So they still continue to increase it. And from the other hand, they have new initiative last year. They initiated the providing the free internet access for some internet resources. It means you shouldn't pay to your telecom or mobile operator for access to these websites and online services. This is mostly government services, but some of them are really popular online services that for citizens. And of course, these resources, yes, addressed by Russian TLD domain names and on Russian language. Yeah.
Thank you, Maria. Sorry to cut you short. Okay. This will bring me back to the question that I want also to ask to Ram at the beginning about what all of you actually. What do you guys think that all the CCTLDs and the regulators could do to encourage local content and local language access? And what other sort of partnerships or collaborations do you think are important at national level to try to preserve many of the languages that were mentioned on the first intervention by the doctor from UNESCO that addressed us at the beginning? So Ram, over to you.
Thank you, Sylvia. I think this is a place where regulators can do a great deal. And I have one idea that I'd love for the regulators, especially who are participating in the IGF and who are listening in, to think about. What if you, in your procurement contracts, in the various procurement components that you have a piece that says that organizations or companies that are UA ready will have a preference, that you will allocate some level of an extra points or extra consideration for organizations that are UA ready. I posit to you that something like that, a small change at the regulatory level, especially when it comes to procurement, is likely to prompt a dramatic increase in universal acceptance and universal access to multilingual content on the internet.
Thank you, Ram. Just wondering if there is any reaction from Daniel or from Maria. I don't see your videos, so I can't tell.
Okay.
So.
I can share my opinion. I would also suggest to governments and other entities, interested parties, to use IDN domain names and internationalize emails themselves, so they can feel better their user experience and face all the problems that they have right now.
That's an excellent advice, Maria. Daniel, and yourself?
Thank you. Yeah, I fully agree with Maria and Ram. Just to add that we also have a working group within the Government Advisory Committee in ICANN. So all your governments already have representatives on this group. And for sure, you'll have people to reach out to learn more about universal acceptance and how to follow the recommendations from RAM. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. I was part of one IDN committee back when I was pregnant, trying to bring Spanish into the picture. My son just graduated high school, so 18 years on, and we're still talking about it, right? So it's still the lañe is not there yet, right? In many places. So I don't know, it takes time. As Daniel really said it very clearly, it's not lack of love, lack of attention, lack of interest. Is just a collection of challenges. And you really make me think about what will happen if the inventions come from different places. Like you said, what if the internet was invented in India? Then we will be having a completely different conversation around what's going on. And that actually connects very powerfully with some of the comments that were made in the previous session that you were not with us on the Policy Network for Meaningful Access, where a lot of the speakers were talking about how important it is to connect to something from which you draw meaning, and that languages are part of our identity and express who we are, our needs, just as powerful as Alana shared from the experience in the Amazon and the experiences from Sharat in India for people that are, in a lot of cases, illiterate, and that can use just drawings to express their frustrations, their needs, and their aspirations through cartoons. So I think that there are, when I started working on internet development, it was only text. So that was a thing. It was a bitnet that when I started working, and there was no images that could be transmitted. And it was amazing efforts trying to explain in a limited number of characters, because we were paying by the character to upload and download. So it was more expensive to upload than to download, to explain what we were seeing to a farmer in Colombia, to a farmer in India, and exchange that information about what was going on with their cows or techniques that they needed to practice, and how much the power of images and the power of how you interpret yourself through your culture comes from the words that you are able to express. For me, speaking Spanish and not enough coffee almost at 2 a.m, Spanish is starting to show up in my brain. So I will probably not even attempt to summarize all the brilliant comments from Doreen, from Dr. De Silva, from Maria, from Daniel, from Ram, just to thank everyone for the participation, and try to check with Raquel if maybe we have any questions from the chat or questions in the room. I don't see the room, so I'm not sure if there is anyone on a microphone over there waiting to ask a question, or if anyone wants to type something on the chat.
Hi, Silvia. Sylvia, first of all, thank you very much for being with us till 2 a.m. I hope you can get your deserved rest pretty soon. Let me introduce myself. I'm Raquel Gatto. I'm supporting both the PNMA and the UAMC main sessions. Let me look at the room and see if there are any questions. We do have support to bring you the microphone. There is one in the back. The lady in pink. Oh, sorry, there is one, can I take this one first and then, yeah. Okay, we have two questions.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Andrews Bass. I'm the Global Peace Ambassador. And I want to know how the digital, since we're trying to put everything in this perspective of mental languages, how we can use the internet to promote peace, that global peace we all wanted.
Thank you very much for the question. I'm going to take the one in the back, and then we go back to the speakers who want to comment on that. And we have a question here from the stage, from Giacomo. Can you introduce yourself, please?
Thank you very much. My name is Mary Uduma. Okay, Siva. My question is, how do we implement multilingualism in IGF meetings? Because I'm just coming from a session that somebody was speaking in French. We couldn't understand, and we would speak in English. The French participants would not understand. Can we start from Jerusalem, according to the holy books? That is, make it happen in IGF. So we translate our meeting, our programs, our sessions, and also allow anybody that wants to hold a workshop in their own language to do so. That's my question. I think we need to address that if we'll continue to have meaningful meetings, so that some participants will not just come here and roam around and go without knowing what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mary, and I'm so sorry, my dear friend Mary, that I couldn't recognize. Part is the mask, part is my bad vision, but thank you very much. And we do have a third question from Giacomo Massoni, who is here with me at stage.
Yes, my question is to the panelists, because it's been proposed that institution will use IDNs for their public communication. That's very good, but one of the main problems we have with the domain name is that currently, if you apply for a domain name in IDN, this is a separate question and request than if you apply for the same name in another IDN system. So this complicates the life enormously, while I think that for the next round would be very useful if you, when you apply for one set of language, you can apply for the same domain in all the set of languages eventually.
Thank you very much, Giacomo, and also for stepping in to be my partner here at stage. So Sylvia, I don't know if you got the three questions. We have one question about peace. How can we bring also peace to the internet? The question about the sessions, the other sessions in the IGF that needs to also to bring multilingualisms, and that one I can also offer perhaps that it could be a call to action at the end of this session. But and then Giacomo's questions on the next round and how to include the IDNs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Raquel, for your help with the questions on site. Really appreciate it. I'm not sure Sharad and Alana have their cameras off, so I don't know if they would like to try and have a stab at any of the questions. But I will give the floor probably, to, I'm not sure if Alana, no, Alana is not. I don't know. I was hoping that Alana was around to talk a little bit about peace in the Amazon. I think that she made a couple of very strong comments on her intervention. But I mean, if she's not logged in at the moment, probably have.
I can for sure.
Yes, please go ahead, Charat.
Yeah, so what we have been doing that in the media literacy especially, we realized because with the excess use of this WhatsApp and Facebook and other social media platform, there's a lots of misinformation is being spread across the country. And in last few years, in fact, in last decade, we have been experiencing a number of mob lynchings, a conflict which is happening because of the misinformation, malinformation, fake news, and so on. And people without even cross-checking the source of the information, they are forwarding this information. Most of the people, even the educated people who thinks, okay, because they are living in the so-called echo chambers, and they think that whatever the information is coming, since it is coming from somebody they know about or somebody they can rely on, or because they think the person is their relative or somebody who is in the good position. But people are not realizing the basic fact that they should go to the reliable websites, news website or reliable sources. It happened during the COVID time as well as during the conflict which is happening in different part of the country or across the globe. So what I think is the best thing what we can do to counter the conflict and to restore peace, that how to really educate people about how to consume the information, how to rely on the source of information, how to cross-check the information, and that is possible only if you could embed this into the school curriculum, into the college curriculum, and also make it part of the out of school people, how to reach out to the larger population which is using internet so widely without any restriction and without any check and balances. And that I think otherwise it is going to be alarming in coming days.
Thank you, Sharad. Coming from a country that has been at war since before I was born, I'm going to give a couple of more minutes to the questions about peace, because I think is what is the most important thing in the world. So I would like to have a contrasting view, a complementary view to that. So Ram, if you don't mind to bring us a little bit of that conversation from the technical side, that would be great. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Sylvia. And that was such an insightful question. If you look at peace as the presence of harmony, then what we actually find is that the languages of the world are not yet in harmony with where the internet is. And that really is a big part of why efforts like universal acceptance make a big difference, because that is an effort to bring harmony to the world's languages and to the way the people of the world express themselves, to make that come together on the internet. And once you have that, then perhaps you can begin conversations which then hopefully lead us to the path of peace.
Thank you, Ram. Very, very powerful words. I would like to follow up with the question from Giacomo around registering the domain in different languages at once. So I guess that will go probably to Maria and Daniel and try and figure out how that goes. Please, Daniel.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Giacomo, for this question. And as you know, at this time, we are working on a second round of new GTLDs, including IDNs. So this topic is a really good discussions we are having. And let's see how the new applications guidebook comes out and for this problem. because we had the first round and it took time to launch a second one just because we wanted to make sure to evaluate all the issues, all the suggestions for improvement. And this is what we, not we just as organization, but ICANN as a community is preparing now for the next round that will be launched in the coming years. I'll get back to you with this specific question once we have a decision, Giacomo. Waiting to hear from Maria as well.
Gracias, Daniel. Maria, over to you.
This is a really hard question because it concerns all the registries, actually. So if they can agree between themselves, so to make such a preventing registrations or stop lists in their registries. So I don't think this we have the decision right now. But from the other side, I actually don't think it also have some great sense, because so all the IDNs, they are mostly for the local markets actually. So if you see, they are very popular on local markets and for special communities that speak on that language. So, and that is clear for them what they mean, and there is not a big sense to use the IDN in other, I don't know, languages as well. So why you don't need to use it? So you have in your local language for your local website. That's enough, I think.
Thank you, Maria. I don't know if anyone else would like to try to answer the question from my dear Maria, Mary Uduma. Well, but I probably want to say that walking the talk is very difficult. Trying to live what we preach is very complicated. And sometimes we make compromises, and sometimes those compromises take very long for communities to stay away from those compromises and be more inclusive. And languages are a thing. Just when we were preparing for this particular session, trying to make sure that Alana's powerful presentation was in a language that she was comfortable speaking. I want to congratulate her for speaking in Spanish, although her native language is Portuguese, and we were trying to figure out how that was going to work, and she did beautifully. But it's a challenge that we, different people face in different times, but it tells us about who designed this, right? And I think that goes back to the comment from Daniel about what will happen if the technology is designed in a different place. And maybe that also probably connects with ideas around supporting local innovation and try to support local solutions where people that understand the language and the needs of a particular community can come up with ways to represent it in the devices and the platforms, the systems, and the services that connect us to the internet. So I think we have 5 minutes left. So Raquel, if there are other questions in the room, or if any of the session organizers would like to say a few words at the end, I can see Susan is still with us. So Susan, if you would like to say a few words, I don't know, I can't see the room, so I'm not sure if there is anyone on the microphone, but I really want to acknowledge everyone that has gone through the weirdness of a hybrid event and survive it, and we all get a golden sticker at the end. So Susan, over to you.
Thank you kindly, Sylvia, and this has been a tremendous session. Thank you so much for co-moderating with Sonia, and thank you, Raquel, and everybody, to all of the panelists who have joined us today, and to all of the speakers. I just thought to maybe share, the Secretariat has asked us to prepare a few key takeaways from the session. So I've been taking notes, and so I thought perhaps I could share.
I believe Susan dropped, or?
We lost the audio from Susan.
I'm sorry, rural connectivity issues. So unfortunately, I can hear myself over, there we go, that's better. So just, I think it's, Doreen highlighted that multilingualism has been identified as an important issue since the Tunis agenda since WSIS in 2005. We cannot have a digital society that is inclusive if people cannot communicate in their own languages. I thought the illustrations from Alana and Sharad were extremely important and very powerful. And then
Seems we lost Susan again. Sorry, Susan, rural connectivity for you. There you go.
Living on a farm. But I think I appreciated Ram's establishing the connection between the importance of developing local content and universal acceptance as the kind of the foundational technical underpinning that can enable delivery of that content and can facilitate a multilingual internet. So before I cut off again, hello to all of our colleagues in Poland. Thank you for joining us. And again, thank you to our co-moderators and our wonderful speakers today.
Gracias, Susan. Thank you, everyone. I think we did okay with time. And I hope that the report and all the additional information that will be shared later will continue to nurture this conversation. Is as long as these languages live and as long as we try to preserve them with the technology and the work that we do to make the internet ours, we will have a better and a multilingual internet. So thank you very much for joining us and for your wonderful interventions from all the speakers and the questions from the floor. Thank you, Raquel, for all your support, and so, see you later. Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Obrigada. Gracias.
Спасибо всем. До свидания.
We survived.